excuse me, as you were mentioning, 8.89 billion for the entire segment there, 6% year over year. Domestic parks took about $6.5 billion, 9% year over year growth. Higher guest spend as well as that new cruise ship that they have called Disney Treasure. International parks, though, believe it or not, lost money, down 5% year over year. They made 1.44 billion, and consumer products a little bit less than $1 billion, 950 million.
Yeah, there wasn't much negative as far as details go. Just took out day highs once again, but coming back in as well. There's this as well coming in Q3, that tax benefit on the termination of Hulu deal for Disney, guys. So yeah, up and away here.
Up, yeah, up and away. Let's not call it a bad movie. You know you ain't seen that movie, man. That's part of the problem. Is I don't know anybody that's seen that movie. No, I'm sure there's plenty of people saw it, and there's numbers that I could read. It doesn't matter. I watched Disney for Star Wars. I haven't seen Andor yet, which is disappointing. I got to get on that at some point. But Disney. You know, this is one of those things. Like, I could be upset that I sold my Disney for Netflix, and it would be back. I sold it at the worst time, and then because it was in October of last year, and then it ended up being a good decision. But at the time, it felt really bad because it was right before it made the run. It seems like it's poised to make that kind of a run again, and it was literally right here in the mid 90s when it did it into the 120 level. Now the annoying thing about this is, see the 50 period and the prior support at 96, right? Like that looked like, for all the world, where you wanted to trade off after the pre-market. Like you were consolidating. Now, just like you saw Uber fly up there, AMD just caught a bit of a bid. Disney's up at a 101. So I don't think I trade this until it settles the opening range or does some kind of a bigger dip. I guess you could work off the 100 level, but it's really far away from any of the plans I have. Happy for them. I think if I wasn't in it and hadn't decided I like Netflix better, then I'd probably be buying this one in the next couple of days because I think you've kind of turned a bit of the corner here. So most of the bad news seems to be in. And it doesn't seem like we're going to have to worry about that movie tariff thing. It doesn't seem very likely to me or realistic.
Yeah, no, I think Disney's fine. I mean, good report there. If you were paying attention to what Sharif was saying, they're pretty much beating everywhere. I do like the fact that, you know, ESPN, there's Disney 96 long. It's gapped up here. It is on the note today down there for 96. So I don't, you know, now we're starting to go higher. So again, you know, 96 looks a lot better here at 845, you know, so on and so forth, even earlier than that when we're looking at this thing. Now it's taken off. So at least we had the area right, or at least the direction right on the stock when we wrote down the long. Unfortunately, you know, maybe we need to write these sticky notes at 9:15 because now it's up there and we may not get that 96. But this is the sort of the level that I was talking about right into here, where we sort of had that move higher. That starts that show right around 96, gaps up into 114, 115. So fall back into this little level right into here, which goes back to November. That's kind of that's what, when I mention a gap, you know, we gap down through there, we gap up through there, and at the end of the day, we see if we can fall back into 96, 97. Look, as a shareholder, I'm happy. It continues to go higher. We did exit some of this trade up here, but, you know, we're going to hold on to core positions of everything that we trade, including like the Roblox, the Palantirs of the world, and so on. So I like Disney here, 96 bucks. That's a good level for me. I'm not going to do too much more work with this. The imbalances are out now, so let's go have a look and see what just dropped. Oh, nothing? Okay, well, that's a surprise. You know, heading into what's going to be could be an interesting day off open with all these stories, but again, with Fed coming at 2 p.m., we don't expect too many huge moves right now. I'm not really seeing anything on here. 925, we just got updated with all these NASDAQ names. There's really nothing of interest here, and Disney's not moving on this either. So, yeah, it looks like we'll play some dip buy opportunities. The 200 period is now at 97. I think we can up our price targets here between 97 and 98 right here for an early dip buy in Disney. I'm still waiting at 96.50, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do not halt, but if the move halts down somewhere around there.
If Disney halts.
Well, for it to get to 96, it does have to fall like another 4%, 5%.
I just can't. It's too good of a spot.
No, it's not going to halt. I just meant if the move sort of came to a halt.
If Disney halts, the market has done something distinctly, like, really bad. Like, you'll probably hear us, like, screaming about other stuff if you ever, the day you see Disney.
I think on earnings, though, it's possible, just because it's already up 10%. So I don't think we fall back to zeros, but, you know, that's possible, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, that's wrong choice of the word.
Stock that can't halt because it's not moving right now, Rivian. Disappointed in the lack of volatility with this one.
Yeah, let's go and find out why.
short term anyways for Rivian. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of a wait and see type of earnings report, I think, as they plan to spend more. So that was one thing. CapEx is going to go up. Production was slashed for the remainder of this year. RJ kind of echoing Ford this morning, if you missed it. Cars coming out of Mexico for Ford going to see about a $2,000 per unit price increase to cover tariffs. RJ saying, quote unquote, a couple of thousand price hike for tariff purposes.
And they're already expensive cars.
Huge.
Brendo. So, all right, let's talk about how they did. They're still losing money, guys, but getting a little bit better here, shoring up costs. Negative EPS here, 41 pennies, beating the street's expectations of negative 76. Revenue, $1.25 billion, just shy of that, ahead of the expectations of just a little bit more than $1 billion. Gross profit continues to grow here, $206 million. That's the second consecutive quarter in the green here for gross profit, boosted specifically, though, by regulatory credits as well as that software and services revenue, which is about $318 million now. A nice look there. Their unadjusted, net loss still sits at $541 million. But when you compare that to last year on the quarter when they lost $1.5 billion, that's a major improvement. Production and delivery here continues to do well. They're growing production. I just don't know if they're delivering enough vehicles. Produced 14,611, delivered 8,640. So definitely some glut of inventory there. New guidance for full year 2025, dropping down deliveries from 46,000 to 51,000, down now to 40,000 to 60,000, with CapEx, though, growing 1.8 to 1.9 billion, again, ahead of that 1.6 to 1.7 that they guided. The tariff pressure, though, continues to have a problem. CFO Claire McDonough saying a couple of $1,000s, as you mentioned, Brendo, extra per vehicle now due in tariffs. That does include a 25% tariff on non-USMCA compliant parts. With respect to their partnership with Volkswagen, gross profit, milestone unlocked $1 billion in investment from Volkswagen Group. That's part of the broader $5.8 billion joint venture to leverage Rivian's EV software and electrical architecture. And that joint venture, Brendo, it's called Rivian and VW Group Technology. So keep an eye on that.
And they're still saying 45,000 for the R2.
I don't know, man.
We shall see.
Tariffs, unless they can make the entire thing in the United States, you've got to take advantage. You got to take, got to factor that in.
We'll see. A little bit more volume coming in here, guys, to the upside for Rivian.
So look, for Rivian, there was just a spike we'll get to in a quick second. For Rivian, until it breaks out of the range the last couple of days, it's like a wait till it breaks under 1310 or 1370, and then I'll reassess, joining the direction in either way. But you just had a few things. I want to quickly mention Apple, because Apple yesterday was a gift off the 200 level, and the 201 we talked about for a bit of a fade. So I still believe fade under 201 and break above 201 quarter, but we just had a spike down on, like Apple did this, there was a spike down a little bit on NVIDIA. There were no imbalances on either one of those moves. So the market is coming back in, and I saw a lot of people say, what just happened? There was just a couple of stocks that hit the bid at the same time. So at the open, I want to short into 201 on Apple. We already talked about some of the dip buys.
Here we go. We're
things
open
like
now.
AMD, but we're open in
And now we're open.
second.
All right. At Disney right now, Disney just touched 103, by the way. So
Of course.
Disney absolutely ripping there off the open. Welcome to the show one more time, everybody. It's going to be a good one once again, hopefully anyways. There goes Disney 103, back down into 101.50 right now. Watching out for NVIDIA and about to get long right around. I'm just going to buy right now. Nice dip down. I was waiting for 50s for NVIDIA. Now we're in it a little bit early. I understand that. But we had written down 112 into 113 into this comfort zone right now for NVIDIA. So I'm actually going to take a little bit more right here if I can get it, with also trying to bid 50s. So look, man, you got to be somewhat definitive on what the plan of action here is, and I already sort of have one, and that is watch out to see what happens here at this 112 marker for NVIDIA. So a nice little early position. We're in it right now. It's just 20 cents in the money, but let's see what winds up happening here with NVIDIA.
Yeah, AMD with a little bit of a pullback, but you know what? Not that harsh. It's still above the $100 level. I don't know if we'll get that 98. Maybe it comes into play. We just try to be patient with that. Uber's not doing anything, just chilling out above VWAP right now. And Apple is still looking incredibly weak. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get that 200 play,
now,
as
boy.
it's still underneath $199. And Palantir lost the bid almost right away. So the chance to get this off VWAP even, or the 110 level, we're just going to have to be a little bit patient with it. PLTR still under a lot of pressure, just went red.
All right, a day off. We're back in the building. 75 cents right now on NVIDIA trying to go upside, but we're trying to scalp a little bit off right there just because of where we're at, man. I mean, I don't know. This market's a very, very early days. And so we do get that little bump up right there. So we do pick that bottom. And it's not like it's something that we didn't write down. We did write down between 112 to 113. So, of course, we're going to be long here 112.70. And we thought we liked it. We put a little bit more on there and then got some out on that upside. So let's wait to see now. My next offer right here is 113. 113 teens, then 50s. Again, I did want to look at Uber to see what was going on there. So nice to move back up to 84. That was great. But there it is. Now back down that 5% again. We'll wait to see what happens around $80 to $81. But man, oh man, here it is, man. It's going to be the big banger so far of the day right now with NVIDIA. A trade we've got on, 1 for 1 here. And I'm waiting for 113.50 to see if it does get back up there. That's where VWAP is. So here we go again. Let's see what we can wind up doing.
It must be huge because AMD is at 103 already. I just canceled the 98 bid on AMD because if it gets down there, like a whole lot of other stuff has happened. Like it's absolutely booming to the upside right now and just breaking out and ripping faces off at this moment. So clearly incredibly weak. I haven't really looked at Tesla. I just heard you mention Tesla, but here comes Palantir. So look, if AMD's not going to give us a dip off 98, VWAP sits at $100. That's the place to look to join. Palantir is coming in hot to that 110 level. So let's let it get into 110. That's yesterday's resistance on PLTR. The market's not doing anything. You got to be, it's all about individual names at this particular moment. Apple, still no short at the 200 to 201 level, but Palantir looks like it does want to test that 110. And Uber is similar to AMD. There was almost no chance unless you were long up top.
There's our two. I mean, this is what we wrote down, man. We wrote down 276 for Tesla. So let's take $1 and see if it winds up holding right now. I mean, this market is kind of just back and forth. As Neil said, there's no real direction from what I can see yet. I mean, some of these stocks, it is going to be a stock picker's market. And when you are picking said stocks, you got to be careful, make sure that you do get out when levels are hit and whatnot. 275.50 breaker on Tesla. We're out of that one because here it comes right now. We said that this name could be a falling knife, but we are in a second trade here. And it is, okay, let's go. All right, let's go. Right now, yeah, let it go. On Tesla, now 50 cents. We just took 50 cents there because our risk is 50 cents. So if this can get back upside, that'd be great, but who knows where we're going right now on Tesla. It does look, there it comes. So it is going to lose the bid. It's there it goes. It doesn't fail. It was very aggressive right there. A couple outs, a couple ins, but at the end of the day, there goes Tesla falling back down right now. So you got to take the profits where the profits lie. So slightly down there on Tesla, but thankfully we're able to get some out as the market doesn't look weak, but Tesla does. So that was an idea on here. 276 long. We're out of it at 275.50. Let's see if it does hold. A name coming back in now is NVIDIA as well, but some more outs there. We just got some more outs as it went back up to that one. We told you 113 teens, so that's what we're looking at right there for Tesla. Let's see if for NVIDIA, let's see if Tesla can get back above that 276. I'll punch long, maybe 276 quarters.
Yeah, a couple of things. Just it's crazy. Like I'm looking at the ES and Nasdaq, and they're not really doing anything. So you got to find where the movers are. We'll get to Arsis in the super chat, but SMCI just came in to the pre-market. I'm going to call it the pre-market high, even though it's not. Like 31 quarter in here. So I just grabbed some 31s and a bit of an over and under to the downside, and then Palantir in that 110. So first look, Palantir does get to 109.85 or something like that, and then dips back underneath that pre-market high-ish. It's not really the high. So short that one off 64. If it breaks 110, I'm out. Want to play this back into the volume-weighted average prices. Look, the market's headed lower, believe it or not. So you have a couple of names which are absolutely booming to the upside, like AMD, Palantir, but it's going to play the fades as we see fit. So first bid down here, 109.30-ish, and a similar thing on SMCI. But Palantir is the one that's starting to come back in here. It's looking for the fill. Where am I sitting? I wasn't sitting Jesse Barfield.
You were not?
I was not. I thought I was on. No, I was sitting Jesse Barfield. I should have been sitting 31 Reggie Miller. So yeah, wow. just there, was sitting on the bid, and then it comes right back up. So I had a chance to scalp that out. I could have moved the bid. Sometimes you should just hit the offer in that situation, but I'm not going to move the target on this. If I'm giving it to 110, I want to make sure 1-to-1 we're taking 30 the first way through. So I'll take the L on that, but I could have scalped out of that one. You saw it right there on the bid, and it couldn't hit me. So SMCI is still working, and Apple, what is going on? Apple's at 197.50.
Yeah, that Palantir trade was the one that's riffing there. Apple with the tank there. I don't know, I'm not hearing anything in my ear, so we'll see if there's any sort of an update there. But as China becomes maybe more of an issue,
it was supposedly good news on China that they're actually,
supposedly, right.
They're meeting this weekend in person.
Right. Yeah.
You would think.
That's what they would
It doesn't
think.
mean it's good news. You would think it's good news.
Right, and also doesn't mean it's happening, right?
No.
So, all right. So Disney right there comes right back in. Now VWAP is $100. So I'm going to play off that. So if we do get a $100 dip buy opportunity for Disney, I'm going to buy it and then lose it if it breaks 100. So we do need now to come back in $1. But finally, it's only $9.37. And so it looks like we have seen a little bit of a bottom there. Now, whether or not that's going to hold, that's why we use something like a VWAP, something like that to be able to get out. So again, day one play there for Disney. But here we go, man. It is going to be NVIDIA again. I'm going to take an opportunity to get something out here in the teens. If we can do that, we will. But yeah, so right now Disney's trying to go back upside. A play that I've wanted to get into was Google, but there goes NVIDIA. We just got a 113.10 again. Google also coming back in. As this market's trying to find its way, it's trying to get red, actually, right now. There it is. So now it is going to go red, down to zeros one more time. We've bounced off of this bottom here, which is basically, us turning green. What is that? 19,870 or so now for the futures. So I'm trying to be patient. My next trade to go is Tesla. Breaking, yes, go Palantir. Let's go, man. Too bad we waited for 105. That low is 106. But right into there, 274, 275, the bottom there for Tesla. I'm looking for a break above 276. So if we can get that, your boy is pushing long right there on Tesla for sure if we do get that. And again, the 105 bottom, whether or not, that was just wicked down there to 106. Actually, basically 107. So Palantir is off right now. We don't have it. So we'll have to wait for it. But we're going to go over to Adair and see what's going on with some of the stories.
I couldn't find anything on Apple, so I want to let you guys know, unsure of what's happening here with AAPL almost taking out these pre-market and post-market lows. But a couple small caps on watch, including MEGL and ASST. Here's MEGL, Magic Empire. Definitely removed from the pre-market high, but trying to bounce a bit here. And this is ASST. Near kind of hovering around a high of days. That is going to be asset entities. Both of them have rallied in the past. Make sure to like and subscribe. Just a reminder, there's no economic data today until the FOMC meeting at 2 o'clock. Back to you.
And Palantir doesn't even have a red candle.
No.
Right now. Palantir's 111. Look at it. 107. Alex Karp is like 107. Really? I'll take some of those. Boom. 108, 109, 110. 111 right now as we wait. We are almost back into Tesla. It's trying to break through some of those levels. We wrote down 276.25. That is exactly where we just stopped at there for Tesla. So kind of lucky to not have gotten punched in, but we do pick that price for a reason. So that little bottom is 274.50. Maybe we'll dip by something into 275 now using that as a low, but
Uber's coming in too. So
yeah, the market is kind of trying to figure it out.
Sort of joked around about Uber, and I said, yeah, the good chance of getting it underneath $80 on Uber at the open, and that's where it seems like we're headed. All of a sudden, we're going to get underneath that $80 in like a couple of seconds here. So the pre-market low is 79, but I'm looking for the curl on Uber. Didn't think it would go that way. I mean, actually, I wanted a short on Apple that obviously we didn't get. But Uber, $80 is the current low. It's got an almost perfect wick into 80. If it closes above this 80, then I take that long. Otherwise, I wait for the break and get the long underneath the $80 level. So Uber, I didn't think it was a bad report, but it was sort of the just sell off the high, like a double top on the daily. And once it got underneath, that 52-week high, there was almost nothing you could do about it. I'm going to take the shot in here, see if we can get some 50s. It is closing above that $80 level. So Uber, we're going to take our first salvo into it here on the Uber one.
All right, we're taking, yeah, that's a good one. We're taking another dollar though right now.
It's not that good. No.
We get, no, it's not
I
that.
don't
It was all
like
right.
that
We take another play here on Tesla. We talked about that we wanted the long. So now we're green on Tesla, position pending where this goes from here. So it's a nice move there for Tesla as we're just step up our game. Like, you know, we're trying to get less losses, but bigger wins with bigger shares. So here we go for Tesla, now trying to go upside again. So we nailed it. I mean, both of these trades that we're in are now 70-cent winners, and we're pretty proud of them, obviously, because NVIDIA is trying to go. So there goes NVIDIA. Let's go. We're almost at our day goal right here, but there goes Tesla. There it is. Now it's official. Now you're back in that club now with Tesla as we just touched out 277.30 right there on the high side, and looking to get even higher right now is Tesla. So we said that we wanted to be back in that name, and there it is, man. 277.30. That is 277.40 is the 200 period moving average. So let's get out one more piece here at 10s if we can before this one name falls back in. You always want to take advantage of those nice moves up there in the futures. TOVX was one that was on our watch list, and the reason why we have to talk about this now is now it's down. So TOVX was having a nice day, but now it's at $1 again. So watch out for that smooth dollar break, right, on this. I think this is a biotech, right? TOVX. Is it something pharmaceuticals? Hold on a sec. Yeah, Theriva Bio. So nice move back in. Okay, there goes Tesla again. Nice move back in for TOVX, coming right through from $2. Great dump off if you're short, but now you wait to see if that $1 mark wants to hold right there on TOVX. It looks like so far so good, but if it breaks it, man, don't even you might not want to get out the first couple pennies, but definitely after that, you know, not holding the $1 mark on this stock, looking pretty dangerous because there it is right there. The break back down below gets us right back to the pre-split level, I guess, of 11 cents. So watch out there for TOVX. Looks like it's trying to breaker 19. Do you read? Tesla starting to go. So get those EV trucks fired up, man, and we'll see what happens there with the new Model Y. I think Pepsi, I think that's interesting. They're big trucks there.
What do you call
whatever, 18-wheelers or whatever the heck.
Yeah, the big
the rigs. Yeah,
the rigs. That's the word we're looking for. No, the market's actually starting to really go here. Finally, whoops. I have Apple up because I'm thinking the plan of action on Apple was to be short. So I'm like, I wanted this to pop into VWAP and give me something to be able to fade. We did get into Uber, although it's stalling at the even dollar. Like it just got to the 81 level and did a bit of a U-turn. So it broke 81, came back underneath it, got some out at the 90 something, I believe. I want to reload this in front of 80 if we can and play this into VWAP. And then I was reminded, everyone was yelling about HIMS. That's right, HIMS day 2. Remember HIMS? Yeah, the one that was squeezing everybody's face off in the morning. Well, it did a pullback after that first flush that was into the 43. Today it was 46 that we like because that was that prior high. But look at the wick. Actually goes into the high from yesterday morning at $47. Seems like a bit of a continuation play here, a little bit higher than we expected on HIMS. Watch out if it can hold a bit above 50. This has already been squeezing people. Well, squeezing shorts, not squeezing people. Squeezing shorts pretty badly yesterday. So I'm going to reload this Uber, set first chance we get, and I still believe Apple short. I'm not unconvinced that this isn't a short, so I want to wait for it to get into the volume weighted average price, as 200 is very, very far away at this point. Not sure why we were so weak on Apple, but it's still relative to the market looking like a little bit of a dog.
All right, so that was TIVX there. You just talked a little bit about TOVX. Also, Bitcoin holding 97 is also pretty interesting. We're going to see if this really wants to go today. So we're going to hold on to Tesla now. We've already taken out under half. We have about 65% left here on Tesla. Just to see the next level there, though, 278. So I'm going to put something up there and then just see if we can sort of trade away from it if we can get up to that level, and then we'll trade away and get up to 279 and then hopefully breaking through 280. But these are all ifs and buts, right? So if it goes up, we are coming into another level right now. I mean, we got to start ringing the register, man. This is a slapper right now. Like, I love not being here, but I also love being here. So sitting here and trading, you know, make it worth it when you come in every single day. Take profits where there is something. Like that just came up to the 50 period moving average. So yeah, good level there. Yeah, if it gets to 280 Ozan, then we will start to clear some out. Yeah, just backing on some earnings plays there. NVIDIA does have that move up, then the move back in, but we still trade with the king. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now because there goes NVIDIA 90 cents, sorry, $1.90 in Tesla, 70 cents now in NVIDIA as they start to go upside. Let's look at a different spot though. JP Morgan 250, that could be something that it winds up holding. Who knows about JP Morgan? Another earnings play. I'm always looking at even dollars, right? We did bid down here again for Disney, but that's not coming through. All these stocks seem to be stuck right now. I mean, the Nasdaq. Did Apple even recover?
Apple is trying to recover. No, Apple's got 3 or 4 green candles in a row. I'm just looking up to confirm, but we played the VWAP on Uber. Look, Uber buy the dip into prior support and then play back into VWAP for the trend. So it does holds the $80 level, doesn't break underneath 80. But we just got to VWAP on the NASDAQ and made a bit of a left turn. So I'm going to stick to the plan. If we're trending down and a name is weak on earnings, then I want to wait. Because the 8+ level for me wasn't 80. It was supposed to be down in the 78 area. So if we get down there, I want to take another shot at Uber. But able to get it back to VWAP in here. It's Apple that's sort of defying my expectations. When the market pulled to VWAP, I wanted Apple to pull to VWAP, and it's still almost a dollar away. So yeah, you just got to be patient. Like the market just got strong there. It's only green candles so far in the 3 minutes, so maybe let it go a little bit higher before we jump into this thing too early to the short side. So yeah, just gonna be patient. Thankfully, Uber was able to work out for us. Oh, and AMD, 98, still possible. AMD is tracking to breaking that 80 level, the $100 level. It just lost the volume weighted average price. So it was so strong off the open. If it loses 100, then we're back to waiting for the 98 level on AMD. So as I said, patience is going to be a virtue here today. Just a couple of quick scalp trades off the bat. Unfortunately, it was a loss on Palantir, but I think it just came down to I didn't scalp the trade when I had a chance on Palantir. It did give you the 1-to-1, and now all of a sudden the 110 that was the brick wall yesterday, I think it's a brick wall in the other direction. And I actually wrote on my note that it should have been a long above 111, but I like that Uber 80 more. So we're going to buy Palantir. As long as I see it hold VWAP and 110, we're going to try to buy into it because it should have been a reverse in the first place.
Yeah, definitely liking that name. We are having problems with some of my trades. Well, no, we're not, but Tesla is not going too much more than 277. So we take another fill right there. I said that we would wait, but we'd have 2 more fills out there at 277.50. So now I promise, 277.78. If we can get that right up into there, which is sort of this high right there, it's 80s. So we'll sit a little bit ahead of that. It actually is 78. If we can get that, then fine. Other than that, we'll wait for it to drip down just a little bit here. Robinhood's a name we haven't mentioned yet today, and Robinhood's looking at $50 one more time. Tesla just dropped out pretty dramatically there. Look at this move right back in there for Tesla. So nice drip there. I'm going to buy this move back down. Again, news could be happening at any time. Right now, JD Vance is yapping about something about China, I just heard. So we're going to have to wait to see here. But if this goes below 2C, this is what I'm saying about trying to scalp out.
Anything.
If this drips below 274.50, then we're going to be gone. That is the day's low. Here it comes. That is the day's low for Tesla. So when you're trading stocks that are in the news, this is what could happen. So right there, nice move down on the market immediately and reacted for Tesla as it seems to want to move just a little bit lower right now. So we'll wait to see what winds up going on now. But we're long right here on Tesla. 275.57s, giving it about $1. You know, we took $1 and change on some of these moves higher. So let's see if we can get Tesla to settle down a bit.
Yeah, speaking of settling down, well, Apple's settled downside, so we're not going to get that push into VWAP. Little too patient on that one, apparently. But you know what? The market broke to the low. That does mean Palantir should retest that 110 as it's doing right now. So good chance that it can bounce off this 110 level, looking incredibly strong. Let's go over to Adara at the desk, see what the news is.
There really isn't any news that I can find. I just want to keep you guys apprised of what I'm seeing over here on this desk. I'm seeing some comments here coming out about India and Pakistan. We know that those tensions have been ongoing here, both the Indian government and the foreign policy chief of the EU mentioning the situation right now, just seeing those headlines. Also, again, comments coming through from Vice President of the U.S., J.D. Vance, saying that conversations are ongoing with the EU. Nothing supermarket moving here. I just want to let you know these are the headlines we're seeing. They are geopolitically relevant, but nothing specifically that I can see that would be moving stocks here. Back to you.
All right, Tesla did, yeah. What's up, Jay Lee, about the TQQ short? Yeah, I mean, great call on that one, up to VWAP. That is for sure. Right now, I'm just trying to do what I'm trying to do right there. We took some more profits, so let's go, man. It is a ring the register type event right now because let's go, Tesla. That's what I'm saying, man. We bought that dip against that bottom again, and the bottom just held, and that's, you know, we try not to get so emotional. You know, we've changed our ways as far as that is concerned because we're just here all about making money, all about that business. So here it comes. There it goes, 276. Here we go. We are now at the highest spot. Tesla almost recovers. We need to get back to 277, but nice move back to 276. We're now in the money. Our average price was 275.50, if you remember. So this could still drip out and wind up losing on this, but we have gotten some out on the way back up because when you drop like that out of nowhere, it just shows you that like all of your profits that you've had on the day can easily get wiped out and more, especially when you average in. That first average in rate there was 275.50. I'm going to do that. And then that last one was 275, giving it a little bit of a breaker down there to 274.50. If we do break that level, we're giving it a little bit of room, but after that, it's gone. So if we break that level right there, we are out. That was always the level that we're sitting at. So we haven't changed anything. I didn't even hit any keys. It all just fell in. The only keys we got were some of these profit spots right now. And the reason why I'm taking some of this out is we have a big boy position. And, you know, there's nothing, you know, like if you're going to trade bigger size, you do have to be a little responsible, obviously, with your positions. We've taken huge hits and huge winners. And we're just hoping to put this one in the ladder right now. But I don't know how huge this is going to be. The market is zeros again. So we were just back up and doing quite well there on a huge, not a huge move, but a nice recovery. And then it gave it back in one candle. So what took basically a half hour, 20 minutes to build, it just came right back in one move. So that's part of the issue right now. We're near the highest spot we've been at all day because of the reload, but we're waiting for a lot more than where we're at right now. So let's go over to Adara and figure out what she's up to.
We did have a Trump Truth Social post. Now, it's worth noting this came out, it looks like about a minute after this dropped to the downside, so not necessarily correlated. It has nothing to do with the market. It's just him talking about his issues with some judges. But it is worth noting because, as I've said previously, there is a correlation between Donald Trump truth posts before 10 a.m. and these sharp market moves, again, even if they're not related to the market. So Trump posting around the same time as this drop, a non-market related Truth Social post. I just want to clarify some other potential color to this situation. Also, J.D. Vance, Vice President of the U.S., saying that negotiations with Iran are right now so far so good. So some other geopolitical updates here. Back to you guys.
Great, now Iran's in the building?
Iran?
Okay.
That's not the update that we want,
yeah.
JD.
I don't think I want
JD
JD talking about Iran with anybody, to be honest with you. All right.
Comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, no comment. So I'm going to take, every time I see some buyers start to stack, oh, shit, that's the wrong way to think about it. Anytime I see some sellers start to stack up on Palantir, it is day 2 SSR, short sell restricted, meaning you can't hit the bid to go short. So if someone's trying to short, they kind of follow it down a little bit. And so if I see that happen, even to a certain extent, when they get hit or get relieved, I like those levels for a punch. So I just took it off of 111 and then tried to add to it. And then they immediately dumped it. The second it got above 111.10, they dumped it back into 80s. So I want to see it clear out that level, or we go back to waiting for VWAP. I said I was waiting for 110 in VWAP. I just wanted to explain the 111, but I did see some price action that I wanted to hit the guy, and went for it. Lost about 20 cents on it, but I think 110 is still the level to look for unless we can find a bid above that level. Apple, still no change. The market bounces. Apple doesn't bounce. Still looking incredibly weak here on Apple. Just got to be patient with it. If it puts in lower highs again, then I might have a trend to work off of and just short the high of the trend, something along those lines. As far as Uber goes, it's now starting to consolidate above the volume weighted average price. So instead of waiting to get down to 80 again, I don't know if we'll see that price. Might have to start looking for VWAP, or even better, like if this goes all V-shape and takes out the top, that could go squeezing a little bit here on Uber. So we took our shot off at 80, thinking we'd get a rebound when the market went lower. This hasn't happened. The stock is absolutely strong at this moment. I'm really just disappointed in Apple. It was kind of the best one off that 200 level yesterday, and we didn't get any cracks at it here today. So very disappointing for me on Apple. No trades whatsoever, despite wanting that short trade. But Palantir's volume's through the roof, and now the buyers are starting to win above 111. So yeah, you might not get that 110, and there's room to. It's a weird thing to say, but the 117 was the big level that we're looking at. I think both Obi and I were like 117. So I think there's a lot of room to rally on this, and taking multiple shots makes sense. I'll try the next available dip. If we get any kind of red candles, and try a mean reversion on Palantir if we can't get VWAP.
All right, here we go. We just got some more out. I like I was saying, I think Tesla's having a problem here with 276. So we have some offers: 276.15, 276.40. Absolutely no problems with NVIDIA as that keeps on trying to go a little bit higher. We'll put out a little bit more right now. I'm just getting out of very, very light shares because I'm trying to think about a long today, and especially if we can get going. I think we have two amazing stocks exactly for that with NVIDIA. Neil's not going to be in anything. You can see our positions at the bottom. I have NVIDIA and Tesla right now. I am looking for some Palantir, but I'm also looking for some Disney as well. If that can come in, we almost got that 100 bid again. So we'll see if we can get that pull back in for Disney. It may crack and head lower. I'm actually going to switch the size a little bit there for Disney. So let's just say go from whatever, let's cut it in half, what I was going to deal with now for Disney, just in case, because it could come screaming down. I wanted to watch out for 100, but now VWAP's at $100.30. So breaking that, then breaking 100 probably does signify a little bit lower. We're banging it out right now today. Today is going to be a money-making day, but we have to wait for these positions to go. If we cash out right now, we have half of our daily goal. So 2 for 2, positive today over here. But we're going to wait to see what winds up happening with Disney. You already talked about Palantir. There was another name. Oh, that TOVX. So I think we all had the same idea right here. Glad I mentioned it. And that was not holding this thing under $1. So there it is, man. We said that as soon as that breaks $1, you're probably looking to go short. If you have done that, you are now in the money about, let's say, 20% or a little bit more than that. 15 cents on $1, that's 15%. So we'll see if that can get back downside. Its low was that 20% down here at 80. So it does make a move down to 80 cents right there on TOVX, as that name does not get going at all today and actually falling right off. All right, Vice President Vance has now ended whatever he's talking about right now. So we'll wait to see what's going on now. But there it is, man, 276, a nice move there. Looks like Tesla wants to go lower here. We are out of this at a 274.50 break. That is for sure. So, yeah, you know, dreams to nightmares maybe on Tesla, but it's not going to be a nightmare. Just wish it was a dream. So we'll wait to see if that goes. Rivian, also, Neil.
Rivian's not moving.
Yeah, but
it's stair step up on Rivian. It's stair step up Rivian. It's stair step up Uber right now. Lucid I haven't looked at. Just Apple, it sucks.
I'm gonna get out.
Look, Uber can't seem to stop. There was one little dip that made us think we were gonna get back in underneath the volume weighted average price, and since it broke away from that, just no entry yet. Like, I still think if it goes V-shaped, you can look at longs for the breakout. But for now, I'm gonna want this 82 level on Uber. Want to jump back into that long at some point. Again, it was a mean reversion trade off the 80 that takes into VWAP. That's generally the plan of action almost every single time. Yeah, I'm a little surprised with all this strength in the market, Uber, the EVs trending up, why Tesla's going down. But I don't want to pivot too far away from the names we want to be in. So we'll go to Adair with happening now. I'm buying next available dip, Palantir and Uber. Those two are, to me, trending up really nicely, and that's what I want to get into next if there's not going to be an Apple short that makes sense to me. Let's go to Adair for happening now.
Lots of updates in the tariff situation overnight. We did have the offices of U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer both saying that Bessent and Greer are going to be meeting with some Chinese officials to discuss trade in Switzerland. Here's the S&P 500, slightly positive here on the day, certainly not as strong as we were post-market or even pre-market. And speaking of Scott Bessent, he's going to be giving his second congressional testimony in 2 days. This time it's just his annual testimony to Congress, so I'll be watching that to see if there's anything of note. Tons of earnings names, so many earnings names today. One of them is UBER, Uber beating on EPS but missing on sales, trying to bounce a little bit here. Then we have Advanced Micro Devices. This is generally a pretty good report. They beat on EPS, they beat on sales, strong data center revenue growth, but lower end of their Q2 guidance, missing estimates. Then we have Amazon actually separately announcing via a filing that they have a $84 million stake in AMD, but also set to invest about $4 billion to launch ASW infrastructure in Chile, and announcing their Vulcan robot. They're planning on using this to integrate and help workers in their warehouses rather than replacing human employees entirely, or that's what they said during the announcement. Make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned with us at 2 p.m. for the FOMC rate decision. Back to you.
Yeah, I forgot about that Vulcan.
Yes, the Vulcan.
I did want to look at that. That's for sure.
Well, it's a very logical choice to watch.
Vulcan, is that a show?
Vulcan, yeah.
What?
Spock, Logic. Yeah, it's a Star Wars. It's a Star Trek thing.
It's a Star Wars thing.
All right, so maybe this is
I get it now.
This might be the only dip that we get on. I almost said Rivian, but I mean Palantir. So Palantir could come back in. I bought on the way up last time. I'm looking for that dip. It could go high or low, but 110 is like, that's the area underneath that prior high in here. See that 109.5 into 110? That's where I think the reverse is wrong and the long is wrong. So as long as it's above that, we want to be buying dips. It can't even close a bar to the downside. Like, it just tried to tag underneath 111, gets there, and then just levitates up to a 111.50. Like, I don't want to chase that move because that's what I did last time and it didn't work, where I just bought the top of the bounce. So I'm not going to make that play on Palantir. We'll wait for a dip that makes a little bit more sense. Same thing with Uber. Come on, AMD. All right, AMD. AMD doesn't want to get to 98. That's the level that we like the long, but it's holding underneath $100. Now this has a trend that you can look at. You've got like the high at the open, you've got the fail at the volume weighted average price, and then you have this little trend bottom here. I'm not drawing that very well. There, you want to connect as many parts as possible when you're drawing a trend line, so you want to have a nice intersection. So if it holds the low and can close above 100, that's now a trend break on AMD, which would give us our fill without getting it to 98, which was the level we wanted. So if that doesn't get the level we want, it's not as if Uber didn't either, but it gave you a good reversion off 80 anyways, and Disney's not going to get to that level, maybe worth a look, trading off something different. But I want to see a trend break here on AMD if I can't get a good dip buy on PLTR.
All right. Yeah, so look, guys, I'm just sort of in the same positions that we've been looking at here with NVIDIA and Tesla, because like I said, man, my job is to put on some winning trades and to try to show you guys, what's going on here, and that's going to be the style. So the only thing that I have written on here, Tesla, NVIDIA, Palantir, and Disney. So we wait for Disney to come through as well. The one thing that the spidey senses are going a little bit right now, and that is just that definitely Tesla not feeling too great right now. It's we've taken advantage. So we lost early on it. We made money back. We're positive on it, but we are going to go red if it does break this 174.50, and it doesn't want to go. It seems like despite the market moving higher here, Tesla is having its issues getting going. And I'm going to take one more shot at 274.75, and then if we lose that, I think that's worth 25 cents worth of risk just to come back down into here. And with slippage, we understand we'll probably lose. If we're trying to get out at 274.50, everybody probably is, because that's that bottom. So I give it to 274.20 or so on some kind of a slippage where we'll probably get punched out. So we're kind of already debating this play right here and what our share size needs to be, because NVIDIA, and I know Neil just talked about AMD, NVIDIA's at the high of the day pretty much. We opened up right here at 113.50s, and we're right here right now. So we'll see if that can make a move. I mean, this has been the great trade for me because it came right into the level that we thought, and it started to rip a little bit higher. So I do like Disney. I was looking at Amazon. That's why we mentioned that Vulcan thing there. I really liked Amazon. I like this name at 180. We talked about that last week when that bullshit news story came out about the haul service. And then now it's all the way back up. So we missed that opportunity to buy that because I didn't even realize I only put a day order because it does come right back into 180 that very next day. So I don't think, look, man, I'm long forever. So I don't think that much difference me buying at 188 than 180. But if I don't think the market has seen bottoms yet, which I'm not sure it has, I want to wait to see if Amazon can come back in. I actually haven't bought anything. I'm on schedule now to buy, you know, at least average into the S&P right now, but I don't think I'm going to do that today, but maybe we will. We'll see. It's just it's that drip strategy that I'm trying to figure out right now, and just it's not the drip. Like the drip for the stock is you get the dividend and it drips in. But I was just talking about dollar cost averaging, dripping some funds into the S&P.
Well, what I was gonna say is the drip is still happening to the downside on AMD.
And here comes Tesla.
And I don't mean like a dividend reinvestment program. I mean AMD can't seem to catch the bid. So maybe we will get all the way down to yesterday's low. So 98, that's a nice area. The actual bottom's kind of like 97.5. So I guess there's where we're gonna look for a curl. But the other thing, there's two things going on, and the two names that we've been active on, Palantir a couple of times and then Uber. Palantir is pulling into the volume-weighted average price, it seems. So I think that's the place I'm going to look. It can break VWAP, and I still like it underneath the volume-weighted average price. Think HIMS yesterday. VWAP was like 44, the long was at 43. So I think the same thing with Palantir on this dip. And Uber is holding, wow, Uber's at 84 already and attempting to break out this triple top. That's a dark pool wick overnight. So 1, 2, actually quadruple top, because 3 times until now it's tested this 84. VWAP I like as well on Uber. We liked it to VWAP. We'll like it back in at VWAP if we're not just getting a breakout of the 84 level outright. Okay, Palantir, I guess you're not getting to VWAP at all.
No.
No, 111 just held again. All right, we'll weasel in if the buyers step in again here. And every now and then on Palantir, you're going to see stuff that's funny on the book where it looks like someone's walking it down. Technically, it is happening, but it's not exactly what you think. It's somebody that's been trying to short and they can't hit the bid. And the second there's an uptick, they get that fill. But every time it releases one of those, it kind of flashes up like 5 or 6 cents in one shot, and it seems stronger than it is. That's what's happening right now. So I'm going to take a little bit of a salvo in front of 111 if we can't get something closer to the 110 level on PLTR. Strong trend to the upside. We want some continuation there.
Intel holding off of $20 as well. I'm still looking at that Amazon. Tesla's still bothering me as well, but we just got an NVIDIA bump up, which is real nice. It just got up to 113.60 right there into VWAP. So we actually didn't have any offers there because, into the 200 period. We were waiting for this thing to absolutely rock, and it's not doing it quite yet. I was at 113.75, which is where that is right there. So I'm going to, did I just get out? No, I didn't. Oh, thank you so much, Rob. Always the best of cups as well. So thank you, Rob, for that one. I'm going to put an offer right here just to grab something at 56 and 57 right there. Did we get it? No, we did not yet. We're at 57 or 56? Must be at 57. There it is. So we do get our 57 fill right there. So that's a nice trade for us here as we are now $1 plus in the money now. It took a while. Well, we almost were. It took a while for that to get going on NVIDIA, but now we're finally near the high of the day on the futures. And again, just the high of the open market, which we opened up right here. So now it's starting to go a little bit, further northbound now. We'll wait to see, man. 2 p.m. is the Fed speak. So I really want to hold all of these longs until then, to be honest with you. I do want to find some more value here. I'm still waiting for Disney to dip a little bit. Okay, well, here it comes. So it is into this area. Look, I was going to give this one, I'm bidding $100.15. I want to get as close to $100 as possible. When we put this order out, VWAP was where it was. Now it's climbing a little bit. So it was at $100. I'm still going to give it to that 100. I'd rather obviously it not break, but I think this is worth something. As we always say, when there's a gap, which there is, 9%, play back to VWAP. All right, so Tesla and NVIDIA. I'm still right now at the highest spot we've been at, but still not quite yet a daily goal. Some of these stocks just aren't really like, when's the last time you saw Tesla, honestly, be in a, let's call it a $1 range for 22 minutes?
Never.
Off the open.
Not never, but.
Yeah, no, you don't see it often. With the market starting to go higher and the market higher to begin with, Tesla is a little bit of a worry spot for me. So with that being said, we're going to get a 5% more right here. I just offered some 50s. Hopefully we can get that. But you can see right now a slight pull. See, look at this. A slight pullback in the market. The market's just dripping just a little bit. And there it goes to the downside right now. So yeah, I'm very, very cautious now of Tesla and a further move down. Our stop is still 100% at 274.50. If that drops out, man, we are gone on that trade and hopefully be able to withstand it and not lose too much. So NVIDIA does give us those out, so that's good. And then Uber was the other play that I'm looking at. I'm trying to be pretty specific. Oh, wow, Uber now back. Wow, good. So we wrote down Uber $80 today. Like, why am I not on that name? Actually, it's not on the sticky note, that's why. So there's Uber right there to 80, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. But again, we could talk about stock. It doesn't even matter what we talk about. It does. I mean, hopefully it does for you guys and you have some confidence in some of the plays that we're talking. But for me, unless I have the trade, it's all nice. It's candy and nuts, right? But I mean, right here, should have had that trade. Uber down to 80 bucks. We talked about why we liked it. It was sort of that past level. And I even just said, like, if I'm going to like anything, it's going to be things at even dollars. So Uber at $80, I'm going to slap a fail on it for me. But we're still cooking, man. It's still fine. I'm glad that it's doing what it's doing. But we did miss that opportunity on that. So, yeah, that's okay. And you're welcome, Carlos. There it is. See, that's why we do it, man. Just try to mention some calls, see if it makes some sense to you. And there it is. So thank you, Carlos. Make sure you do like and subscribe. Get into this chat ASAP and become a subscriber. Oh, yeah.
Blow up. Yes, sir. Yeah, well, you probably will see and hear some things related to the changes around here, the Studio X, or 8 as we're going to call it. Yeah, Ramin's literally walking past the road that used to be Traders, everybody. We're blowing it up. Not literally, but figuratively, to make a bit of a better atmosphere. Someone said this morning, where was Adara? She's sitting behind us, and she's over at the news desk. But we're going to be able to have more conversation, like Joey options over there, chilling out. We'll be more of a round table kind of feel. So a lot's going to be changing. We're calling it Studio 8, and it is going to be happening. And no bull. It should be good. A couple of things. I said no bull because Weebul's actually running right now.
Right.
And I just heard that in my ear. I haven't looked at the stock. I'll call it up in a second, see what's happening. But Palantir bounced off the 111. But you know what? These are shallower, more shallow moves. Each time it bounces off the 111. Each time I take it on trend, like last time it was screaming to the upside, but this time it's not. So it's held 111 and trying to break above the $0.50. The best fill we've gotten is the $0.50 and then some at the 30 level. So not nearly as strong as it used to be. It's actually Uber that's carrying through to that breakout price at 84. So VWAP's not looking as likely over here for Uber. Maybe it's just going to be along off the 84. And the aforementioned Webull. It is squeezing a bit, but guess what happened just now? Jinx. Did I just jinx it? Because it went... I mean, it was strong a second ago. It just went right into the high from Monday and did a bit of a pullback. So that 17 level from Monday where it rejected, it just failed it the second time here. I didn't pay for locate, so I'm not shorting this thing anyways, but that 17 level from Monday looks like it's still resistance on Webull. Yeah, that one got the bull by the horns, apparently, on that. That's a bad plan. But Apple's not at 200, so I'm not going to get into that. I want to see us hold. It's only 2 points on the trend for Palantir, but I want to see it hold this before I take another reload that isn't the volume-weighted average price, because the initial plan was to pull back into VWAP after that big gap up, and it still hasn't done that. So it's either really tight stops on this trend line or nothing else on Palantir, which is up 2% after yesterday's earnings quadunk. And a huge gap if it can take out these highs. I think if the market takes VWAP, I don't see why Palantir doesn't get to 115. Like, when Palantir moves, it usually moves that way. I'm surprised it's kind of checking up here when the market's still going.
Yeah, for sure. We actually wind up, I mean, we love Palantir. We're never really too surprised about that, but good point there as the market is trying to check up a little bit right here. So we did drop out of our Tesla there, and then we went short. So we dropped it there at 274.75. Sorry. What am I talking about? Right there is where we wound up dropping out of Tesla, 275.50. Then it winds up breaking. So there's our out. And we actually have, it's hard to see because our out is also our, like we have two trades there. So we actually got out and then went short, but we went short on the way back up. It just happened in the same minute. So there's actually 2 fills there. So we did take the long. We talked about that. Then we got out. Now we're short Tesla, which again, it broke the bottom. We sort of had our spidey sense up. We talked about that again on that trade. So now that it's starting to head to the downside, let's again reverse it. And this is what the life of a day trader is doing, right? I mean, this is why trading is. And Neil had said about how, you know, we had traders back there a couple years ago. That was a great time. Things have changed, right? So right now we have to be very, very specific and very, very careful. Prop trading is very exciting, but definitely a risk management type of thing needs to be had here. Then you have to have the ability to make calls and to be able to flip things up a little bit, I think, anyways. So we'll wait to see what happens now with Tesla. NVIDIA is still holding up. NVIDIA is still 70 cents in the money, but we'll give it all back on, not the whole day, but we'll give it back there on Tesla. Turn it red, and we almost were back to zeros. If this can get back into 274 again, which we're coming close right there. Remember, our hit end of day was about 50 or 60 cents, but we did take a little bit more there, so that does wind up down. And again, no problems. We talk about this all the time. You can always ask us green or red or anything like that. Red right now on Tesla with this position pending. So, all right. That's what we're doing right now, letting this thing drop down. I am bidding some more here at O's, and then I'm bidding at 80s, and then that's the bottom. So if we can get some out at O's, which is coming in right now. Did I just get that, Phil? Yes, I did. All right, and then now we'll wait for a break and then back into 80 for the low there on Tesla. And then unfortunately for all you Tesla bulls out there, I was with you, man. I was with you, man. We were pounding the table there for Elon, and then we got switched up a little bit. So now my stop is just going to be the 50-period moving average, which is 276 right now. So let's just calm down a little bit. We've only got out of 10% or so. So we're looking for a little bit of a downside push here on Tesla. Hopefully that can come up as well. Yeah, Erie Pages, I have no idea what we're doing with everything in the back. I think we're trying to look for a wholesaler or something to get rid of the stuff. We have desks, chairs,
That's a great question.
computers, monitors, monitor stands, and all of that. So we'll let you know if there's going to be some sort of a
can't see
a
why
giveaway
not.
or something like that. We would. I don't think we would charge anybody for anything, but we would definitely look to do some sort of a giveaway.
Saves having to dispose it. I mean,
That would be fun. Well, I think that the equipment's good enough that we'll be able to find someone
yeah, I think you will find
that
somebody.
wants to buy it.
Sometimes
That
you
can
used to be
help
able
pay
to-
for Joey options over
You
there.
used to be able to give it to schools, but nowadays, that was back in the day when you used to really be able to do that. But
Yeah.
that's how we furnished our first office, actually. It was when the head office got some new stuff, and then we got a bunch of, which was great for us. We got a bunch of chairs for pretty much next to nothing. Look, we finally broke trend, not on Palantir, because that would be bad, because Palantir is in an uptrend, but AMD in front of 98. Here, there's yesterday's low, sorry, aftermarket low, there's yesterday's low, so right now playing off of yesterday's low. It broke the trend line with 3 points, so I'm into it, to the low of the day. Palantir obviously much stronger than AMD, but we wanted to take shots at AMD in front of 98. So every mean revert, I give to the bottom. Just wanted to be able to show, you got to show the winners and the losers every time here. Palantir breaks trend, that's going to be another long, I think, at VWAP. But here on AMD, after that trend break, it has to now get to yesterday's low. So AMD continues to head lower and look incredibly weak. PLTR and Uber, they're staying on trend to the upside. So ever since we broke out 110 on Palantir, it's just been holding this trend line. So dips on the trend, play into the high of the day. The next stop, I mean, logically would mean like the open price at 113 where it faded at the open. That makes a lot of sense here for Palantir. So I think we have a good chance to get there. Let's go to Adara. Oh, Apple's turning. Let's go to Adara, small cap recap, but maybe I get my Apple short finally.
Same thing in Apple, I'll let you guys know. It's also worth noting GPUS just started running again. Here's IWM, rounded top, that's for sure. We have this nice push up post-market with the entire market as we did get the news of tariff talks between the Trump administration and China. We get this rounded top as of right now, still up on the day, but certainly removed from those highs of last night. Asset entities currently halted, but this one on watch here, it's run in the past 12.5 million share float, and now seeing a merger with Strive Asset Management to become the first publicly traded asset management Bitcoin treasury company. So interesting distinction here for ASST. I'm still not seeing anything on Apple here, just checking the feed. Here is NTCL. This is Net Class Technology. No news, 3 million share float. It's a Chinese ADR. This is not a small cap, but I did want to provide a story here on CrowdStrike. We were talking about this one dropping pre-market. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing this headline come out at 9:36 a.m. So it looks like apparently they announced it internally yesterday, which might be the reason for the drop. But regardless, CrowdStrike releasing around 9:36 a.m. this press release about their strategic plan, which involves cutting 5% of its workforce, incurring up to $53 million in restructuring charges, but they're still going to be hiring in key growth areas. So interesting strategic plan reveal from CRWD. Also worth noting, Scott Bessent talking right now here. He is doing his annual testimony for the Congressional Committee. I will let you guys know if anything of note is said there. Right now, it's just opening remarks from everyone. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, because they don't report for another month.
CrowdStrike, yeah, Pan W.
I just double checked. Palo Alto, I'm not sure.
Probably first.
Yeah,
Palo Alto already
probably
reported?
first.
No.
I don't think they reported yet.
We'll have to look. We'll have to look at our weekly calendar again. I don't think Pan W was on there.
No, I feel like that's one that I would remember.
Come on,
as
Tesla.
Well. I mean, come on, everything.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's really moving.
So
honestly.
check out the NASDAQ right now.
I was thinking about going long the NASDAQ.
Like, look at it's all green candles, and the ES. Look, the ES is the same thing. I'm just showing you guys the NASDAQ. You're at the volume weighted average price. It's not a huge move. It's very much still inside, but it's overnight lows turning into resistance here on the market. So if we're gonna roll over, like that's why I was sort of saying maybe this is the shot at Apple. No, Apple isn't at 200 to 201. That was the short level yesterday. Like you were waiting for it to get to $200 and fail 200. So didn't take it when it was up here because it didn't get to 201. But every other time at 200, it was basically the gift that kept on giving. So I don't know if we get a shot at that unless it bounces off VWAP and the market starts going. But if we lose the volume weighted average price, I think I finally get into this Apple short. Palantir staying on trend. Uber still incredibly strong. Maybe shouldn't have sold it at the volume weighted average price, but that's usually the plan. It's consolidating above 84, which is usually like a bull flag like this breaks, you get all the way down to VWAP. If it holds, fill in the gap to the all-time high. Well, the real high is like 86 something here, 86 and a half. So those wicks doesn't really matter. In the open market, we haven't gotten to 86, 86 half. So I think that's where you can get to. But something's got to give. Either you break this channel down and we wait for VWAP, or you break that channel up and you join the long into the 86 level. So Palantir holding for it. Apple, no short yet. Even though the market's curling, we'll be very patient. Allow it to make its move either into 200 or underneath this 198.80.
Yeah, look, I don't know exactly what's happening here in this market today, but you know, we do have some decent plays that we put on so far, and now we have Tesla into the short. Great, I didn't even realize you had that great look there on Uber long off that $80 level. That was a key one. You got to wait for those levels to come in, man. When they do, they're pretty nice. Like, I did want to look at Starbucks again as well. Okay, so down to $82. Not much going on. We've been getting out of some NVIDIA. We do have our plan of Tesla. If it breaks 276, we'll lose on the way up and we'll lose on the way down, apparently, there for that. But when a stock doesn't act, and I was looking at Starbucks because it looks like it wants to break that low right there. So, you know, if it does break it, watch out for, I think you can probably get long on 82. The people will panic, sell this right back into that low from yesterday. And then that's where you sit around and think about at least buying some Starbucks down here in and around $82. So if we do break below that 82.30, we do come into 82, and then that would be a dip buy opportunity. I think you could get some pressure relieved off of this stock once that level is finally broken. People will punch out, and then it'll come back into 82. And then even if it comes in here like on a move, absolutely tanking or something, then you can watch out for this 81.90, 81.80 or so level. Okay, last shot here. I guess we'll be red on Tesla after all, but we're short right now at 274.95 right there, trying to give this $1 up to 276. And if it breaks 276 on Tesla, then yeah, man, like we got out there. There's some takes. We should be long there, but back up to the 200 period moving average. Obviously, the futures are starting to bust, so it's good for NVIDIA, bad right now for our Tesla trade. But we're going to give this up to 276 and see if some magic can happen up there. Maybe a reversal like we've already seen right there. Maybe we get a move like that. But yeah, right now out of the money right here, 50 cents on Tesla. Let's wait to see where it goes. But yeah, I do not trade Spotify. We can look at a bunch of different names.
Always can look at a bunch of different names. And a place that you can also do that in trade is over with Trade the Pool. And traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big recently. We're talking about 5,300, $15,200, $36K, even $29,940 on one trade. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. At that point, you trade real shares, not CFDs, and you can use up to $200,000 in company capital, where you keep 70% of the profits. No margin calls, no account blowups, so you can scan that QR code you see in front of you, get 10% off, and start your trading journey over at Trade the Pool. Link should also be in the description as well. So shout out to Trade the Pool. And a big shout out to Dylan Waltman for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. No message, just sending some love. I saw someone say kangaroo market, and then ASST halted again. Someone said the count is now at 10. I used to have a halt scanner that gave me the number of halts. This one that I use now doesn't. But yeah, sure, it looks like it could be that many. I have no idea. It's halted on 115. Oh, that's why, because it's so cheap. Yeah, it's not having to move very much for these halts. Why is it halting? I guess that's 10%. Yeah, those are 10% candles. Yeah, it makes sense. So halted, the tap is 245. I mean, it's actually not even moving that much at the top. It's a bull flag. This halt. That's a very tricky trade. It's kind of frustrating. It should be a wider band for a $2 stock than that, but whatever. We don't make those decisions. Upward trend looks really good. Really tricky to trade that bull flag when it's going into a halt every 2 seconds. It's kind of stupid, actually. So at AMD, bottoming tail wick at that $98 level, it actually, when he broke that trend and I got out before, it then holds the trend line the other way, which is usually a bit of a good sign. So when it broke back above, I took the prior bar break as well, and then was able to get something on a dip. The average price is actually 42, and we'll see if we can give it to at least this prior bar close at 98, but I think this can get us to the volume weighted average price. I'm gonna look for a place to be able to add as well on AMD. There's news here, because there was a 13F filing by Amazon invested in advanced micro.
AMD's down to $98?
Yeah, it got to that 98. So Amazon with a 13D investing in AMD. And usually it's like, yeah, you think Amazon invests in AMD, that would get AMD to go to the upside. Amazon doesn't have a red candle. Okay, it's got one red candle since VWAP. Are we counting that one at 10 o'clock? I'm not, because that's a bullish candle. Like, that's the only red candle is a bullish candle on Amazon. 3% to the upside. Amazon's just a winner.
Yeah, we should have... Tesla's at that 276 level that we had written down before. Looks like it wants to break higher, and then we'll get stopped out. That sucks, because we lost on the way up and on the way down of Amazon, but we stay into Tesla, but we do stay into our NVIDIA, which is trying to break a little bit higher. These are the numbers from here at Real Trading from yesterday. So and these are the markets they traded. So we don't get any European markets or anything. That's crazy that Tesla's going now. NASDAQ 14. Amex 12, Canada. So shout out to someone trading the TSX right there yesterday. Amex. So again, probably some ETF trading there happening, probably algo-based. NASDAQ again in New York. Amex one more time again. So these are the top traders here at Real Trading and the markets that they had traded. And I'm not going to be on that list so far today, as we have another out right there on Tesla, as again, like stopped out right there on the break of that low. Then it goes down another $1 or so, and then it rips right back up through VWAP again. The move that we were waiting for this whole time does not happen when we're long, but now that the market's breaking, of course, it does have that top side move. So there it goes, man. Looks like Tesla wants to cook a little bit more right now. I mean, getting into some of these levels, that's 277 right now. So there could be a short as it's running into a little bit of resistance, but we've kind of broken through it already. So to be back and forth with Tesla, okay, you're at that level right now. Let's put on something right now and see if we can get it. Trying to get a 58, we just miss it. Oh, well, here, I'm not even on the screen. Here, let's put it back on right there. As you can see, there we go. I did punch a little bit short there at 50s. So now we'll wait to see what's going on, as we are at a little bit of a level. Breaking through 277, we can get out of this one, no problem, on TSLA. But that's kind of what we're looking for right there. The 200 periods at 277.50, which would be the day's high. So right now, just battling some demons here with TSLA back and forth and around again. So, again, not using too many shares. We sort of did sense that there was something up with it, but still up on the day with the market up. So here goes Tesla, now above 276. Let's see if 277 wants to hold. But hey, there's been trades here for the bulls and the bears. I've just been riding each of them at the wrong time. So we made money early, but just lost it right there on Tesla. So
it's a weird market, man. Someone just said in the chat, why is Palantir going down? Well, I know it broke trend, and I didn't move my stop. So there's the trend line I was working off of, and I had my stop under here. But obviously, I don't have automated stops on the trend line that I'm working with, so I have to move it manually. That's on me, because that's an extra like 25 to 27 cents worth of slippage on that, which stinks. But let's see if we can get back to VWAP and hold. And I maintain this can break VWAP, and I still like it down to 109.5 or so for another salvo. So either it bounces VWAP or we wait for it to get under VWAP to that prior day high. AMD is making a reversion. We already talked about that one. Let's go to Adara. Time for a crypto update. Bitcoin, by the way, is doing just fine.
Oh, yeah, 97.5.
Doing just fine.
We also got crude oil inventories. Those came in negative 2.032 million versus negative 1.859 million expected. Here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is looking great here. Bit of a bull flag from this low, this double bottom around high 74,000s that we made in early April. We get this push to the upside. Now we get a second push to the upside here that we kind of started with some consolidation in late April. We look like we're trying to take out this 98,000 level, which has certainly been recent resistance. Of course, then after 98,000, 100K would be the next goal. This is somehow these other crypto names are doing. Ethereum up basically the same amount as Bitcoin, back above 1,800. XRP, BNB, Solana, all up marginally as well. Dogecoin and Cardano both up almost 4%. So some of these altcoins basically doing around the same as Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's a trend we've seen basically all week, where they'll all perform in tandem. If Bitcoin or Ethereum's doing well, we'll see Doge or Cardano performing similarly. If they're doing badly, they'll match that as well. Back to you.
Robinhood, I don't know. Tesla's Nvidia's at the highs.
Robinhood, no way it did the same pattern as yesterday. So Robinhood did do the same pattern as yesterday. Not the same price, but the same pattern as yesterday, where it initial dip at the open and then breaks that dip and then does the reversion. So it breaks the low that it set at the open, kind of trap people short, and then just starts flying high. Robinhood's it's a beast. I was trying to come up with something even better than a beast. It's literally just trapping shorts every single day and then flying. Wait till it breaks out this top. Then you'll see what's up above the 50. The other thing, I talked about this, and Brian Shannon got me on this one, and I'm sticking with it from now on. You like swings better in a general sense if it has the upward sloping 200-period moving average. I'm sooner to take profit on anything that's a swing if it's downward sloping, but if it's upward sloping, I like it a little bit better. And Robinhood, if it breaks that consolidation, it's got an upward sloping 200-period moving average. And a lot of people say it's the next thing to go into the S&P. We had that yesterday. We were asking people, what do you think is going to go in next? I think, and it's unscientific because we didn't do a poll, but it was at least 80 to 90% of the answers we got were Robinhood. So why not? Everyone was right about Palantir. Why not about Robinhood?
Yeah, exactly.
Although Coinbase makes a lot. I kind of posited that Coinbase.
Yeah, what was it? DoorDash was one of the last ones there. There's a couple different things there. Yeah, I do like Palantir off VWAP. Someone in the chat just mentioned it there again. I was trying to see what this market wanted to do because you're approaching 20K again on the NASDAQ. So that's an interesting level to think about. There's 20K right there. So we do have that top action of 20 and then the move down right now off of there. So we're not quite there yet. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening now with the NASDAQ and 20,000. And that's going to, I think, affect Palantir, right? I mean, if the NASDAQ does drop down a little bit, this name obviously crushed yesterday. But, to be at 110, we're not too far away from anything that we're comfortable with here on Palantir, okay? We're back short Tesla against 277. We did talk about that. There is a little bit of size right now trying to push NVIDIA down just a little bit, but I'm not too concerned too much about size as it's been 30. Okay, here it goes. I'll get a little bit more out here. I'll punch out some now at 55 and then see what winds up happening with NVIDIA. If the market pulls back, that'd be good for us because we are short, obviously, here on Tesla. But there's NVIDIA. Let's take some more out. It comes right up to the 200 period. I mean, this is where we're long. So we've got a good trade. This is the only trade that we've had on, and we did do a good job holding it all the way back up. We now have about 20% left on this name. So waiting to see if we get there. We just got some more outs at 60. As this market looks like it wants to just buy dips, right? And so we have to be a little bit more aggressive getting out of our Tesla because we've kind of been bad on it so far there today. So we'll get some out at 50s if it does come back down. We're short 50 cents now on this play, but it doesn't look like it wants to break too much lower. So if it does, good on us. If it doesn't, we've been cashing some out right now, just licking the wounds on some of this Tesla short. That really hasn't been good yet. So we'll see if we do get a fall back in. 276 is VWAP. That's the level that, again, we wrote down 276 long. So the fact it's at 277, I mean, it's pick and choose because we already gone down to 274. So that 276 I had to get out of, and we did right there, 275.50. Then we went short, which wound up losing. So now we'll wait to see where that wants to go. NVIDIA still at highs. And then Disney, man, Disney was a missed opportunity once again because it comes right into VWAP, right into a level that we liked. We talked about that, and we were waiting at $100.15. So we don't quite get the Disney long that we were looking for. But Adara's got something else for us.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Back to you.
Anything anyway.
Shout out to eSignal. I can tell you right now, what do you think of the highest on the trade rate? And it's nobody's gonna guess wrong. It's Palantir, it's NVIDIA, it's Apple, Q's, Tesla, MSTR. Okay, so there's one name on there.
I saw HIMS.
Where's HIMS?
It was up there for mine. It's third right now.
What?
On my trade rate.
Oh, it's not on, you know what, the settings aren't always exactly the same.
HIMS.
Yeah, I see.
$52 for HIMS right now.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I don't know why. I'm going to check the settings on that because yesterday there was a point at which it wasn't the same time of day where I was like, HIMS is going crazy. Why is it that low on my trade rate?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious about that. But the mean reversion ran into a bit of a hiccup there for AMD at, instead of VWAP, the pre-market low. So that was a prior support level, and then it ran into the hiccup there. Yeah, like the futures stalled out at the pre-market low as well, so I jump out of the trade. If it's a downward trend, I want to jump out when the getting is good. I think that's one thing when you're fighting the trend on a stock. Like AMD, I can like it all I want at the 98 level, but what they've told us is we don't care that you had a good quarter. We've failed the high, and you're actually trending down from the open. So you take the pot shot, and when the buying starts to run out, the getting is good. I mean, Palantir showed us that yesterday, that you wanted to make sure you scalped your longs, and when it started to slow down, get on out. Let's go back in. It just held VWAP.
Tesla again.
Like it just held the volume-weighted average price after this bottoming tail wick. I'm like, okay, that looks like a good entry for Palantir, but I don't want to be holding long all the way back into the prior resistance, like this 109.5. That's a full dollar away. I'm not going to give it that much room. If it closes under VWAP or breaks that low, I'm jumping out. Got to try to follow the rules. We talked about this one giving you hopefully just one shot. And I'm still not in an Apple short, believe it or not, but I'll get to that in a second. But if we lose that stop, then the VWAP trade on Palantir is going to be an abject fail. And Apple it's threatening to break the volume-weighted average price. I'm getting pretty close to trying to just put this one on in front of this level, which is the pre-market low, just like what AMD did. But I still want the VWAP break here on AAPL. I haven't shorted it once. This is the one thing we shorted over and over again yesterday. Weird. Sometimes it's like that.
Guys, for all my Tesla traders, this thing's not going down, honestly. I keep on, like, I'm taking like 30 cents. I'm getting out at 70s every time.
Yeah,
and my 60 is not breaking. Like, it's not, Right there, I just got another 70 as it was going down, and someone bought this thing right back up. So I canceled my 60s now. If this thing's someone's gonna have to let this bid go. I don't know what's happening right here, but there's a severe buy. I mean, the market's also bouncing, but it's not dropping through 70, and every time it does, it just gets bought up. So definitely alert, alert, alert for Tesla shorts right now. Just letting you guys know. I'm going to give this to basically 277.50, but there's a buyer right now, and until they leave, I don't think anything's going to happen right now with Tesla. So I just took some more outs at 70. I was trying to hold a lot more of this. I'm still in 60% of it, but it hasn't been a good trade for Tesla for me today. And right now it's holding that bid and I'm short. So not a good look right now for that name, but just being honest. I mean, I was going short. I thought the short could come in there, and it just over and over again. And this is why we sit there and try to read that tape. You know, like if you're just going to sit here and watch for levels, fine. But it's also just keeps getting bought up. Let's watch it again. It just happened again. It came to 270 and got bought right back up again. There it is. So that's trying to break lower, right? Okay, this is the first time it's actually not gotten directly bought right back up. I just put a bid at 50 and then it spiked like as soon
That's an algo for
as
sure.
soon as I hit my bid. But okay, so here it comes back in. We're still going to bid down here right now. It looks like it may not. All right, well, we did get a 65 fill. Now I'm waiting for 55s. Hopefully, there it comes. All right. Here we go. Now we go to the downside. They're finally a little bit of a break, so we need the futures to go with it. And so far, so good. But there's the resistance again. Oh, man, the resistance is strong with this one. All right, it's 1040 right now. I just took some more bids at 50.
It's the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah, it might be the Rebel Alliance. Yeah, exactly. Or not. 276.25, my next bid right now. Let's hope we can get down there and turn this frown upside down. Adara.
We're going to talk here about the sector map, but I do want to mention currently U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is getting grilled pretty hard during this annual congressional hearing with regards to the status of trade negotiations, specifically trade negotiations with China. He actually declined to comment on which countries that he said the U.S. could be able to reach trade deals with this week. He says that commenting would be detrimental to U.S. interests, and then also said that some trade negotiations are quite advanced, but again, would not specify which countries were involved to what degree, and he would not really comment on the state of the China negotiations, which we know people are really excited about. He's still refusing to answer this question. If I have any more updates, I'll let you know. Let's get on to Sector Watch. Finance incredibly strong here. Berkshire up 1.5%, almost 1.5% here. JP Morgan green. MasterCard green, Morgan Stanley green. Retail trade here being held up mostly by AMZN. Great push to the upside. They announced their Vulcan robot to be used in their warehouses. Electronic technology and technology services both kind of flat here. We have tons of weakness in CrowdStrike after announcing a workforce reduction. Then you've also got some weakness in ADET over in electronic technology on earnings day one. Consumer services has some strength, of course. DIS helping it out here, up 10% in earnings day one. The rest of these sectors kind of mixed today, but finance and retail trade definitely seem to be the strongest here alongside consumer services. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. And right back into that level, here comes Palantir. Couldn't hold on to the volume-weighted average price. Like, ironically, that mean reversion, not that I was looking short on Palantir. I thought all the world, if we get above that seller from yesterday, that you're just going to continue to show strength for the rest of the session. And the market actually still holding up and holding VWAP, it looks like we're going to get a test of that 109 half area. There is one stock that I might get back over to for a potential trend break. It's going to show you SMCI. We had short off the pre-market levels. Remember, they reported.
Reported, yeah.
I'm like, report. No, they've already reported. They gave us the early look, and then their guidance was poor even after we knew everything was going to be bad. So it's got a very nice trend line to the upside. Look, break either way, don't care. You break this kind of a flag, we'll break down, we'll look short, break over, we'll look long. But I'm going to have SMCI up in addition to Palantir. Tremendous volume on Palantir, 39, crossing 40 million any second now. But this is the first real test back at that 109 half area. So this is where we want to try to get some in. It has to do some kind of a trend reversal. Show me a green candle at least off this 109 half level. Or we could finally get into Apple short. I'm still looking at the same names. Apple can't break VWAP. Apple can't give me a short in front of 200. But at some point, rubber hits the road. And, you know, if you're not going up and you have this kind of a gap to the downside, I think you're going to just go back into what has been a downward trend in Apple. The last few days, you've just been trading 200
There we go.
to 197. So when VWAP gets lost, I think you head back to 197 on Apple. If VWAP gets lost. Shouldn't speak that certain.
Awesome.
I mean, as soon as that 276.70 faded out, we did get a little bit of a downside push. So while you guys were speaking with Neil and Adair over there, we did get a 276.25 fill, and then we just got another fill at VWAP at 276.10. So, you know, now we'll wait. I'm at 275.80 and then a little bit lower than that at 275 flat. So I'm just waiting. I always go for a little bit lower on a break lower because we just got our 275 fill. So if we lose VWAP, then we'll see about coming back into here, 275.80. That's the 50-period moving average. So if we can go to the top of the morning to you all the way back down, we like that trade. That is for sure. GPUS, a name that there's a lot of people mentioning here. $7.58. GPUS, again, up 70% today and just absolutely ripping. Shout out to Tisha and everybody else there in the chat who's been mentioning this name as, yeah, nice upside move. And again, holding VWAP. Look how good this VWAP trade has been since we've opened up today, right? I mean, again, a well-traded name, lots of volume coming through with GPUS, and it looks like it does bounce really kindly off of $5 as well. If you look down, that's a weird screen we've got going on right now, boys and girls. But right down, now even weirder, but
Well,
I like
that's
that one. That's the
intense.
best one yet. Let's just keep it at that.
Got a
Hey,
little
Joe, how's it
Joe in
going?
there.
Joe, you doing okay over there, my guy? But maybe I shouldn't have brought this up because the best situation was the first one right now. So we'll wait on that.
psychedelic
But
over there.
yeah, GPUS, we are getting a little psychedelic, but there it is. You know what? No matter what's there, this club still exists. All right.
Uh-oh.
All right, our things are not working. That's okay. But there is $1 right now on Tesla as that falls through 275. So 276, sorry. It does make that move in. And look, we were at 80s. It went to 90s there. So now that we fail off a little bit there, let's put a bid at 18s just because I just pushed bid enter for about 2 or 3%. There it is. So now we'll see if that falls in, which it just did. Now we'll get it going. And now, nope. We'll get Stream Deck up in just a minute. But NVIDIA trying to move. I only have 2 trades today. It's NVIDIA, which is a banger, and Tesla, which we still wait for. Here it comes, 276.20, 275.80 is our next bid. What's up, Adara?
Here, we're going to do money talks, and we're going to do some news here. Scott Bessent, who, as I just mentioned, was continuously pressed to talk about any kind of details on any trade negotiations, specifically with China. Finally, after a long interrogation, he basically said here that the China negotiations are going to start on Saturday. Peter Navarro is not going to be there. So that's just a quick update with regards to trade coming from Scott Bessent, who is the U.S. Treasury Secretary, during his congressional testimony. This is his annual testimony. Let's talk here about the U.S. dollar. Still some higher lows being made here on the DXY, but we're poised to break this uptrend really at any moment. Still in a larger downtrend here on the daily, and we're still below 100 right now, around 99.4s for the DXY. Now, here is the CME Fed Watch tool. I actually zoomed ahead to July because July is the next time we're pricing in any kind of rate cut. Right now for July, 55% of participants are expecting a 25 basis point cut. We actually have 17% expecting a 50 basis point cut coming through in July. But if you go to June, 71% expecting a hold. So completely erasing that initial gain we had with people expecting a cut in June. And then May, of course, 97, almost 98% of participants are not expecting a cut. Also, if you enjoy statistical analysis and Fed Chair Jerome Powell, get ready for a series of infographics coming out later today, looking at the statistical analysis between Fed Chair Jerome Powell's tie colors and the FOMC meetings. There actually, weirdly, is some correlation, so that'll be coming out very soon. Back to you.
Right now, if there's a correlation between his actions and his ties, that ain't lasting very long because someone's gonna someone's gonna see that and be like, there can't be. No, and look, we're not expecting much of anything from them, so you know the drill. We'll come on a little bit earlier, but we're gonna get no change, and then we're gonna play that rubber band action, and then we're gonna look to see what happens when he takes the podium. He's gonna have to talk about the economy and the labor market and tariffs, and those are gonna be the questions that he gets. So still no trend break on SMCI, PLTR. No, I get in that habit. Palantir just held again in front of that. It's not 109.50 yet. 109.75 underneath the volume weighted average price. This was where the seller wall was yesterday. So I want to bounce into here, take some out in front of VWAP, and then let it try to go. But the market is, I think, losing the bid. So SMCI is trend breaking like imminently, and I want to punch the short there. And Apple is also losing trend underneath the volume weighted average price. Apple needs to break 109, 198.80, which will happen any second now. So SMCI trend break hasn't happened yet.
Maybe.
And what? Oh, maybe.
No, yeah, no. Andre was just telling me, man, we got to do our favorite segment of all time, and that is what's for lunch. E-signal. Come on, my guy, man. No one cares about that stuff. Right now, it is all about what is for lunch right now. So 275 and change for Tesla, but what's for lunch today? And if you said chicken, today you got it right. That is what it is today. It's Chipotle glazed chicken, so not bad. We'll see how that goes. I don't know if it's gonna be barbecued or not, but Chipotle glazed chicken with spiced potato wedges. Here we go, Neil. Charred Brussels sprouts with red peppers, and then, of course, a fine chef salad. So what was the pro? Yesterday we had a nice beef dish here.
Yeah,
Kerala beef curry.
Yeah, it was. Well, I actually didn't get a chance to try any of it. We got that mystery turkey stuff.
Oh, we got the mystery turkey. Okay.
Which I call it like
so
spam or whatever.
Didn't miss much. Yeah, the wife and I went out for a nice lunch
you wouldn't like
yesterday.
that.
We found this little bistro, which was really nice in the heart of Mississauga. I had a turkey wrap, so shout out to my good friend
Jealous.
Joseph over there.
We didn't eat that well yesterday with the salad.
Yeah.
But no, I don't like.
There goes
Brussels sprouts.
Tesla to the downside.
This is the kind of market it is. Just quickly for a second, Apple broke VWAP. What was weird is right when you were like, I forget what you said, but Apple broke at the minute you said it, and we broke that VWAP right down into 198.25. But at the same moment that we broke down,
What?
Palantir broke up at the same moment. So we got the dip, it's going into VWAP, we break VWAP, next out in front of 111.
Exactly.
So the short works and the long works simultaneously. It's just been a weird market like that. Let's go back to Dara.
All right, but first, before we go to Adara, we are going to go for the #1 best place to find odds on no matter what you're doing. There's unbelievable and unbeatable odds on the biggest games right now. Switch over to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays. Come alive. Experience total control at every step. ProfitX, sports playing reimagined. Traders, please use code TRADERTV to sign up and get 2% cash back. But as we do that, baby, there goes the market right now. And there's a big winner. That's a $2 win right now on Tesla. So we wait, we're patient, we get it back. There goes Tesla. Nice move to the downside. Let's go. There's something breaking.
Google is down 2% and flushing right now.
Yeah, the whole market is tanking
Something
too.
happening specific to Alphabet here. Let's go to Adara.
Go then.
This is the story here I was trying to talk about. We do have GeoOGL on watch. I am not seeing any news site attributing this story, but basically, reportedly, Apple considering adding AI search to its browser. That's what's happening here for GeoOGL to the downside. Again, not seeing any source for this story. You're not seeing what news reporter initially broke it, but Apple reportedly considering adding AI search to its browser. GeoOGL sharply to the downside here, continuing to be at days lows. GeoOGL, back to you.
All right, so there it is, Google. But we take advantage of that, of course, and run them things to the downside right now for Tesla. So we just take a 274.50. That's a nice little bid there, being able to get out of that. So there it goes, man. The short finally printing off the 200 period. Just stay patient, stay positive. Thanks, Adara, for that news on Google. And I mean, you always... I know you're stuck right here with Pal. You were just in a short. What was
no, I just punched out of Apple there because it broke VWAP. That's what we wanted to have happen on Apple. But then that's kind of a positive news story for Apple and a negative one for Alphabet. So it held the bid here at 198.26. So I jumped out of it. Alphabet, I know that's bad. And everyone's all concerned about it, but I want to start thinking about where it could catch a bid. And my first thought is 155. I don't know if we can get down there, but 155 was just that recent high. You're losing the 50 period. Everyone has been concerned about Alphabet and the challenge to search. And Apple getting it right would be bad for them. Okay, so Palantir also double tapped underneath the volume weighted average price. So we're able to get this last trade will be a winning trade, but looks like it's going to take out that low again. Apple could have been a good hold short, but I literally heard them say that's what the news was and punched out of it. So I punched first and thought later on Apple. I heard Apple adding I was able to take it out for profit. But of course, Apple decides it wants to continue going lower. Like literally, when I hear the word Apple, I punched out.
I mean, the market is tanking, yeah. Yeah, we didn't do well. I mean, you're still in the, oh, you just punched out a Palantir as well. So, yeah, okay. The only short that I have on board right now, of course, I was looking at Google. I've already said that Google is not the play that we all thought it was. I mean, the search is going to be a problem, but let's be honest with you, who in the hell uses Safari anyways? So Apple to the downside right now, they can add whatever they want to the Safari, to their web search. I don't think it's really going to matter that much, but there's the move down 197 and change coming back in. We'll wait to see if Apple can hold some of those levels. But for right now, it's $2 in the money now on Tesla. And we're going to wait to see where that bottom is for that name. We've only had 2 trades today, Tesla and NVIDIA, but we've covered a lot of names for you guys, including this TOVX, was that what it was? Yeah, TOVX, so Thrive Therapeutics, seems to want to be bouncing off of 80 cents. So we talked about this one breaking $1, and that was 20% of a winner. We talked about Uber grabbing that long at 80, and oh boy, what a V-shaped recovery Uber's had today. Boom, boom, right there to the upside for Uber. Let's go, man. We're now $3 in the money as all traders are now uniting together as we watch out and see what's going on with Tesla and the market. The market, look, I mean, I know that's a bad story for Google, but come on, there's something else happening. The NASDAQ right now gets to 20,000, gets within 20 handles of 20,000, and then just falls completely off a cliff on basically no news. Like this news of Google, I mean, is out.
It should
That's
drag
fine,
everything down.
but this just dragged the market real nice, like all the way down to the downside. So again, look at NVIDIA getting pushed down, right? Like if this is a Google story, this is not an NVIDIA one. Maybe we pick up some strength there on NVIDIA, but your boy's gonna stay short for a minute with this Tesla. I think we break a lot lower. I mean, if we get any kind of negative news trade-wise, look, the US, I don't wanna say people are lying, but where's this talk with China? Hopefully it comes soon. If it doesn't, look out below. Next bid right now, let's go to 273.50 or so on Tesla. Right now, there it is, man. It's the banger of the day for me. It's this short right there on TSLA. So boom goes the dynamite there. This name not giving any love right now yet. Back into day's low. There it is. There's the break lower, man. Okay. It is a big one. It is now 1, 2, 3 right now as we go downside there for Tesla, right back into the day's low. Day's high to day's low in just a couple minutes, man. We are all getting downside. What's up, Unique Trading Group, and everybody there in the chat? What's up, Skull, and everybody? Thank you so much. We really appreciate you watching. Neil, all they can do is hit the like and subscribe.
That you can
if you do that, then that's all good.
And you can hit the share. But we also have more breaking news with Adara. Let's keep it coming.
Here's some more details on the Apple Google story. It actually came from Eddie Q, who is the Senior Vice President of Services at Apple. So he's actually an Apple executive. That is the individual who's saying that Apple is considering this AI search engine, which does make it a little bit more of a compelling story as opposed to just a report. He said that, I guess part of this had to do with the fact that Safari search has declined for the first time in April, which he actually apparently lost sleep over, I guess, this potential hit to their revenue sharing deals. I'm just mentioning this because that preempted this reported, or not even reported, confirmed here by Eddie Q, their consideration of adding AI search to Safari. They're considering Perplexity and Anthropic as the options for this AI search. Notably, ChatGPT was not mentioned, nor was OpenAI, by Eddie Q. Again, that is the Senior Vice President of Services at Apple. A little bit more color for this Google Apple story. Back to you.
Yeah, and it's directly terrible for Uber. Sorry, Uber on the brand. I was just about to talk about Uber, so that's why I just said it. You guys know I don't mean Uber. Directly bad for Google. Very quickly, if you look at that move to the market to the downside, Uber is holding up really, really well right now.
Love that.
There's absolutely no dip in Uber with the market, and it's holding above that 84. So. It's not at that 86, which is the prior high, like the 52-week high. So certainly there's a little bit of room to go, and I don't know if we're going to get that vaunted VWAP dip. If this market pullback can't give it to you, I don't know what can. Speaking of the volume-weighted average price, the trend break happened on SMCI, and then the next bar low happened to be a break of VWAP. It just happened to be that. So I'm going to give it to this bar, which is like 31.5 on the reversion short. Palantir is still holding underneath VWAP, so I don't know if it's got the strength in it yet. And yeah, I'll let that one haunt me on Apple. It was probably a bad decision to have gotten out at the time. You know, you hear the headline. It's bouncing off of the overnight lows, which is now a double bottom here on Apple at 197.50. If I was revenge trading, I'd be long off this level, but I'm reminded I only wanted short on Apple today. So if it's going down and I only wanted short and I'm not in it, I'm not going to punch the lows. We'll just wait for a pop and try to get that short back on. So SMCI on a trend break, Apple to the lows, Google flooding to the downside. Pretty much everything except for Uber is pulling back right now.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla right now is $3, but we are now, okay, let's go, man. Wow, Tesla's absolutely falling out, man. This is going to be, now we're $350 now in the money. And the only thing I'm going to be doing is reloading NVIDIA. We've been getting some more out on this move down because it's not really going. If we do get more, it'll be at 112 where the players dwell. Thank you so much, man. I'm so glad to be leaving you guys here with these big trades on board. You know, hopefully you guys have had a great morning. Thank you so much for watching. Good trading today, Neil. I mean, you know, we always wish we had, you know, bigger, but it's still fine. Yeah, today was Uber's a monster there.
That stock is like
Tesla's been a little difficult, but we're
bulletproof. That stock right now.
Yeah, I'm loving Uber, man. We talked about that for a minute. So, all right, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys at 2 o'clock for Fed.
Maybe a little bit. I think
we'll probably be 150, 145.
I think we'll come back.
Yeah. But for now, wow, the Tesla is absolutely tanking. Get those shorts all fired up. All right, Sharif, go get them. Let's go, guys. Sharif and Joe, see ya. Wow.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Welcome to the Midday Show. Lots of bangers today to talk about. Guys, the market is moving. So let's keep an eye on it. I'm already in a position. I'm long EOSE at 43s. We wet the beak multiple times there to the north side, but we'll get to all these trades in a second. Gonna welcome back the OG Darwin, dancing up a storm. Shout out to Juan Padilla. Let's see some new games. Get it, Tisha. I see you. Who else? We got Bonjamon. We got Miguel. We got Zla. All right. We got Zla. We got Nomo, Hytham, Jenny, Ula. Sorry, Jenny, I probably butchered your last name. G-Talk, 5150. Michael, dollar cost average. We got Dino. We got Damo, Trevor Adams, Felipe, Pop Rock, like that. All right. We got Blue Arrow, one of the OGs. Shout out to the other OG, Other Zinc, and Sir Poopy Paper Hands. Nephew with a capital P, couple of OGs there. We got Brendan Harriman. Oh. First time I think I'm saying your name, Brendan. The Piper Dip Sniffer. Can't do that. Hoylong Lai. We got Zimbabwe, Craig Schaller. What's going on, Joseph? Anything important?
I accidentally punched Uber short. No, that's okay. Continue.
All right, big match, key money. We're going to talk about Arsenal versus Paris Saint-Germain today in a second, but Adara has something for us at the big desk.
I do. So AAPL is down pretty harshly. People were wondering why it was down after that story. And again, just to clarify, Google dropped after Eddie Q, who is the Senior Vice President of Services at Apple, said that Apple is considering implementing some AI for its search function. But he also said that apparently searches in Safari browser declined for the first time ever in April. That was also said by Eddie Q. Not a great story for Apple, but there's another potentially negative headline for Apple I want to talk about. Wall Street Journal reporting that tariffs could cause laptop and phone prices to increase by more than 30%. According to forecasts. Also, potentially good look for Apple's revenue, but maybe not as good on the consumer side. Regardless of how you interpret it, AAPL dropping to the downside at day's lows. Wall Street Journal showing a forecast of 30% increases or more for laptop and phone prices as a result of tariffs. Back to you.
Thank you for that. We got Rogue, Pizza Rat. Keep going, baby. We got Aaron, Python Skeleton, Cyber One. How about Dr. Shuttle and Dr. Shuttle Show? Tavoris, I completely butchered your name. Shout out to Tavoris, Adam. We got Charlie Kine, Card, Mind Elevation. Okay, I know what you guys do, Mr. Mind Elevation. Morris, Sunny, Cash Bar, Buster Stacks. I love all these names, man. Live, Love, Sale. I think I read that one before. It's Moco. Not It's Moto. It's Moco. Who else? We got Rogue, Bot Yacht Club, Mike, Zavi, Jeff X something or another, and Drew Looney. Shout out to everybody, guys, in the chat today. Thank you for joining Joseph and I on the Midday Show. Joseph, it's already been a morning.
It's been a morning, guys, and I like this. What was it? Go Long Here. I like that name, so shout out to Go Long Here. All right, guys, let's see what we got cooking up today. I was writing in the chat. Let's go IBIT, and we put on some decent trades on this one here, guys. So let's break these trades down here really quick, because you know how my style is. Entry 1, we get stopped out. Entry number 2, bang, bang, bang. We're like, we're more than double this size right here. But then I only take about 25% off right here, guys. And then I got stopped out, unfortunately, for a small loss, because I still have 75% of the position there. But nice move. I should have took some off, should have, could have, would have. Anyways, we be patient, and we get right back in, and we make this position larger than both of these combined. So there you go, entry, and then with that add, and then we just piece it out all the way up there. And then eventually I got stopped out, break even. That was like 10%, 10, 15% there. And then I tried one more time on these bottoming signals here on the 1 minute. Let me pull these out for you guys. You might be able to see them a little bit more clear. Off these bottoming signals right here on the 1 minute, I'm like, okay, let's see if we can grab another long off this base and then get it moved back towards the volume weighted average price. And we didn't get that, but still nicely green on the session just due to these this one trade here in particular there, guys. I'm not going to take any more attempts on IBIT, but I also by accidentally punched into Uber. I was like, oops, yeah. I'm like, oh no, that's when I was like, oh no. So I just got out right away anyway. So there it is, a nice little scalp on Uber, even though it wasn't intentional, just full disclosure. I was like, oh, I meant to type it into my IBIT level 2, and then I had the Uber level 2 right beside me, and I actually punched it into that. Wasn't really paying too much attention, but there we go. That was the look there on IBIT, still trading nice. I was waiting for 55.50 to be honest with you, but we do have some open interest at that specific strike, and then all it needs is just a little spark, and then you can see from a flame standpoint, we just ignite to the downside there, Sharif, in the likes of Bitcoin and Google. So there you go. We're getting some breakdown in some of these tech names.
Yeah, man, absolutely. All right, we're involved in a couple of small gappers to start the day. Let's talk with the first one that we've got prints on, EOSE. Tisha, I see it, man. I see ASST. We're going to talk about that in a second. This one was a volume-weighted average price retracement. I got in at 43s. I was able to wet the beak all the way up into 55s. Alas, we've been hanging out here for a while at VWAP, so it feels like this one might be kind of possibly losing the bid. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to mute Gmail today because it's just ringing off the hook here, Joseph. All right, so EOSE, keeping my eye on this one. I've moved my stop from the high 20s to the low 30s, trying to lock in the profits now that the beak's been wet a few times, but break even currently on it. This one is a new trade. GPUS, also a VWAP retracement overlapping with that whole dollar level at $7, up 48%. 49%, give or take. This is, again, going to be a VWAP trade. Not trying to give this too much room because it's got a big V-shaped or upside down V, kind of a Christmas tree retracement all the way down into that $7 area after making a high day of 856. There we go. Now we're taking out all the levels right there. There we go. We're getting prints bigly here. Shout out to my man, the orange one. All right, here we go. We're taking 18s out. Boom, 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 boom. All the levels just got printed there. Okay, we got 06s on. We're going to wet the beak a little bit more here if it can move up into the high 20s. Just don't want to take out too much too quickly. There we go. We'll set up one in the high 20s, and then we're also going to set up in the mid 30s. We'll hang out there. So GPUS continuing to go over 50% now. Again, very, simple impetus for getting me into this trade, a retracement into a key area of what I perceive to be an area of technical support, aka the volume weighted average price. So we'll do it live here. There we go. We just took out another order. There's the other order. Look at this thing go, bro. All right. Now we're going to set up. You know where I'm going to set up. All right. So I don't even have to tell you guys. If I have to tell you, I'm going to get annoyed. All right. 760. $1.69 now we're setting up on GPUS. Here comes the half dollar. Now we're getting tape teleportation. Look at how that tape is moving. It's moving crazy. Once it was like a minute ago, it was dormant. It was super calm. Everything was fine in GPUS world. Now all hell's breaking loose at the top side, and I couldn't be more pleased. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I will be an adder of this one if we do break above that $8 level. I perceive the actual resistance level on the day to be $8, despite the fact that we've wicked up above that. So if we get a big boy breakout above that $8 level, it's going to be a breakout trade rather than a support and resistance trade off a key technical area. So that's what I'm looking at right now. GPUS. Do you have anything to mention before I look at all the small caps?
Yeah. Real quick,
ahead.
let me touch on to something here, my friend. Okay, so Apple's continuing to bleed. We can look for these turnaround signals in some of these tech names, but if this big name continues to move to the downside, we might not get that follow through on these bounces. But one thing that I want to note here, guys, just from a trade management, I know we talk a lot about risk management, but then once we're in the trade, what are we doing? And this is exactly what I want to touch on right here, is just following and listening to what the market is telling us, all right? So, again, on this third entry, second entry worked out. Actually, no, I guess we can classify it me going over 2 here because I was heavy and I only took 25% off, and then I took a small loss right here because it slipped me and I had 75% of my position. But on this one, basic TA here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
What I did here essentially is I just drew my trend line. And that's what I was working with. And then as soon as we cracked it to the downside, I took off a little bit more than half of what I had remaining. And then you can see right on the backside of this trend, boom, we get that flush to the downside. So just basic TA there, guys, listening to what the market's telling us and then getting out and leaving. Like I said, I had 10, 15% as a runner, and that's it. We didn't get that move. We get stopped out break even, but we had the majority of our position taken off right here. We were piecing out small here, about 25% with the remains of that, aiming for 55.50. But then as soon as we cracked that uptrend line and ended up on the backside of the trend, that's when I listened to myself. I said, hey, we need to get the majority of this out. And that's exactly what we did. And taking this small little 10, 15% break even stop did nothing to our P&L, essentially, Sharif.
All right. Sounds good. I don't know, Piper, brother, you're the only one complaining about the size of the level 2. I mean, Joseph's is like exponentially smaller than mine. So I don't know what you're complaining about, brother. I mean, if you need to zoom in, maybe it's the color combination, Joseph, that blue on black that's bugging him. Possibly I can change the color for you, but you've complained about it before. If it's the color, I don't mind changing it, guys. If you're in the chat right now, let me know. Is my level 2, which is the blue area on my screen there, is it tough to see? Just tell me straight up, because I have no problem, obviously, changing it for you guys to make sure that everything is kosher on that level. I'm talking about this area right here. So yeah, so that's Joseph's on the right, mine on the left. I think Joseph has a smaller font, but maybe he has a better contrast there.
Yeah,
he's got the black on the gray.
Yeah,
you know
my gradient's slightly.
Your gradient, eh?
Gradient.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
like
guy's
the
getting all right.
gradient,
Okay,
yeah.
Let's see what everyone's saying. Unreadable. Yeah, nope, yes, not really. It's tough to see. Bull. Tough to see. Cry me a river, says Dewey. Come on, Dewey. It's fine, says Damien. Juan Padilla says yeah. Bob says no. Exile him. I will. Lord who? Lord Autismo. The color can be a little tough, but you're the trader. Do what works for you, brother. We're doing a show. Thank you for being kind and respectful like that. But we're trying to, obviously make sure everybody is involved with us. So I don't mind changing it to a better color combination. Give me some time. I'll get that done for you. Piper's causing all sorts of ruckus.
I don't even see a size, to be honest with you. I don't know if I can.
Yeah. I know how to do it. But that's fine. All right, guys, what else we got here? There's no issue. People just have nothing else to complain about, says Pug Life. Okay, all right. SF Day Trader. It's not that easy to see, but not too important in my opinion, because people should have their own level 2s real time. I know, brother, I know, but we're doing a show, right? So we want everybody happy. Thank you for the response there, Chad. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna make the necessary changes. I don't think it really is gonna take too much effort from that. All right, guys, GPUS. We're out here at 58. Now this is a topping tail candle that actually showed up on both my charts. both my platform and P Pro 8. But I had an order waiting at 69s that didn't fill, despite the fact that this wicked up to 92. So that has me feeling likely a dark pool print. Kind of confused by that because my platform doesn't really show the dark pool, so not really sure what to make of that. People are yelling about bull as well. Let me have a look at BULL, see what's kosher with that. Yeah, it's okay. It's not the best looking one on the day. Here it is. I see you, Gorev. It kind of looks like a bull flag, brother. What I don't like about the bull chart right now is that you had like a lot of respect for VWAP, but then you had this specialist breakdown, likely to get everybody out before we move up a longer merry way. If it happens twice, it might happen once or twice, and then OB thrice. No, what I mean to say is if a stock is a repeat offender with false breakouts and specialist breakdowns and breakouts, then it likely will repeat because there's certain algorithm that's using that strategy or parameter to get everybody out. So I am kind of concerned about that on bull. A very respectful bull flag. Then you have all hell break loose from that 1690 all the way down to 1550. Quick as you like, though. We move back up. And that's kind of how you know it was a liquidity grab or what they call a specialist breakdown to get everybody out, everybody stop triggers, and then they buy it at the most advantageous price. Lo and behold, all of a sudden, we're right back to where we were. So if it does it once, it might do it again. That's been my observation. I'll keep bull on the side chart because it's kind of light today, to be honest with you guys, for small caps. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. Here's what I'm looking at though, Joseph. Let's bring in the trusty 8 over here. We got some decent ones. NTCL. This one's kind of given up everything over here. So it was halted when I started. This one's going to lose its spot likely on the side chart. GPUS, that's the one we just executed on. A fantastic look. It's a multi-day runner. Goopus, right? Because we saw what it did on Monday. There was a big boy move there on Monday. From the pre-market to the high, Joseph, we were up over 534%. Had an off day yesterday, selling off. Today, though, with that 854 high, we are still below Monday's high of $9. But I'll submit to you that the real level on Monday, mind you, was about 8.5. Look, barely any closing prints above that 8.5. So if we clear that 8.5 and even better 9, Goopus is going to fly. That's how I see it. We got to clear that level first before we even talk about it. So GPUS on watch. ASST, that's the one Tisha was telling me to look at, and rightfully so, Tisha. 254% above the pre-market high, above the volume weighted average price. What else can I ask for? I can ask for more. I can ask for more volume. And for this thing to stay freaking open, it's been halted to no end, right? Halted to the downside right now at 216. I don't know what the top is. Allow me a second to have a look over here. Nope, got to load up a trading screen to do that. Give me 1/2 second. We're going to see what the theoretical auction price is on our friend ASST, and it's right there, 216. So it's the same as the halt level. The theoretical auction price is the same right now as that halt level. Let's do a little TA, though, on ASST. What do we got here? Well, we got a pre-market move right around 8:30. Not surprised there. We know how the pre-market works for these small cap gappers. The news headlines, guys, typically on the hour and on the half an hour. So what you'll usually see these bad boys move is either at the half an hour or at the hour or the top of the hour. And that's exactly what we saw here. 8:30, it gets that price spike up as the algos digest the information, and then higher highs and higher lows. We make a high of 267, as I mentioned. We've cleared the pre-market high and we're above VWAP. But the 10 exponential now pointing down. You changed it?
Yeah.
You're happy about that?
Yeah.
Bravo.
Let's go, man.
All right, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. It's at the 20. That's not really my look. I'm a buyer of this one. Okay, now it's open. Here it is, zigging, zagging, 213, 219. Does it drop down into 2? And if it does it hold up at 2? Why I'm talking about 2 here? Because you have about a 10 penny variance between the volume weighted average price and that psychological area of support. I'm talking about $2. So I always get caught between two minds when that's the situation, when two areas of possible technical support are kind of close to one another. So you can do one of two things here. You can, go all in on one level, $2 or $1.90, or you can get half the shares in at one level and half the other. Obviously, if it goes to one level and not the other and then moves back up, you only got half the position. That's what trading is about. It's about the appropriate compromise. So I'm going to keep my eye here on ASST. I'm likely a buyer at 2 and 190, but it's going to have to set up in the right way. And I do that kind of begrudgingly. I don't like to trade these stocks that keep halting over and over. Let's count how many halts we got on this monster. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 freaking halts. Each one, though, that's the bad news. The good news is they've all been 5 minutes. None of them has been 10. And I'll submit to you, the longer we stay halted, the more the people want to get the hell out of there. So the theoretical auction price typically drops as we're halted down. Now it looks like we're going to halt up. So let's count this as possibly number 15, $2.36, still below that key technical area of 240, Joseph. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Is it halted? Not quite yet. Now it is. Halted to the upside this time.
Good stuff, my brother Mang. Okay, yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the chain here, guys, and why IBIT maybe just rejected that. I mean, it's not a coincidence that we just bounce right off of this level and reject aggressively. So go look at that 56 strike price there if you guys have the ability to. If not, I can show you, you know what I mean? That's what I'll show you. So there you go, 56. Look what that high is, and at 55. So lots of supply within this 1.5 range right here, guys. So there you go. Take a look at that, and then we're going to pull up AMD as well, just so you guys can see.
AMD.
Yeah, AMD. Just so you guys can see, like, hey, this is why I'm not saying it's the 100% reason why we rejected off of those levels, but if you start adding the correlation between some of these call and put walls and then the price action, you're going to notice a lot of difference here. So what was the high of that earnings report? Just below 106. Where do we have the highest amounts of OI on the chain? Just south of that number, and that's going to be 105 with 20,000. And then you can see more of a wall up along these ends there, guys. So
Joseph?
Yes, sir.
Can I just mention an IPO super quick and send it back to you
Absolutely.
for everybody? Guys, Brenrex letting me know there's a new IPO today. We didn't cover this one, but STRZ. That's a new IPO. It did open already earlier. STRZ. It opened up, I believe, at around $9.45, the opening price being $8. It is halted to the upside at $17.84. So it's up bigly. Sorry to interrupt you, Joseph. Just wanted to everyone to know there's an IPO STRZ.
Yeah, nice look there. It's up Clayton bigly for sure. All right, guys, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Take a couple attempts at the same thesis. Bottoming signals on IBIT, and now we're looking to climb higher. I tried it once, but then as soon as it had the inability to construct a new low, I'm like, all right, let's take one more stab at it here. All right, and all I'm risking is a couple of pennies, about 5 cents here. Going to look for about a 2 to 1, so 55.20 right at that volume weighted average price is where we're going to slowly start to piece them out. Now, I want to note that when we just seen that sell-off with that Google and Apple news, and look how strong NVDA held up. That's a positive sign. This is exactly what I want to see. It didn't tank with the rest of the market, and that's going to be a really good sign. That's a solid sign of strength here in this name. And after that AMD, Sharif and Adara reporting last night, and they heard me go, yeah, as soon as I seen that AMD report come out. And I'm like, okay, because that's going to be a positive sign here for this name, and we're sitting on the backside of this channel. So, excuse me, I'm liking that a lot. I'm liking that a lot. We rejected, yeah, it's all right. We rejected that 55.20 pretty aggressively, but I do believe that this tape is relatively strong. So we'll be patient. We're going to wait for that. Actually, yeah, matter of fact, I'll post up right there. Right at that 55.20, just so I can catch that fill if it does hit the bid, and we'll take about 20% off there with that mark right at the volume weighted average price. And I'm waiting for a little bit more of a move here. Pizza Rat and I were talking in the chat. He said 100K by June or July or something along those lines. I'm like, dude, we're $3,000 away from that. That can happen like today or by the end of the week. Sharif, I know you and I were saying 100K by the end of the week. We're definitely in range to hit that target. We're probably just below 97, probably high 96s right now, maybe 96 flat, considering that sell-off. But we were knocking on the door of 97 throughout the morning, and I think we're going to continue to climb here. I mentioned before it's a similar setup to sitting on the backside of the trend with NVDA, and you've seen that from the past couple of weeks, how much we've appreciated in price, and that's a positive sign. I want to see this. We had an extremely long consolidation phase, and then we didn't get that continued move that I was necessarily looking for, and then we topped out, traded within another 10K range, and sold off some more into the mid-70s. But now we're moving back, sitting on the opposite side of that channel, and looking like we want to continue to climb. If we get any form of positive news catalyst, I think that Bitcoin can absolutely skyrocket, as well as NVDA. You get any form of tailwind, Sharif, we're going to see some nice moves here in the market.
Absolutely agree with that. It's going to be really interesting to see how Bitcoin actually trades once we start talking about it again. I mean, the administration, that's kind of what I meant there, because you've been hearing almost nothing from them. Also, David Sachs has been, who's the AI and cryptos are for the new administration. He's been on the all-in the last few times and basically said very, very little on crypto. More AI stuff lately about large language models and the advancements there and the chip restrictions, etc. But very, very little to be heard from David about crypto. So you kind of feel maybe something's brewing there. Now, we were wondering possibly that $1.5 million a plate dinner that took place earlier this week. There could be some crypto pronouncements, got bubkiss from that. So we shall see. All right, guys, in Clover over here, CLOV. This one's putting in a decent move. It's respectful of the 10 EMA, up 15.5%. I'm giving this one very tight room long here at 87s, looking to kind of wet the beak there in the low 90s. We'll see what this one does. Kind of dropping off the volume profile, though. It's kind of weak. I'm giving this one just a couple of pennies to see if we can extract something on this one. So CLOV, kind of a small, slow mover, but a consistent pattern. Let's see if it ends up holding the range on the bull flag that I perceive it to be putting in at the moment. Brendan Franklin, David Sachs, and all-in pod is OG. I happen to really like the all-in pod. I was talking to a couple of people, and maybe they're not very happy that it's become more political, less business. And that is a fact. That's exactly where it's kind of gone to lately, but I don't mind it so much. I like to hear what they have to say. It's just like sitting across from like very, very well-off, very intelligent people who have been successful in life and getting to hear what they have to say for free. So that's all right with me, man. All right, so CLOV, we're doing it over here. We're long 87s. Let's see if this one wants to hold out. Oh, I got into GPUS as well. So that order triggered. So I had a resting order there to take a break of 63s. It did break, and now it's zigging and zagging. We've basically break even on this one, looking to wet the beak there. If this one continues to the high side, likely going to be some resistance at 8. Now, I will give this one a tight stop because I already did well on it. I don't want to give too much back. So it's going to be basically the 10 EMA that's going to get me in or out of the trade. Here we go, moving up into 68s. The tape speeding up again, but unable to shake that seller in the high 60s. You know where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 69s, and then I'm waiting at 82s. Neither have triggered right now. There goes 69. All right, can we zig up a little bit more? Low 70s now on GPUS. Still waiting for a break and take of my 82 level. And then I'm really waiting for a break of 8. I really do feel that 8 is the key level over here. Whether or not we get 8 or a break of 8, we'll have to wait and see. A lot of short selling or profit taking at these levels. Look at the tape really being thickly traded here. That 75 penny area hard to shake. A big seller in and around the mid 70s right now on GPUS. Keeping this one from ascending above that 82 penny level. Here we go. We just showed 80s now on the ask side of the level 2. Didn't cross. I'm waiting at 82. So let me go ahead and throw, boom, Joseph. We'll take out that level. Now we're waiting in the 90s on my friend GPUS. Here we go. 88s just showed up. Shout out to my man CD. Hopefully they have a better year this year. Now we're going to wait above that 90 penny area. Neil, I thought Neil was trolling me there about CD. But here we go. Now we're waiting above 8 as well. So let's see if we get that print in the mid-90s. Let's see, can we get it? Can we get it? All right, taking it out here. Good look right now on GPUS. Looking for that 8 break now, guys. Cowboys got Pickens, said Neil. Are you trolling me in the chat? I don't even know who that is, Neil. I have no idea. I don't watch college, to be honest with you. So he's a good receiver, says Neil. All right. Definitely going to be all eyes there. Here we go. Now we're doing the dance with 8, Joseph. We just popped up into the mid-90s again. Aggressive seller in that level. Let's see if we can clear 8. It won't be the wick above 8 that gets me in. We already saw that story at around 10:30 or 10:25 to be exact, where we wicked above 8 into 8.56, only have all hell break loose to the downside. So I'm a watcher of this one, but not going to punch in until we get a decisive break of 8. If that means getting a worse price, it means getting a worse price.
He's getting a worse price there. Piper Candles, I don't understand. Yeah, I know you never. Okay, so I don't know that. I didn't know you didn't mention the level 2, but I don't see any issues with his candles whatsoever. I don't know.
Pardon me?
The Piper was saying he can't see your candles.
My candles?
Yeah.
My candles are the easiest to see.
The easiest.
I think it's a level 2 that's the problem.
Well, he said I never mentioned level 2. He said candles.
Candles.
Or, yeah,
all right.
Capitals. Anyways, we're over it. On to the next here.
Oh.
Let's go Bitcoin. Let's see if we can continue to climb here. You can see we rejected the volume weighted average price almost to a T, and then moving back down towards this range. I do like those potential bottoming signals here. So what I'm doing is waiting. It's either we're gonna break those lows and put in a new low, and that's fine. I'll take that. I'll take that loss, or maybe I'll even just stop out a little bit below break even, take a small loss. Don't want to dig too much into the gains, or we continue to break here. We can crack some of these key levels and head towards that high day. And I think that's going to be that is my game plan here, sitting in this position. And then if it does work out, we'll take some off, add view up. We get a retest, a pullback, and then we can maybe add to the position as well too. So I'm not going to go too heavy just yet. I want to confirm this thesis. One thing to note here is that I don't see, that's the thing. I'm just like reading this Apple headline that Adair brought to us with the Google and everything. I don't know how that's bad news for Apple. Like, why is it selling off, Sharif? I have no idea.
I don't know, man. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I really don't.
yeah. I feel you on that one. It's like, okay, that makes like next to 0 sense. Eddie Q, Senior Vice President of Services, says that Tuesday the company is exploring the option of adding artificial intelligence search options to its Safari web browser. You can't even get Apple AI out right now. You want to add something to the search engine.
I think it's probably going to be Chad or something like that. I think it would probably be
something
Chad.
like that. Or something like, or maybe. You don't think so, eh?
Maybe they'll include Copilot, bro. You don't know.
You know what I mean?
Maybe
Copilot.
Apple starts cheating on Google with Microsoft. You know, it's been known to happen, Joseph.
I mean, you know my trusty Copilot. It's just right. It's just right there. It's a great Copilot. But yeah, I mean, guys, NVDA is still holding this trend line, which is a positive sign. Let's go. If we crack this little resistance zone here, you can see prices really starting to compress. We do have a primary downtrend as well. So if we just go from this peak, we can see we have multiple touches, maybe a couple whipsaw moves or anything along those lines. You can obviously adjust it like that. That's slightly more accurate, but price is really starting to compress up in this range. So again, waiting for this crack. One thing that we obviously want to note and be patient with is waiting for that volume to step in to give us a direction. Google, Apple, and some of the big tech names sold off on that news, and look how strong NVDA held. So that can tell me that, hey, we might get some buyers stepping in, we might get some more aggressive participants breaking through key resistance zones, and then that can help us kind of get back to where we were on yesterday's close, which was an absolute monstrous run. And I was watching this, I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. The whole day of gains essentially gone in a span of 10 minutes there, Sharif. Oh, AMD reports, okay, we're back to right where we finished off. So that's a positive sign, a nice slow pullback right here, and then now just compressing, and hopefully we get that volume step in and we can crack through some key levels. But we are still sitting in this IBIT position waiting for a fill. It doesn't want to, it's like, so you can see on the ask, it's hitting the ask, but I need that to hit the bid in order for me to catch this fill. As soon as 55.20s is hit on that bid, then we're going to be sitting in a good position, but right now no one's lifting that ask any higher.
No one's lifting what?
The ask.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure, Joseph.
No Brazilian stuff.
Fine. All right, I'm ready, man.
Yeah.
All right, guys, drop
Get that.
a brick emoticon in the chat if you want us to show you a sneak peek of that Studio 8 build, baby. What do you want to see in Studio 8? More screens? More chairs? Maybe it's a mini fridge, Joseph. Let us know. Studio 8 is for you, the community that's been with us since the beginning, guys. So let's build this together. I cannot tell you how excited I am. I think I waxed poetic about this yesterday, to use an Adair term, about how much, is going into this whole build out, the extent of how things are changing, and the amount of effort being put into this. So I could not be more happy. There we are here, over here. There's the Bash Brothers. There you guys are. That's what we're looking at over there. That screen right there to see ourselves as we do the show for you guys. So yeah, there you go. All the people are dropping the brakes. So we already gave you kind of a sneak peek there with the production team kind of showing you exactly what's going on. We'll give you more information as time goes on. I tried to give you a little bit tidbit yesterday, but I was overruled by, yeah, so it's okay. Everything's fine. All right, guys, keeping an eye out on this one. All right, I had an ill-fated attempt here for an 8 breakout on GPUS, but it's right back into that 10 exponential now, rejecting $8 yet again. Surprise, surprise, surprise that it rejected 8. That was kind of the level that we had earmarked for that area of resistance, at least on a closing basis. So let's see if this 10 exponential will give us a good area of support from which we get in. So let's go ahead and throw it a stop there in the mid-40s. And then what we'll do is we'll drop all the way down to the mid-30s. There we go. So we've got 59s on. Let's go ahead and layer some orders to the high side here. If we can catch a move back up, we'll take some profitability on this one as we move into 8. So back into GPUS here as it maintains its level above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. There we go. We're taking out all the levels already. Boom, 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 boom again. All right, so we just took out mid-70s there. Now I'm going to hold the last little piece here for that $8 break. Now I'm going to pack my patience, knowing full well that 8 break may be elusive. It's been elusive on many occasions, most notably on Monday. Again today, I want to say that topping tail candle that manifested right at 10:30, we couldn't shake. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. I will also move my stop now from the mid-40s into the high 40s, low 50s. Here we go. We're 780 now. A seller at 780 with about 200 lots, give or take, from what we can see. Usually, though, it is a hidden seller that prevents us from ascending. So nothing big enough posted right now on the level 2 to justify or to warrant all these rejections, given the amount of buy orders coming in here. There we go. Now we just took out mid-80s. Can we see some mid-90s again? Again, guys, keep in mind that $8 break is elusive. So if you're holding some shares, it doesn't hurt to take some profits in front of 9. I mean, below that $9 area in case we get yet another rejection at that $9 area. So GPUS, it giveth, it taketh away, but then it decided to give again. So we'll take it. We'll take it and we'll run. And I see people in the chat trolling me. I didn't know that guy wasn't from college. Neil apprising me that he's from the Steelers. I don't know, man. I know more soccer now than I do football. There's only a certain amount of time to go around, especially with the build out and stuff like that. So I had to put a couple of things on the back burner. Football was one of them, sadly, Joe.
Oh, football. I told you guys about my thing with football. I mean, throughout high school and when I was younger, I was just like eat, breathe, and sleep football, playing it and everything along those lines. And then I just fell out of love with.
Oh, I didn't fall out of love.
I totally full-heartedly. I'll tell you guys straight up. Yeah, no, I couldn't stand the flags. I just couldn't. The game was was just really frustrating me. I'm like, let's stick to some hockey, and then let's. Sharif, there is no more exciting.
It's exciting. It's scrappy, but it's exciting.
No, what I was getting at was the UFC. There's nothing more exciting to me because there is no sport where there's a series of you going like, oh, and then someone gets knocked out and or he gets back.
Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah, there's nothing more exciting than that. It's just like, it's like, and then it's.
I feel that.
Yeah, that's just me personally, and I think that's no other sport brings that. It's the modern day gladiator, and there's nothing more fun to watch, in my opinion, right? I'm sure other people like other things to say. But let's go. We're holding this trend relatively strong.
You like boxing too, though, bro. What are you saying?
I love boxing.
You like boxing?
Yeah, I absolutely love boxing. But I sometimes see the thing is though with boxing. It's the matchups, right? And you don't.
100%
it's not like, and unfortunately in boxing, no one can catch a knee to the face or a kick to the head.
Guy wants blood.
Yeah, you know.
Give
what I mean?
him the blood.
Like, or like an elbow straight to the dome piece, right? But I mean, okay, let's go, guys. So this is what I was referring to here on NVDA. We're going to be talking about this underlying a lot because I'm positioned pretty heavy in this. So. What I was referring to earlier is that we didn't sell off with the rest of the market. Now we're starting to pick up some steam. These candles are becoming more healthy. So what do we want to do? We want to zoom in and find if that volume is starting to pick up on the lower time frames, and it is. As you can see, we're starting to engulf some of the ranges on these 1 minute prints, and then now we're getting these more genuine, healthy prints to the top side via price on these price action. So when we crack through that, we want to see that momentum kick in, and with that momentum, we're going to obviously see the volume start to pick up. And how are we going to be able to identify that nice and early? Is through that volume profile down here. And you can see, compared to what we've had for the past hour and a bit, we're really starting to pick up volume, especially when we run into these key zones. So there we go, a nice look there on NVDA as we're looking to break out some of this compression pattern. I'm going to be patient, wait for the retest, and then continue to move to the top side. Bang, and there
baby.
Show them what you got going on.
Baby.
Hold on.
Yeah, do your thing.
Give me 1 second.
Of course.
I'm going to piece something out. I'm
Take
doing
that,
it
baby.
live. I'm going to take a little
Who's
piece.
doing it freaking live? Let's go.
Doing it live. There we go. Bang. Fill on IBIT. You guys saw that right there. Put that order in. 2.3% on the day. Continuing to climb. Let's see if we can get into that high day, Sharif.
All right. GPUS is continuing to go here, guys. Here's the one, so it looks really convoluted. Again, the original entry at $7 for the volume weighted average price. Wet the beak. Punch in again after we take out that 750 key area of resistance. Wet the beak again. This one here over here was a loser. Full disclosure, we'll show you our winners and our losers. Punched in at 784, got stopped out 760 there. Punched back in once it showed me a hammer candle and that buyers were picking this up off 50. Again, remember 50, that psychological area of resistance or support, depending on where we are. Punch back in, boom, and then taking out 811. We're currently trading right now at 812. The real high of the day is 856 that we put in again, as I mentioned, at 1030. But here we are right at 8. Now, do we hold 8? We don't spend too much time on top of 8 or higher than 8, right? And we saw this story before, and here we are again dropping into 8 and kind of almost losing the bid. Let's see if there's a buyer here that's going to step in to keep this bad boy above 8, because there's a whole bunch of profit taken or short selling at this level. And here we go again. We're dropping below that $8 level. It's a hard level to hold here on GPUS for whatever reason. Whatever algo's trading this has really put $8 in its sights and is willing to put the money to back up that short sale because it keeps keeping it down. I don't know if that ends up being forever, though. Let's see if we can take them out. We took them out momentarily, but they're reinstituting their position. Now, what's the next trade here? As my friend Obi, he is the one, Kenobi likes to say, I'm seeing the 10 EMA now showing me 769. I don't need to be invited to put an order at 769, I'll tell you that. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to throw in that order there. Get it, Adara. We're going to keep an eye out on that. I appreciate you. Thank you, Adara. Good vibes. All right, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I like how every time she does it, she ends up on the screen there, bro. Yeah, so I'm putting an order here at 769, but guys, keep in mind, the 10 EMA, you already know this, is a dynamic level. It's constantly changing relative to the price action, so you will have to move up your order, your resting order, as the 10 EMA changes. So right now, I lied. It was 769. Now it's 773. So that 769 would be a money fill. It wouldn't be a key area hold. So that's my look there. Now, let's talk about Clove. Because this one, that's it. We're 6 pennies out of the money, and it's lost the 10 EMA. It's actually at the 20. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. The volume weighted average price at 77s. I'm holding 87s for small size. I'm going to add here, and I'm going to add again at VWAP. So I'm going to put a resting order at 78s. Okay? So we're going to go 378 on this one for a VWAP. It loses VWAP, I'm done the trade. It's simple as that, right? I'm not going to dollar cost average into an oblivion. It has to be above VWAP. So we're already negative on it, small size, but we'll look to get positive if it does allow me. Back to GPUS. Now this one is holding a Joseph. All right, I think we have actually a 5-minute candle here, the one that closed at 11:35, that closed at $8.13.5. We're trading right now at 8.18. This current candle, this current 5-minute candle has a lower high than has an equal high, 8.26. than the previous 5-minute candle. So the 11:35 5-minute candle, high 826, is current 11:40 candle, also 826. So that tells us that there is a big seller above that $0.25 by a shekel. So what's the move here? Are we taking the breakout trade or are we taking the dip trade into 8? I personally would like that dip trade into 8 or near 8. So I think that's how I'm going to set up here on GPUS. Obviously, that's still that 10 EMA that we talked about. That is now at 775. So a couple of different
Sorry, can I interrupt you for a second? Yeah. Okay, guys. NVDA is starting to break out. I mentioned watching that volume by time profile. For those who aren't familiar with this, here we go, right? So you have VPOC and then you have volume by time. This is the time that we refer to. We don't necessarily, I personally don't use VPOC, Sharif. I don't know if you do or ever have. No, I haven't. So that's the point of control. That'll give you kind of a gauge from a price metric where the most volume is coming in. All right, so there we go. This is exactly what we wanted to see, is that volume start to step in here. You can see we're starting to engulf all these ranges here within the volume, within this profile, this volume profile, and now breaking through some key resistance zones. I wish I was involved in this, but what my grandpa used to say, wish in one hand, do something in the other, and see what fills first. And then anyways, but what we want to do here is we want to look to get involved with this pullback. We're seeing the 1 minute time frame. We have now put in one of the largest volume prints on the day. It's probably going to be the second or third. All right, well, it's up there. Anyways, so now we're just going to wait for a retest of those of these levels and then look to participate and continue to move to the top side. Don't want to chase it up here. This was the primary entry. Once I seen this engulfing candle and that volume really start to pick up, that's when we should have got involved. But now we have to wait for that pullback and then get involved that way there, Sharif. So.
Absolutely, Joseph. Good look there. I'm just having a look here at the top scanner to see if there's anything new. Shout out to my man Bovin. Sorry, Bovin, yesterday was a bit of a tougher day to keep an eye on your call-outs there. I know you were tagging me, but I had to keep my eye on some of these trades. I'm just looking over here. Nothing really catching my attention. There is bull. We did mention this earlier. Shout out to the OG Gorev who did mention BULL. I also want to remind you guys, STRZ, Andre, is what's it called? Initial public offering. It's continuing to put higher highs and higher lows, guys. It got up to 1971, pulling back into the 10 EMA. It looks like it's kind of been respectful of that 10 EMA, with the limited amount of sample size that we have here. So I just want to mention that STRZ. Let's look at BULL though, because I see that one is, oh baby, it's taking out that $17 area. And I'll submit to you, there was a big boy resistance level here at 17, topping till number 1. Fail 17, topping tail number 2. These ones all reject 17s despite the fact they're not topping tails. And so 17 has been a level of importance here as resistance. We're above it right now, just printing that high of the day right now at 729, and we're printing 1710 here on BULL. Reasonable price, guys. I mean, where was this one a little while ago when it IPO'd? Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was like 80 bucks, 60 bucks. It's been obviously dropping. It looks like it found a bit of a base here at maybe, the mid-teens, low teens, something like that. In any event, it was kind of hard to trade as a small cap gapper because it got so expensive. More reasonably priced now, 1710. Certainly earned its way up onto the side chart. GPUS is losing the bid here. It's losing the bid, but it's pulling into that 10. Is this a double top or is this a money fill here at the 10 EMA? Sorry to digress quickly here, guys, but that's kind of how these small cap gappers work. Because I see a possible double top right now, with that 856 high and then that 840 high, now losing 8 again, yet still above the 10 EMA. Ooh, I think that might have been a money fill, man. I think I missed that one. Yeah, you can't have them all. So I'm going to put Webull right now on the side chart. It's going to replace NTCL because that one is actually negative on the day. So let's go ahead and put Bull. And yeah, I think it's a reasonable one, man. Here, Joseph, if we can possibly, let's throw in Bull. Yeah, look at this. GPUS right back above into 790s. Still south at 8, though. Yeah, that was a money fill down there in the 80s. Should have taken that, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Anyway, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Joe, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, same thing here, guys. We're sitting in this IBIT trade. 55.30 is going to be that next target. You can see we have somewhat of a support level here. So, okay, we'll call it 25. Oh, okay, we already got up into that and then rejected. So that can be slightly explained on that front. We'll zoom out here and get onto a higher time frame. Okay. So what was once acting as support is now clearly resistance here at that specific level. So missed a partial there. If we get stopped out, break even, that's fine. We're not gonna get too worried about that. I'm still waiting for this retest on NVDA, but with the likes of Google now putting in a new low, and that's what I was talking to Skull and my guy Gorv in the chat. Just with just the strength of that selling pressure, I don't want to look for the reversion on this. Can it come? Absolutely. But I don't think there's going to be any form of strong buying program, especially as you've seen how that volume really picked up and then you just tank. Like here we can pull up Google and just look at that profile. That is insane. Like absolutely nothing here, Sharif, and then bang.
Yeah, that's
like
ugly.
okay, so then what? You're gonna try to bring
That's
that
ugly.
back towards the opening price or back towards the volume weighted average price? No, I don't think so. To be honest with you, so that's just my thoughts. If it does, by all means, don't. Just because I say I'm not doing it doesn't mean you don't have to. I'm just telling you what I see, and the profile right here can tell you a lot. That there is a lot of pressure coming down here with Google, so I don't think that there's going to be any form of a program. If I'm about to get stopped out, break even as well.
I have an idea of why Apple's selling off here.
Okay, let me hear.
Here's the thing. You brought this up multiple times.
Yeah,
You have that 50 billion.
50 billion.
50 billion that Google pays Apple on a yearly. You talked about this several times.
How okay, so the service revenue.
There you go.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, Apple now looking at, doing what the consumer wants, which is throw AI. We know that. You do it, I do it, everybody's doing it now. We all go to AI for our research, right?
Absolutely.
So Apple's doing what the consumer wants. But is it necessarily what's best for the bottom line in the short term, not the long term? The short term is you put at jeopardy that 50 billion that you're getting, especially if Google's search from Apple starts dropping off. They're gonna be like, yo, we're going to hold on to our 50 billion, go, have at your AI, see how that works out for you. So in the short term, I do see a headwind. But in the long term, obviously, you please the consumer. It's more tactically sound to search through AI. So I think that may be possibly why Apple's selling off here. Obviously, there was other reason that Adira mentioned, which was that Safari search, the amount of searches being done on Safari is down. But the Katina man also kind of rebutted that point, says, who the hell uses Safari? I personally don't. You?
Yeah, I do.
I use Google Chrome on my, like I've got it here.
You got the Google Chrome
Yeah,
there? Yes,
so
I got
that's at the home.
I got the Safari.
Even when I go into Chrome, Joseph, which is way less, because 99% of the time I'm hitting that one right there, which is ChatGPT, right? So I think that there might be a couple of different angles to see why Apple's selling off aggressively off Google.
I mean, but see, there we go. If I have to, and then I can throw up that guy.
Which one do you hit more? You can look at screen time. You can know which
Safari,
one you use.
there's no debate
Safari?
there. Safari, absolutely.
Okay.
But then when I click on
definitely
Safari, then I end up clicking on the Google, and then you know what I mean? So I go.
Right, fair, yeah. Well, why do you do that?
I don't know.
Oh, you use Google from Safari. Got you.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I mean, I agree with you on that front, Sharif. Again, just with this whole Apple intelligence spiel and what happened with that, I don't. Then now you want to kind of release something now. I don't know if that's going to be the right play. And do you really want to hinder kind of Google being your primary partner too, paying you all this money?
It was always kind of like a weird relationship, right? They're competitors, dude.
Really weird.
Android, iOS. I mean, need we say more? Mobile.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right. So it was always like that weird frenemy kind of situation. Does it end here?
I mean, Google has its own phone too, I guess.
That's
right?
what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. iOS and Android, the competitor, the Pixel. What is it called? The Pixel?
Google
the Pixel and the iPhone. Obviously, they're competitors in many different spaces, right?
Yeah. So this. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I mean, Apple looks a little bit stronger here, Sharif. I like how you brought that up there, just from a revenue standpoint. So there you go. Apple's still strong, but Google it's not catching any form, and that's the thing, right? I told you I'm not going to try to catch a mean reversion on a stock when the volume profile had just went absolutely skyrocketing to the top side. So we're just consolidating. Oh, what a coincidence! Boom, you get that news headline, and then you continue to the downside. But there we go. NVDA looking pretty good here, guys, for that continuation on the breakout. We're getting that ABCD type pattern right here, and I talk about it a lot. But so let's actually draw it up here, so just so you can kind of get a general idea. So we're gonna go right here. This is A, right? This is B. Oh, that's a B. That's an A, right? This is C. And then what you want to do, so the top is B, the consolidation is C, and then we want to find that D up here as we take that next leg higher, and then the continuation on that front. And that's what just we refer to as kind of that stair-step ABCD type pattern.
Okay.
So yeah, there it is. Nice look. 3-bar play to the top side on NVDA, now trading around 114, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, we got that ad at the volume weighted average price on Clove. So we got the money fill at 77s, but we've got 84s on, and we're out of the money by 2 pennies right now, and that's the way it is. So this one, it's going to have to hold VWAP. I'm just not going to give it any room. It's done what it needs to do. The volume profile is dropping off. In fact, even when it is increasing, I'm talking about the volume on Clove, they're red candles, red bars, I should say, for the volume there. That's not what I want to see, especially going long. So I feel like I may have gotten a money fill here, but we'll kind of reserve judgment at the moment and see exactly how this trade ends up. Newsmax just took out VWAP, guys. Wow. NMAX, NMAX, above that $25 area. I'm unlikely to trade Newsmax today. I traded CoreWeave yesterday, much to my chagrin, because I feel like anytime I move away from these small cap gappers, I end up paying for it by having a negative day. So I'm just not going to do it, but I wanted to bring your attention to NMAX above VWAP here and up 10%, 10.2% on the day, taking out that 25 level now at 25.50 with a high of day at 26.60. I'm interested in this IPO though, STRZ. Sorry, I didn't throw in the ticker there. It's got a 4-candle red retracement right now, but it's still above the 10 EMA, right? And it just wicked below into 17, now popped up back into 17.45. Let's have a gander at what the what's it called? The time and sales looks like, or the book here. So we got a 3-penny spread. That is, okay, now widened to 42 pennies. That was really quick. It was 2 pennies, and now it's 48 on the ask and 6 on the bid. I think I might have found one here for you, Adara. I might have found a spready ticker for you. STRZ, 48. I don't think it's that spready enough, but 48 on the ask and 6 on the bid, Adara. IPO up 113%. STRZ is the ticker, guys. It's now below the 10 exponential, but still above 17. Volume weighted average price, 1660. From what I see, I'm seeing 06s again on the level 1 and 48s on the, 06s on the bid, 48s on the ask. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Like, it's going to be tough to manage risk here, especially if the bottom drops off STRZ. So going to keep my eye on that. We will go to Adara at the big desk. She's got more details on this.
I looked this up. This is actually, it is an IPO, but it's more of a separation than anything else. So apparently STARZ, you may have heard of STARZ, STRZ, or sorry, STARZ is the name of the company. They're an entertainment company. They've separated from Lionsgate and they've returned to being a standalone public company, and they're trading on the NASDAQ as a result. So this is kind of a return to form, I suppose, for STRZ. As for the spread, this is pretty stagnant here. It's not bad, Sharif, but I'd like to see how it interacts before I give my final verdict on this. Also, stay tuned for the statistical analysis of Fed Chair Jerome Powell's ties. It is being posted on X imminently, and it is a lot. Back to you.
Would like a sneak peek to Adara. Like, if we'll get one. Thank you. When she does, happening now before Neil's lesson of the day in a few minutes. So we'll thank her for that. Very interesting coming up here, guys. I would say pay attention to what she has to say. Obviously, it's data-driven. I'm not going to give it away, but it's data-driven. So that's the way it is. That's the situation, Joseph. All right, what do we got over here? GPUS is losing the bid, guys. Here it is. It's making lower lows and lower highs now. We'll see how it acts at the volume-weighted average price. But my concern with this one, let's flip back to the 5, is a double top. That was really my concern with GPUS. Alas, the neckline, I'll submit to the neckline is $7 on a closing basis. Look at that candle on the 5-minute chart, guys, at 10.55. It has a low there of 683. I think if we lose that, and by extension of that, obviously VWAP, it might be all she wrote there. I'm continuing to watch STRZ, Joseph, because I'm very interested in picking this one up if it does hold up at VWAP. It's got there's one green candle in here, but I'll submit to you this is probably just a candle of indecision. Essentially, In reality, it's a 5-candle red retracement off that high of the day at 1971, now dropping into 17. Let's see how this one acts.
Oh, nice.
What do you got, my man?
Yeah. I'm just looking at the NVDA breakout. It may look like that ship has sailed. We missed the pullback there. Not aggressive enough, but that's okay. We'll find another opportunity. Hopefully, we can continue to climb. So yeah, really good, strong sentiment. I guess our signs of strength, I should say. Yeah, that's more along the lines. So that's what I want to see, right? Big names selling off, and then NVDA holding up relatively strong, and then now breaking out as soon as you get any form of bid here in the overall market. So yeah, let's go. Let's continue to climb. Gorev, hopefully that Apple works out for you. You're starting to get a little bit of a bounce on that one there too. But this is what I was referring to, guys, is just with the likes of Google. I would not be looking for any form of long here today. We'll just zoom in right here. Then you can see where we're putting in decent shares, but just a lot of sideways price action, and then bang. The profile just goes absolutely through the roof.
Yeah, Neil's like looking at it, he's like, oh, that's Google.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's just like, damn, you don't want to be fighting this whatsoever. Look for the continuation. You can see these micro pullbacks and then move. Am I not?
No, you're good. Remember what we said about Google the other day? About the PE?
Yeah. Well, guess what? Our guy, JB, says, never mind the PE. He's like, PE is pointless. Yeah.
I don't know, Joseph. There's a reason why Ford's trading at a 5P and Tesla's trading at 160.
So that's relatively, okay, I understand that, but think about how long Google's been trading at 23 times, and then now, was it in the teens, right?
Yeah,
Something like 18, right? What does that display to us? Absolutely nothing, right? No, they're not buying it up. If it's that cheap to the street, why aren't we buying?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, we'll go to Darren in 1 second, guys. But that's exactly what I'm saying. I was feeling like maybe the market felt there was more of a potential headwind than the others,
Google,
right? That's why I was trading at that P. I don't know. That's just how
JB's like, yeah, never mind the PE.
JB's an OG.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, never mind the PE. It's irrelevant. So let's see what's going on. I mean, we were just talking about, we're going to send it to them in a second. 2 weeks ago, Google was trading at 23 times. I'm like, oh, that's cheap. That's
there you go.
Cheap to the street. So why aren't we buying this up? And then bang, now we're trading at 18 times. So there we go.
All right, Adara, what's happening now?
Some sparks are flying at this hearing right now, happening, the congressional hearing with Scott Bessent, that is the U.S. Treasury Secretary. A little bit of intensity. Scott Bessent was just called a hostile witness, but nothing supermarket related. But in case you guys are wondering, yes, we will get more speak ahead of Fed Speak, because I'll be here covering not only this meeting, but also Caroline Leavitt. She's back. She's going to be doing her press conference according to Donald Trump's official schedule, which you could also find on X at TTV Research. She's going to be leading that press conference at 1 p.m. Hopefully she's on time, because then at 2 p.m. we're going to have the FOMC meeting. So very busy day of listening to meetings. Here is the NASDAQ. This is continuously making lower highs, lower lows on the 15-minute chart after this nice push to the upside we had. In case you guys were wondering what motivated that push to the upside, it wasn't earnings related. It had to do with the offices of Scott Bessent, previously mentioned U.S. Treasury Secretary, and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. They were both saying here that their offices are saying they're going to be meeting with China on trade. Here is Amazon. AMZN, nice little attempt at bouncing here. This one was really strong after announcing its Vulcan robot. Then we had Google, GeoGL, at day's lows, continuously at day's lows. At GeoGL or Alphabet on watch here after Eddie Q, who is Amazon's Senior Vice President of Services, basically came out and said that they're considering adding an AI element to their search due to some issues with Safari. And as Sharif mentioned there, I did promise to give a little bit of a sneak preview to what you're going to see with this detailed infographic on the ties of Fed Chair Jerome Powell. This is but one of the many infographics and data sets I've collected. I went through all 54 of his FOMC meetings, or at least the ones that were publicly televised, because there was a period where they weren't doing conferences for any meeting. Regardless, of the 54 you see on camera, Jerome Powell wore his patented signature purple tie 66.7% of the time, or 2/3 of the time. He had a little bit of a fondness for gray ties as well. Blue, slightly smaller. He wore a red tie only one time. There's a whole bunch of other data, including his pattern ties, but we'll get all into that very shortly. Check out X at TTV Research. This thread is being posted currently. And make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content on the show. And without further ado, Neil's going to spread some educational content with his lesson of the day. Please take it away, Neil.
Lesson of the day is I will never wear a tie on this show. I always say never say never. We don't wear ties up in here. It's just not how we roll. But I will say this. Sometimes, and we'll talk some FOMO, sometimes you can get the FOMO when you get out of something too early, but I can live with it. And other times, you shouldn't be able to because you know it's a bit of a misstep. I'm going to show you a bit of a difference between the two. Actually, I was going to start with Uber, but I can start with Upstart. Like, there's a big difference between, okay, well, why only take, a 46 and a half, goes about $1 in the money, we scalp out of it at like 60, 70 cents. Like, why only take that range? Well, when I have a specific strategy, like a trend break, I'm going to get in on the breakdown under this bar. I'm going to play it. If it bounces off VWAP, get out. That's a defined trade. I'm looking for something very particular. If I get it, I get in. If it shows a bounce off that level, I get out. And then I can always live with that kind of a notion. I'm going against the grain of the move. It's going to the upside. It was never part of, I wasn't sitting there thinking I'm going to be short this stock today. So I'm going to get out when it gets to my level. I can live with it. If it goes further down, fine. Fair enough. In this case, it ends up being a pretty solid out. Uber does not end up being a good solid out. However, in this case, it's a trend down, hit the low, trend reversal into VWAP. Again, part of a patented plan. I can live with getting out of this and seeing it go further. And I'm looking for, does it really set me up with a clean re-entry? It didn't. Maybe it does here off VWAP. But one more time, I can live with this. I cannot end up with the FOMO because we get our planned trade. I wanted that $1.50. I got the $1.50 move. It goes further, fair enough. Here's what I can't live with. Well, and I can live with it. I just don't like that it happened. Getting out of Apple is not the same thing. Now, obviously, you're not going to find an uglier exit than when I punched out of Apple today. There's simply no question about it. And unlike those other two trades where it gets into the prior support level, it bounces and I trail out, yeah, well, if I trail out at 197.6, like maybe that's not so bad. It still would be pretty bad. But what ended up happening is there was a news story I interpreted as being bad for Google and who cares for Apple. So when it started flushing through VWAP, I hear Apple is part of the story and not in a negative connotation and just punch out of the position. Now, a lot of times that could end up being the right call, but you've got to think about what is the stock telling you, what is it doing in that moment. It's just starting to work. And you like the short in general. Like I like the whole morning long, I'm like, I want to get Apple short. I want to get Apple short into the 200 to 201 area. Like somewhere in there is where I wanted it short. It's not happening, not happening, not happening. It finally breaks VWAP, we get in, a news story hits, and that causes me to get out as it's starting to work. So as I said, there's a very big difference between when you have a prescribed trading plan where you're going to trade it from step to step, and you don't mind. You don't mind getting out. You don't mind FOMO. You're supposed to try to find a way back in. Maybe that break could have been it. Or an upstart, which I can live with because, I've traded the short break. It goes in. It bounces off VWAP. You scalp your trade. You're not looking for that gigantic, oversized move. But when you've got one that is not giving you a sign to get out, even if there is like a headline or something you hear, that's the kind of trade I should have maybe even given the last third to break even on. Like, just give it a chance. Give it a chance. And the difference between, and we all get emotional. I talk about, like, I'm not like an emotional style trader, but there's certain things that are probably going to bother you a bit more and should. I don't really fret that much when I see a stock take my plan and then it could have been even better. I can live with that, and I don't mind that. I don't grade it as a bad trade when it happens because I followed my plan. When you break your plan and don't hold something as far as you normally would, that's where you get yourself into trouble. Because if you have an A to an A plus trade, part of what needs to happen is, like an example, like Apple doesn't need to be my best stock today. It needs to be like 4 or 5 times, whatever my next best stock might be, because that's how good the opportunity was. And anything less than that, you have to see as a bit of a failure. To a certain extent, like you don't want to hate on yourself for a winning trade, but you've got to be able to grade yourself in a more reasonable fashion. So sometimes you can go station to station and it's fine because it's part of your execution plan. But jumping out too early when the tape didn't tell you anything wrong, when you weren't at a key price level, when you just didn't have a good reason to exit the trade, when it's working for you is a big no-no in trading. There's nothing wrong with taking profit, but if you're too aggressive taking profit, sometimes you're not going to give that trade a chance to work. I mean, obviously that's the case here on Apple, which, by the way, pretty good bottoming tail candle on Apple. I just believe in the follow-through. The market just can't seem to get through 19.85. But you've got to be able to hold things a little bit longer, and oftentimes that just simply means not trading P&L, waiting for something to change, waiting for a key price level, and if you don't get it, just hold. That's simple. Here's your lesson of the day.
I used to be able to call him the hotline dropper. Then I was told I was not allowed to say that anymore because he's a married man, despite the fact that I didn't mean it that way. But hot information dropper, Neil Roberts, every day around about noon hour, guys. Thank you very much, Neil, for a very informative lesson of the day. And I just happened to find out who our friend George Pickens is. He's
Let's see what the chap looks like.
There he is. He's a big boy, apparently. Neil says he's a bigger receiver. Okay. There we go. Trade alert. What? Pardon me? Went to Georgia, says Neil. So we got George Pickens and 2027 sixth round pick from Seattle in exchange for a 2026 third round pick and a 2027 fifth round pick. I don't think we have too much size at the wide receiver position, so it'd be nice to have this guy. We'll see how Dallas ends up doing this year. But obviously, the match that concerns me the most right now and occupies the majority of my thinking, aside from the trading, obviously, is Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain. Today, Joseph, it is a second leg of the semifinal in the Champions League.
How is Mbappe, Neymar, and Messi allowed to be on PSG?
Yeah, that was
crazy.
well, hold on, bro. They were on Barca before PSG. They reunited.
That is so
their
crazy.
golden days were in Barca.
That's like some
bro.
NBA stuff.
So Neymar, Messi, Mbappe wasn't with them. It was Luis Suarez. It was MSN. Messi, Suarez, and Neymar. MSN, bro. That front three. Obviously, Mbappe was with Monaco before that.
Shout out MSN though, just getting the girls' emails there.
There you go, bro. There you go.
To shout him out.
No, I think obviously Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal today. I'm gonna be booking it straight out of here.
What time is it at?
I don't know. Oh, the match?
Yeah.
3 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So 9 o'clock European Paris time, 3 o'clock Eastern time here.
So
So Ayo Lewis, PSG versus Inter in the final. Ayo Lewis, if I come tomorrow and Arsenal is in the final, what are you gonna give me, brother?
Ooh.
What are you gonna give me? I'm not gonna give you anything though if we don't win.
My
shout out to Assassino up there on the ones and twos. Shout out to Andre. All right, guys, I took a couple of beak wetters here on CLOV. I don't know how I feel about this trade, Joseph. Even though we did get a move up here, the lower highs are what is really catching my attention. We got a 90 area high, then 88, then 87. So it's stair-stepping down in a way that we see stocks sometimes stair-step up. So I don't know how I feel about this one. In the money on it now, can flatten out and get the hell out of there, but I'm just too stubborn for that. And as I say that, it drops down, so I should have done it. Yeah, that's kind of the way trading works there. So that's a look. All right, let's have a look at Webull. I want to also mention, before I mention Webull super quick, STRZ lost VWAP. It lost 17. This is the new IPO. And it lost the volume weighted average price. So I'm not interested in this one until the uptrend resumes. And we'll see if it does resume, if at all. Let's have a look at BULL, though, because this one looks like it looks good right now. So Bull trades on the NQ. It's not a bad spread. 17 on the bid, 25 on the ask. Tightening up a little bit right now, down to 21. So that, oh my God, did you see that?
Whoa.
Just as I talk about Bull, it just lost, I don't know, 70 pennies, just like that, but getting bought up again. Remember when I said this one was a bamboozler, and if you had a repeat offender, it was likely to do that same thing again? And I was using this area to kind of make my point, where we were kind of putting in higher highs and higher lows. We're looking bull-flaggish. We lose the bit super quick, stops everybody out, only to make newer highs. I think that's kind of a sampling of what we just got right there, right? We're kind of looking like we're holding the 10 EMA. We're going to break back into 17.5. It drops all the way down to 1666, the ominous number there, 666s in a row, trying to work its way back above 17. I guess maybe what you can try to base it off is the 20. I'm not going to do that, but right back above. So another specialist breakdown gets everybody stopped out and then moves back up above 17 again. Bull is the bamboozler, guys. We don't need to see a third to know that. We already got two. Yeah, so I as much as I love the pattern, as much as I don't want to be on the receiving end of that bamboozlement, so I think I will steer clear of this. Sadly, I don't really see too much in small cap gapper world. It's doing a whole lot right now. What is this PRCH? Okay, let's put this one on here. Megal is not trading in the right way. PRCH, it's up 58%. Okay, this looks okay here. Very bull flaggish with an upward channel. Just took out $10. PRCH is the ticker, boys. This one looks like it was an earnings winner yesterday, climbing there after the bell. Let me just verify that for you. Yes, it is. So this one, March 31st. What? No, that's not it. Hold on one second. Just give me a second over here to make sure this one was an earnings winner. Porsche Group. Yeah, Porsche Group. Yeah, Porsche Group shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 financial results and raised full year 2025 sales guidance above estimates. And that's what we're going to see. We're seeing the day one play. So this one was after the bell, obviously. We hold that level and we add some. So PRCH, not technically a small cap gapper, guys. With this latest move up, it's a $1.02 billion market cap with about 13 million shares traded on the day. And I'm seeing about a 75.8 million share float. Let me just verify that with Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas telling me about 99.5 million share float. But here's what I like the most about this. 19.05% short float. Let's do a bit of a daily here to kind of maybe just kind of gauge where the shorts could be sitting. Oh, wow. I think, well, we definitely squeezed out a lot of shorts here. This is a hell of a rounded bottom on the daily. Okay, so we have not been at this $10 level, ladies and gentlemen, since early February of 2022. Okay, so this has been years, over 2 years now that we haven't been at this level. So you got to assume that we've blown out a lot of shorts already, okay? Because we were trading as early or as recently, excuse me, as April 21st, we were trading at around 475. We even got down to 450. We've more than doubled that. So you just got to assume that short float is no longer 20%. And the shorts that are holding are either continuing to hold their position out of the money or they're from up here. So kind of hard to gauge where the squeeze area could be. In any event, it's been respectful here at times of the 10, but the deeper retracements on the move up the money fills, I should say, seem to be in between the 10 and the 20 EMA. Kind of between that red and yellow line. That's where the money fills are. It's not respecting the 10, and it's not quite making it down into the 20. If it can clear 10 on a decisive basis, I'm interested. Like you can see over here, 11.25, we move up to 10 to reject. We try it again, 11.30, yet again, 11.45. And now we're doing it again. We're doing it live here at $10. So PRCH looking good, Joseph. Earnings winner from yesterday with a larger float, but you got to assume, just given that big price up, that we've probably squeezed out a lot already.
Yeah, for sure, guys. Hopefully you can see this. I see I amped up the old,
oh yeah, that's
the old
way better,
font
bro.
there. Yeah, it's like that. It's like your parents with their cell phone font right there. But yeah, NVDA is not working for us right now. We're long this, guys, looking for the continuation of this breakout. Thing is with this name, it takes a long time to get the ball rolling, a lot of capital to move it. So hopefully this backside of the trend can hold. If it cracks it, then I'll just hop out. So it's looking like it might here on the 5-minute time frame here. So if I get an open up below, this trend line, then I'm just going to get out of the trade. No part of me taking that. I'm in NVDL. It's 2x levy. So yeah, that's that there. Not going to just slowly dig away at anything that we've gained throughout the day. So I want to start small, give myself wider stops, and if things start working out, we can add into the positions and just take small, like half risk losses on some of these positions here, guys. So yeah, going to be patient. See, there you go. Google just absolutely blowing through through some of these stopping volume signals, and I can't believe it was 165 today. Now trading at 149.5 is absolutely insane as it continues to bleed. So Not too good of a look. Palantir continuing to move to the south side as well to 108.50 trading at. If anything is going to bounce, I'm probably going to go with Palantir. That thing can really definitely get the ball moving, especially get that
Google's going to go
effect.
SSR, man.
Yeah, and it's about to. I mean, Sharif, this thing's down like almost
8.33%.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane.
Ridiculous.
And you think it's overdone? I think that's probably slightly overdone, but.
I agree,
no, it
man.
doesn't. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we think.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter because they'll do what they want to do. And that's what I was referring to earlier, guys. We can take a look at the profile again. Just when you see that type of pressure really step into the underlying, it's just like, man, this is not a stock that you look for that reversion style of play. And that's just my opinion. And what we've seen so far, you can see displayed here that we have multiple chances of stopping volume. And they're like, no, we're continuing to bleed here. That selling pressure is in full effect, and we want to avoid those. We're not going to get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price just yet. I'm not saying it can't happen, but the chances of it happening are probably relatively slim just due to that immense amount of volume stepping in here, Sharif. So, again, we'll watch out for this one. Maybe you can get a bounce on it tomorrow. We'll zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Oh, my days. Yeah, that is not a good look. Engulfing this whole consolidation phase right here and heading back towards those lows. And that's what a minus 8% day looks like right there, Sharif. So, yeah, tough look here in Google.
Yeah, it's not a good look. But I feel that this is just completely unwarranted. Again, Joseph's absolutely right. It doesn't really matter what the hell him and I think, but I think there's a lot more in the hopper than meets the eye for Google. And if you're thinking that it's going to be their demise because people are going to change the way they search, I think they're a lot deeper of a company than that. That's just my personal opinion.
Let's dive into that a little bit because we know that Google has essentially the most amount of data for this AI thing via the search engine.
Yep.
In my opinion, I think that Google search engine is outdated and they didn't update it quick enough to kind of compete with everybody else. All right, so I think that's a really big factor as well too. They had the ability to, but they just didn't take advantage.
They did, man. They had deep mind before anybody knew anything about AI. Before we were talking about large language models, agentic AI, any other type of AI you want to talk about, they had deep mind. They had some of the best minds working in deep mind about that. And they chose not to pull the trigger. And remember,
because there's things going on in the front office there.
Well, yes and no. Okay, yes, there was definitely some hurdles administratively. But okay, so Google didn't release Gemini right away. That was not their answer to chat. It was another thing called Baird. Okay, and it was never available in Canada. I had to use a proxy to actually give it a try. This is back in 2023, early 23. Okay,
early.
Yeah, and it was decent, but you could tell they scrambled. And they didn't even want to release it because it wasn't perfect. They weren't willing to kind of put their mistakes out there like chat was. Man, we know chat hallucinates. Come on, right? It screws up all the time. But chat threw it out, OpenAI threw it out there. Google didn't want to do that. And they didn't get first mover advantage because of that, right? And so they got to pay the price now, right? I mean, actually, the first mover advantage is a real thing, I think, you know? So, yeah, that's kind of my little take there. Bovin saying GPUS moving up. Absolutely, Bovin. I'm keeping my eye on it over here. You know how I feel about this, Bovin? It's a nice, beautiful, actually, wick candle off the volume-weighted average price, off that 7.25, and that you're 50 cents in the money if you took that, baby, because we're right up to 7.75 now. But I still am concerned about the lower highs and that $8 level, Bovin. I think that, you know, what I'll wait for is a complete clearing of $8. I'm just not going to want to deal with these wicks because we've seen this over and over, Bovin. That $8 level has been a hard level to shake. So, yeah, not saying that there's no trades, anything below 8. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that I'll wait for the $8 trade on that one. Zach Frack, can you check Tesla real quick? Yeah, I can tell you the Katina man's $4 in the money on Tesla. That's what he's doing over there. We'll look at it for you, though. All right, so Tesla, oh goodness, more blood for TSLA.
Yeah, I mean, that thing should be, honestly.
I know, I told them that you're $4 in the money, Katina, man.
With those, with that earnings report, that thing should be a $200 stock.
Oh, Joseph firing shots. Okay, he doesn't like Elon anymore. He's just putting it out there. Yeah, what would you say?
I agree on get down.
Katina man says, get down. He agrees on the get down. All right, yeah, this is ugly. So we consolidate here in the pre. We kind of hold yesterday's aftermarket pump. I'll call this the Besant pop. Up here when he said that they were going to talk to China. We all know how the market reacted. It dropped right at 6 o'clock. All the charts look like this. We held it in the pre-market, but that was as good as it was going to get, man. Right at 8 o'clock, we started trending down, and I personally perceive this. I don't know how the Katina man feels about it. He's been trading this, but I see this as a downward channel with really no end. Right? So we're started basically at 279, maybe 279 mids, and now every time we pop up into the the end of the channel, we're just met with some selling. So I don't think that there's really much of a trend other than to say lower lows and lower highs. All right? Now, I'm reluctant to want to base anything off any of these moving averages or VWAP for that matter. It doesn't look like Tesla's really respected any of those on the day. They kind of look like, sometimes they look like a line of best fit. Because they intersect right into the middle of the price action. So I don't like the look on Tesla, obviously, lately, but it is one of my long-term holdings. Not one that I look to sell, and I didn't dollar cost average onto this one either when we had that market low, I think like about a month ago. So I'm just going to continue to hold what I have, and we'll see where Tesla ends up being in the future. But yeah, Tesla definitely not a good look today. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to chime in, because you know I'm not trading these large caps anymore.
On Tesla?
So, yeah,
I mean, I think there's going to be a great opportunity to buy Tesla. I think FSD and autonomy is most definitely the future. I think us humans are lazy enough, and the fact that we can come in and not necessarily have to drive our vehicles to work, it's going to be game changing. I talked about the evolution of a scooter, even though it doesn't necessarily mean anything. But here we go. I'm ready. Are you fire? Anybody can fire it up. Rock, paper, scissors.
Traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big, Joseph. We're talking about 5,300, 15,200, 36,000. 29,940 on one trade, guys. And here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's literally your total risk. You trade real shares, guys, not these CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital, and you keep up 70% of the profits. There's no margin calls. There's no account blowups. So scan that QR code for Trade the Pool, and you can get 10% off, baby, to start your journey. Shout out to Michael Katz there, the good-looking gentleman there on your screen. All right.
Shout out Michael Katz.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Katz. Shout out to Mitch, man. I love Mitch's energy, man. And he always brings heat. He comes there. It's early in the morning. He comes in like at 8:45. He's chipper. He's got good information, and he comes with a good disposition. So shout out to Money Mitch, man. I like that guy, and I hope he hangs around.
Oh, there's apparently I heard Brando say there's rumors that Money Mitch, not Money Mitch Marner, but Money Mitch from Trade the Pool, might be making his way down.
Yeah. He called him out on it the other day. He's like, I think we're gonna see you. Yeah. So definitely, definitely want Money Mitch over here. We had Raider. We have Jeff coming in all the time. We got Raheem. So it'd be nice to have some Money Mitch.
I mean, Raheem, he's not too far from here. Anyway.
Raheem lives here, bro.
He lives here. So, I mean, here we go. Raheem. Yeah, watch out, Raheem. He's out there killing the streets. He's telling me the other day, we were talking in the thing. He's like, yeah, we
love
go
that guy, bro.
Nice little cigar lounge. And
yeah, he's all about that life.
He's all about that life. Like, hey, let me come
he
over.
He likes nice suits, nice
he's
cars, nice watches.
Hey, Sue guy. Oh, we got the cars.
He's all about that life.
He's a suit guy, too. So, maybe him and Raheem and I will join. Oh, whoa.
Man. Here. What's up, Max?
What's up, Max? You'll see this guy maybe this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah. He just lives down the street from me, too.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Maximus.
Liberty Village boy.
Maximus Decimus Aurelius.
How's the dog, bro?
He's good. He's all right, man. I mean, he's kind of in that phase where he's kind of becoming a little disobedient. And me, I'm all about obedience when it comes to canines, and I don't care relatively your age or your size. Yeah. So he's going to boot camp ASAP. We're going to get him go through some intensive training.
What is that like?
I don't know. We'll see what he's getting. I want to train him like a Belgian
Malinois.
Yeah. Just even though he's only like this big and stuff like that, he's really no threat to anybody, but I mean, I want to train him so he just listens like that. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
that's
a good one.
right now he's the opposite of that, and it's slightly frustrating, but that's okay. Take him out for a walk. I obviously won't go to the washroom as soon as you get inside. He decides to do that.
Of course he does, bro.
Yeah, so it's just like
Do you have the diapers for him on the inside?
we got the pads.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But
Sorry,
we're trying to
yeah.
get him off the
Diaper
pads
pads,
into
yeah.
going back into.
sure. Those
kinda
pads are
just-
expensive, my guy.
And you just like, and we're just like rolling through them.
There
You
you
buy them
go,
100 at a
man.
time,
There you
50 at
go.
a time, and then sure enough.
That's
but,
the thing. You got to get those, you know what, on discount. Get them on bulk. I
You
don't know
gotta
if
get
there's a
that. But
couple
no, but
places I
we're
can
trying to
send you if
phase
you want.
those out. I don't want anything. I don't want to have to do those pads. You got to go outside. But I want him to get his grown teeth in so I can get him one of those big femur bones. That's like literally the exact same size as him.
Yeah,
so.
those are good. Those are real good.
Those are good. Yeah, all right, guys, we'll hop right in. Enough of Milo talk. I was checking in on him on the camera, to be honest with you, because he's home alone
Smart.
these days. So, yeah, we got the old little dash cam or whatever camera going there. Man, Google. We could talk about this all day here, guys. 148.97, just a little bit below 149 here, guys. And there looks like there's no signs of this this bleeding is going to stop. You've seen that we engulfed this massive range here in this underlying asset. And I was talking about, I kind of like Google for a bounce here. Boom. Yeah, never mind that trade plan. Here you go as we take another 20-cent dive there, Sharif. So tough look here on Google. Apple's holding up relatively better here, and that's a positive sign. NVDA holding the backside of this channel. We're going to wait for a potential bounce. We'll take one more stab on that trade, and then that's it. If we're not going to climb higher, we're going to have to look to follow these shorts. Unfortunately, Bitcoin's breaking down, but it is what it is.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just took the short there on goggles. All right, we're taking some money to the downside over here. We'll see if we can get some more. Here I'm waiting in the high 50s. Let's see. There's a definite buyer at 60, at least for now. I mean, it still feels like it's super heavy to the downside. So we'll keep an eye out on that. GOOGL, a bit of a tougher look, man. I still think this is highly overdone. But obviously, in the short term, it is what it is, and you're going to just have to deal with it. There we go. We're taking out all the prints there. So, wow, what a move down there on Google. That was just 50 pennies just like that, man.
Crazy.
Okay, so that's it's interesting there. Wow, we're 9% now, boys. 9%, 8.96. It doesn't matter whether you're looking at GOOGL or GOOG. Eek, and there's volume, guys. There's ample amount of volume. My goodness, Google's volume is rivaling NVIDIA's. We have 65 million shares traded on GOOGL, 67.5 on NVIDIA. I've never seen that, where Google's volume rivals NVIDIA. Google's volume is always far less. Oh boy, yeah, now we're below 9. So anyway, it is what it is, and we'll keep reporting on that. If we have anything new, obviously Adira's at the big desk, and she'll let us know exactly what's happening there. All right, so that's the situation, guys. Sorry, I'm not in any trades of note at the moment. I did get stopped at a Clover there. Oh, it's not Satya. What's up, Satya?
Oh.
All right, I guess Sataya's on the position board there, but take your time, Andre. Everything's fine. It doesn't really matter. All right, so here's what we're looking at, guys. I think I might try to get into PRCH. It's been having a lot of trouble with 10. As I mentioned, though, I think the money fills are somewhere in between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. We're kind of right at the 10 right now, so if we can get maybe a money fill in the mid-80s for a possible higher low and then a breach through 10, I think that might be a good one. But I got nothing on right now. I don't like the look of any of these small cap gappers, quite frankly. Yeah, maybe ASST a little bit. I've been keeping an eye on this one. I know Tisha was looking at it, and I definitely get that, but it's still showing me lower highs, right? We have that area high at 67. Then we have an area high at 58, and then we have an area high at 50. So every single time, it is putting in lower highs. So I don't know if I want to jump into ASST. I just don't like it at the moment. It's up 291%. It's above VWAP. It meets all my criteria. I'm not trying to say that, but the pattern is what it is. The trend is what it is. And it's lower highs and lower highs. Thank you, Andre. I appreciate that. So we're back there on the board as normal. So keep an eye out on that, guys. What else do we got over here? GPUS, again, true to form. I know that it failed. That 7 and 7... What was that? 7 made 80s? Yeah, so end up going up to 7 made 80s, and it's making yet another low. So GPUS ranging a little bit here. It feels like maybe 8 or high 7s with resistance, and then 7.25 at the volume weighted average price for support. That's kind of what GPUS feels like at the moment. Not really liking the look of this one, Jib, either. Yeah, Joseph, I mean, I gotta tell you the truth, brother. There's just not much for me to trade right now. I keep looking at the scanner. I look at the chat to see if anybody is letting me know anything's breaking out, and there really isn't anything. So I'm gonna stay clear for a moment, keep my eye on the scanner, keep my eye on the chat. And in the meantime, guys, if you want me to look at something for you, tag me so that I do see your tag, and I'll be more than willing to look at it for you, give my honest opinion on it. And yeah, that's the situation. Ticker Tantrum, ELAN. Let's have a look at Elan. Bring that in. ELAN, not a ticker I am familiar with. What is this? Elanco Animal Health. Okay. All right, not bad look, man. 20%. Not a small cap gapper. It's 5 2/3 billion market cap with about 5 4/5 million shares traded on the day. Let's throw our friend ELAN there. It's not my friend. Calm down.
He's your friend.
Oh, well, we'll see if we trade it.
Animal health.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Good call, Jefferson. No, but seriously, just printed the high day there, or local high, excuse me, at 1140. The high of the day, no, that's actually not the high of the day. That's a pre-market high at 925. That got into 1143. So it looks like we have an 1137 high a day right there on ELAN. This one also looks very respectful of the 10 EMA. So not a bad look for ELAN over here. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Walt Witchell's Devs is cheap, but too cheap. Let's have a look. DEVS. Okay. So this one is DevStream. Yeah. So I don't like these penny stocks, you know, that quarter penny, 50 cents. I like to typically trade them as they approach that $1.85, 90, and I get like that. In addition to that, my man, what's his name? Walt Winchell. I have a couple of rules, Walt, that you may choose to espouse or dismiss altogether. I have two rules for these small cap gapper like stocks. That they have to be above their pre-market high if they traded in the pre-market. This one didn't. This one really started getting going there at 1130. And as well, they have to be above that white line right there. That white line is the volume weighted average price. The price action has to be above that, and it has to be above the pre-market high. This one is trading below that, so it'll have to work up on a closing basis higher than that 28 penny area. It clears 28 pennies on a close, then we can have a discussion. But until then, DEVS is on my crap list. What I'll do for you, though, because I think you're a newer viewer, I haven't seen you before, I definitely want to trade this one if it is viable. So what I've done is put an alert a little bit higher than the volume weighted average price, so I'm notified if that works its way up there. Let's see what else people are talking about there in the chat. Any tags here? Oh, John. I checked on Elan, triple bottom on the daily, but right on bounce resistance on the daily as well. Shout out to John. Bovin, B-I-Y-A climbing up. My other pair of eyes, a.k.a. Bovin Patel. B-I-Y-A. Baya International. Okay, I did see that one on my scanner though, Bovin. My issue with this one, my beef with this one, it's got less than 1 million shares traded on the day, 840,000. Bro, it's 12:30. Is this one gonna wake up yet or what? So I definitely don't like the volume profile on this, and you can barely see the volume bars, dude. They're doing less than 50,000 shares per 5-minute candle. No, that ain't it. So BIYA, good pattern, but you know, definitely light on volume, not for me. Joseph.
Yeah, let's go Vlad 10 up there. Yeah. My guy Katina, man, is long some Vlad right now.
Hey. You like our defenseman, that guy, Tenev guy? What's his first name? Something Tenev, right?
Yeah, something Chris Tenev.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He played solid D, man. Let's go Leafs tonight, too. Yeah, so big game
What was
tonight.
going on? Oh, any word about the goalie?
No, I didn't check the headlines or anything like that. I'm assuming.
He's not playing, Katina, man?
Yeah, he's most
So
definitely
he's in concussion protocol?
Yeah,
Okay.
most definitely.
He doesn't know what he's in, but he's not playing.
That's not a good sign. So let's go Joey Wall. We'll probably take the L tonight. This is what I said, though.
Whoa.
I said Leafs win game 1.
Yeah.
Probably drop 2 and 3. Lucky to inch out in game 4, and then we probably lose 5 and 6. But, I mean, they looked good. They looked good
Did they sweep us last year?
Yeah, I think it was in 5 or something like that. It was in 4 or 5. Okay. We only won 1 game. But I mean, different team. I think our defense core is absolutely, it's significantly stronger than what it was. We got Oliver Ekman-Larsson. We got Chris Tanev back there. We got that Benoit, or Simon Benoit guy back there as well, too. So some solid players.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm liking that back. That top 4 is looking really good. So let's go Leafs tonight, guys. We'll see you pull it up. I got the IPTV set up, too. So we'll be watching it. I won't be watching the games on my phone anymore. I'll be watching it on the TV.
What'd you get for the TV there? That allows you to watch it. What?
The IPTV. What's wrong? Why? I never had anything.
Do you not know?
No.
IPTV.
What?
Kind of great market. You know?
Is it? Hey, sorry. Hey, man.
There we go. My boy doesn't care. You can't phase him.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to cross those lines, I guess, sometimes, man. So see you later, Netflix. See you later, Amazon Prime and Crave and everything along those lines. Man, wow.
Oh.
Yeah, they're all gone. They're out the door. I watched that movie.
You can have my Crave, bro. I don't even log in. I have it free with my cable account. I gave it to Neil. I'd never, ever, ever use it.
Okay.
You can have it.
Yeah, all right, I'll take that from you. I mean, I watched that Sinners movie last night. 98% on Rotten Tomatoes,
and?
To me, is a push. Like, a 98 is like SPR, Shawshank Redemption, like Moonlight and stuff, movies along those lines. I don't know if Sinners deserves a 98%. It wasn't horrible, but I'm not going to put it in the realm of Save It Private Ryan and
That's
Gladiator. And but I mean, those guys have listening ratings, right?
Exactly.
So it's not horrible, but it's just not something that I would necessarily do. But
Fair.
yeah, all right, guys, let's go. Come on, let's get a balance here, NVDA. One thing to note, so let's just do our primary trend lines right here. You can see we're sitting on the backside of this little one right here. So if this can hold up, then we might be sitting in a good position. But if it crashes to low, then we'll just get out of the trade and look for something else. I can't believe Google is still bleeding here. 147.95. We'll pull it up for you guys. That's going to hit SSR. If it hasn't already, are we down 10% yet? 9.3, 9.25 there. So still continuing to bleed. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit that. But here you go. You can see it on the daily, just engulfing multiple days of gains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. 15 days right there, just absolutely obliterated in a span of about an hour or so there, guys. So yeah, tough look there on Google. And I mentioned this before, this is not an underlying that I would necessarily be looking to take a long on, just due to how weak it is. And you can just see that profile right here, guys, just really start to pick up in volume, Sharif. But we're getting a little bounce here in NVDL. Maybe I'm gonna add a little bit to the position, but I wanna crack 38 on NVDL before I do add to this. And then we'll double up the size to see what we got going on.
All right, shout out to my man Alex Goys, $5 super chat. My man dropping cash in the chat. Sharif, I know you've done it before, but can you go over your scanner settings again for me? Absolutely, brother. All right, so I'm going to go over more than what I've said before because I never included the columns, the data points that I want to see on my scanner. But the two filtering parameters that I have are price and volume. That's it. So you know how these guys are already preset for you, so you can say, oh, show me scanner of 52-week highs, or 52-week lows. Or in my case, it's a gap scanner. I want to see what the biggest gappers are on the day, the ones that are opening up substantially higher than their closing print yesterday. So if you're looking for a preset one, or if your platform has a preset one, that's the one you want to look for. Biggest winners, sometimes they're called different thing, highest percentage mover, whatever. You know what I mean? You're looking for that one that's up big on the day, right? Now, here's what I do. I include 85 pennies as my filtering price. Now, I never did it that way. I used to use $1, but Neil gave me the idea. He's like, look, man, you know, you want to know about those ones approaching the dollar before they get to the dollar. Sorry, excuse me here. I'm just going to interrupt. DEVS is triggering, which means that my alert on DEVS, which means it's back above the volume weighted average price. One of our friends there in the chat was telling me about this one. There it is. Working above VWAP over here. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. If it closes above VWAP, I'm definitely interested in that one, despite the fact that it's 25 pennies. So that's number one, 85 penny filter so that I can know as it approaches that dollar. Why? It's a different trade north and south of $1. At least that's been my observation. You know, there's Luis gave us Luis Barbado, a great small cap trader from Barcelona, Spain, obviously real trading. He gave us kind of a little bit of information that I didn't know. He's like, you know, there's certain algorithms that won't turn on if a stock is trading below that dollar, right? So very interesting to know that piece of information. In addition to that, there's also that 4 decimal places below the dollar, meaning that you have different levels to post these sell orders. So it becomes a thicker trade. So number one, 85 penny price filter to know about that one approaching to the dollar. Now, volume filter as well. I don't want to see these ones that are doing no volume, man, because it doesn't interest me. It's not easy to trade. You know, they're usually quite spready and they're dangerous because there's no volume. So minimum volume profile, 250,000. I'll tell you why I keep it so low. It's because I start scanning for these in the pre-market. So in the pre-market, they haven't had an opportunity really to do that much volume. In reality, what I want to see is like above $1 million minimum. The 250 is just to kind of, you know, maybe get advanced notice of something that may break out. In reality, though, I want it above $1, and I want it doing more than 1 million shares on the day. Now, that's the price, or those are the filter parameters. What I include, are we going to Adara? Okay. So I'll tell you what I have on my columns, the actual information that's shown on my scanner when we get back from Adara.
Strap in, everyone. This is the product. This is kind of a labor of love. This is a lot of work. I previewed this project previously, mentioned it previously. This chart takes all 54 of Fed Chair Jerome Powell's televised and publicized FOMC conferences where he is on camera and looks at A, the rate decision, B, what color tie was worn, and C, the S&P 500 move. Yes, there is 54 of these, and as you can see here, he wears purple the majority of the time. We already went over that in a pie chart. What I think is pretty interesting too is the fact that generally the market's pretty flat on these Fed days. I think it's also worth noting this because we're only about 2 hours away, actually closer to 1 hour away from that FOMC decision. Furthermore, here is a handy legend showing what each of these symbols means and how to kind of correspond this with tie color. Furthermore, these little dashed lines, that means it was a patterned colored tie. So a patterned blue tie, a patterned purple tie. Now I realize this is a lot. And you might be like, Adara, why was this research project undertaken? Well, what's interesting is there actually is a little bit of a correlation when it comes to some of these closes. Here is all of the 54 Powell FOMC meetings. I tallied how many times we closed red and green. It's pretty close, just slightly majority here red. About 52% of the time we close red, 48% of the time we close green. Except for when he wears blue or patterned ties. In those cases, there is an overwhelming chance that we close red. 75% of the time we close red when Powell wore a blue tie. 66.7% of the time we close red when he wears a patterned tie. But what else? What about the rate decisions? Do they correlate with his tie colors? Now, of course, it's worth noting by the time Powell picks what color tie he's wearing, very likely they've already decided the rate decisions, and we certainly already know by the time he stepped on the podium. But it's interesting nonetheless. Overwhelmingly here, we see that on average, the FOMC has held rates while Powell has been Fed chair. That's backed up by purple ties. That's certainly backed up by gray ties. But it's not really backed up here by blue ties because he has never had rates hold while he's worn a blue tie. Furthermore, we've mostly seen rate increases while he's worn a blue tie. And also a lot of those rate increases, if you go back to the first chart that I showed, are of more than 25 basis points. So Powell tends to be at his most hawkish when wearing a blue tie. Now, again, I want to really clarify, correlation does not mean causation. By no means am I trying to assert that this has anything to do with FOMC decisions, but I think it's interesting, and I think given the fact that even reporters have been asking Powell about his tie choices as of late, I think it's worth talking about. I also want to add, Powell's exclusively worn purple ties starting in December 2023, at least for his FOMC conferences. Given things that he's said about purple being a politically neutral color, in addition to his professed love of purple ties, it could be a politically neutral choice because he started wearing exclusively purple ties when the election cycle began, about a year before the 2024 election. So again, a lot of it, like this pure data analysis combined with some qualitative analysis. But here you are. Here are Powell's ties. These are not even all the charts I made for this. You can go and X at TTV Research for a full analysis. But we'll go back to the Bash Brothers for some small cap trading action.
I love it. I love it. Adara, has he ever worn a green tie?
He has only worn red, blue, purple, and gray ties, and then patterned gray, blue, and purple ties. He only wore one red tie, which is why I didn't include red ties for a lot of those pie charts.
Pull that back up one more time. I need to see. Okay, so there we go. Purple ties. We're looking for a purple, gray, or a pattern tie for this potential hold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or there you go.
Pattern. Okay.
Yeah. So there's more options there, my man.
All right, there we go.
Lots of variables.
Getting the
Lots of variables. She says yes. There is.
Yeah,
Plenty
there's
of variables.
definitely lots of variables. Speaking of that. Tina Man's long Google, he's getting that bounce. Nice work on that front. Gaurav mentioned it as well too. So you're getting a nice little bounce on these hammer candles that these guys are referring to. And that's kind of what you want to see. That close is nice and clean. You got a nice tight risk profile on that front. Thanks NVDA for being such a rocking stock sometimes. This thing is honestly, guys, like I'm getting, so Apple I've absolutely blacklisted for such a long time. I did. I'm like, yo, I'm not trading this thing.
Oh, trade, yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm like, from an intraday standpoint, I remember my first year, my first like 6 months, I would trade it a lot. And then after that, I heard Kramer say to me, own it, don't trade it. And then after that, I could never get the ball rolling on it. And so I literally, unless there's a high level catalyst or it's earnings, I don't even look at it from a day-to-day basis because you know that volume's going to be there every morning. And this stock, NVDA is starting to approach that just own it, don't trade it territory.
Bang.
Tina Man loves it and everything, but it's just sometimes it's just the ebbs and flows of this underlying really grinds my gears sometimes. So we'll be patient on it. We'll hold on to it. I mean, it's some days I have really good sessions on it. My best days have been on NVDA, but sometimes I've just like, considering I've had my best day on it, it's just like, okay, I traded too much and then you just get absolutely smoke showed on it. But $5 super chat, Sharif.
Okay.
Hey, what's you all perspective doing options on the SPY versus individual
options?
Yeah, on individual stocks. I mean, you get the basket with the indexes. I mean, like with the indices. So individuals, they can move on their own. They don't just kind of move in tandem with some things. But I guess to each their own, whatever you feel comfortable with. If you're trading the Qs, they're obviously more expensive, and the SPY, they're more expensive than some underlyings. You also have zero DTEs with those, where certain assets, stocks don't necessarily have zero DTE. You got to go weeklies on those fronts. So there's a bunch of different things, but for me, there's no difference. It just depends on what you like trading from a vehicle standpoint.
Agree 100% with that. All right, guys, I'm going to look for my man GL there, talking about Tempest AI. I will look at it in a second for you, but I want to finish talking about my scanner. So I'm just going to show real quick over here, guys. Here's what we got. We got the price. We got the change percentage. Now, the change percentage is from 4 a.m. or whenever your platform starts populating, okay? Mine does at 4 until the current. But I also have change since open. I want to know the ones that were running in the pre-market versus the ones that started running after the bell. So I always keep those two in there. So change percentage starts populating the move up or down from 4 a.m., the change since open, obviously since 9:30. Next to that, I've got the gap percentage up on the day. What's the gap? It's the difference, the variance between the closing price, the prior trading day at 4 o'clock, and the open price, the subsequent trading day at 9:30. What that gap is there also is of interest to me. Clearly, I like volume as well. I want to know what the hell the volume is doing. Average volume as well, to kind of know, are we in an outsized day or is this kind of just a regular run-of-the-mill day for the stock? The 5-minute volume as well. I want to know, has the volume been coming in recently or was it, an hour ago? Because sometimes just looking at the volume can be a little bit misleading. I mean, you don't really know, did it do volume earlier or do volume now? So I throw 5-minute volume in there, and then I also put the shortable. Obviously, I'm not looking to short these on my own platform. What I want to know is, are they easy to borrow? It's a different type of trade when a small cap gapper is easier to borrow. It's sometimes kept down a little bit more because if people can get, all sorts of people can get shorts for it, they're maybe more likely to want to short it versus whether it's harder to borrow or more expensive. Like, for example, you'll often see me look to the Katina Man and the Neil and to say basically, hey, guys, can you guys get me shorts for this, shorts for that? And they'll tell me, they'll be like, hey, this one, it'll cost you, well, on real trading, it's super cheap, 10 cents for 100 shares, 15 cents for 100 shares, whatever it is, right? So if you got to pay for shorts, it makes the barrier to entry a little bit harder. So I also want to know about that. So those are the columns that I have there that show me exactly what I want to see for these small cap gappers. That's what we're doing right now. Joseph, I'm going to send it to you because I just punched in the bull.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Tom Train says, Joe, would you take a swag at looking at the Q0DT option stats to see where we might go from here today? Yeah, for sure. We can take a look at that. Great question. We can most definitely take a look at some open interest because I like that. I want to get.
I like that. Where the money at?
Where the money at?
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-na.
I would like to just get like a digital board of the options.
Oh.
That'd be cool, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Nerd like that, I guess.
You're talking to
Yeah, good stuff here, guys. Zero DTE, today's expiration cycle on the Qs. We can be trading within a range, so let's see. Let's first establish what we got for a high and a low. So we got 479.65. I want to go around that on the put side to see what we got going on. So 486,000 current open contracts. So you can see that level coming in well, and us taking a nice solid bounce off of that. Where have we rejected throughout the intraday session? 483. Let's go around those specific strike prices to see if we have anything. And there's nothing that stands out really, to be honest with you. These are zero DTE, so that OI isn't going to be crazy or anything along those lines. Here, you guys can take a quick gander for yourself. So there you go. We can see, what was that low? 479, 480 there. That's going to be the highest on the put side relatively, and then you can see that holding nice and strong as a base. And then on the call side, you can see that we also rejected 484, we'll call it flat, and then you can see we gonna run into that 485 strike price in that 487. There's some possible overhead, so there you go. That can be your range on the day between 480 and 484, 485 there, guys. So that's just what I look at, and I wait for the market to open up sometimes as well too, to just kind of get that gauge and see what we may be going on. I enter positions. See, that's the thing. That's where I fault sometimes. It's like, okay, I'll enter a position, I'll see the level reject multiple times, and then I'll be like, oh, okay, let me take a look at the options chain and then be like, oh, that makes a lot of sense why that's necessarily not working, instead of looking at the chain first and always having it up beside my underlying and then seeing like, oh, okay, this isn't the best idea to take a long off of this because we have a large supply zone, that momentum is cooled off since the opening drive, et cetera, and the overall market seems weak. So there we go, NVIDIA boom, we're in that, we're in NVDL. Are you in NVDA there, Katina, man? Am I in it? Am I? What kind of question is that, Joseph? Am I in it is right. We know you're in it, my
Get him,
guy.
Katina, man.
Nice work there, brother. I know you're in Vlad as well, Vlad Tanev as well, so that's a good look.
Shout out to Vlad.
And some Sundar Pichai here, Google. So there, yeah, exactly. So he's just picking these longs off here. So yeah, good luck. Let's see if we can crack the high day on NVDA here, Sri.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at Tempest for our friend GL there, because he asked many times. So let's look at what's going on with Google, Katina man. The Katina man is $1 in the money. Are you long or short, brother? The guy is long. 149er. Shout out to my man, Katina man. Get it, Katina
Shout
man.
out the man, Katina.
Yeah, yeah, I get it, baby. All right, we're doing it live here. Just checking on my position here on my friend Bull. All right, we're wetting the beak there. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's gravy. TEM. So Tempest AI, we obviously know this one to be a Cathie Wood favorite. Let's start first and foremost by starting at that daily. See what the sitch is. Okay, so it looks like a sound wave, baby. A little high, a little low. So this one, hard to discern any sort of trend. What we can try to gauge is areas of support and resistance. Clearly, you can see there's a buyer here at 40. At the extremes, it does go down into the low 30s, but a lot of support here at 40. Now, kind of looking at this from the high side, hard to read, man. So many different highs and area lows. Yeah, this is a bamboozler. Look at this chart, bro. Look at this. This is it right here.
That's the daily.
What's the trend here, Joseph?
That's a daily?
Sideways.
That's a daily?
That's a daily, baby. Yeah,
See,
it's hard to read any sort of
honestly-
trend on this.
Honestly, for me, Sharif, like
sir.
if I see that when I roll through my basket of stocks, like on my home platforms,
You
I'll go
change it.
through it.
Yeah.
I won't even look. Yeah, it's just like boom, next, see you later.
Agree.
And I think that's like a really big skill to acquire. Like I was talking about Google here, and I'm like, okay, I see that type of selling pressure. just forget about it and find something
Bang.
else. And that's just me, right? Like, that's just me personally, because I've been doing this, and I know I don't want to be fighting something necessarily. Like, we know that trading's hard enough. So what we want to do is, that's why you run your scanner tree. If you're going over the scanners, is because you're now kind of breaking down. You're eliminating so many underlying assets, so many stocks, that you can just hyper focus on a small basket. And I think that's where the true success lies, man. Is just eliminating a lot of the noise
There
and
you
finding
go, bro.
things that work with you.
Well said. Very well said, Joseph. Seriously, though, that is actually one of the, it's kind of like an underrated skill, is knowing which ones to pass on and which ones to focus on. So can't agree more with you there, Joseph. I got to tell you, if I can show the chart, thank you, Assassino. Look, I like the Tempest AI idea, and I don't want to pretend like I know more than Kathy Wood, because I don't, but I'm looking at the chart, and the chart displeases me. It's kind of hard to discern any trend. What I would say is, if you're really interested in getting in the name from a fundamental perspective, because there's really no technical reason to get into this, you should be picking it up in the 40s to high 30s. It seems to have a local area of support in that level. I would say to you, and again, not financial advice of any sort, I would say to you, though, a breach of that $30, get the hell out of there, because $30 hasn't been breached since basically August of last year. And I'll submit to you also that day was Black Monday. Okay, that was the unwinding of the yen carry trade. So the fact that it dipped down there, we already know, was an anomaly, because almost everything recovered after that day. So anything below 30, I'd be gonzino, but I'd be picking it up likely, if I was to pick this up, which I'm not, in the 40s to mid 30s. If you're really lucky, the low 30s there. All right, Joseph, we're doing it live here on BULL. Multiple prints to the high side over here. This one's still going unprinted. I'm talking about 1688. It's above the volume weighted average price. It did find support at VWAP. That's exactly where we got in. We got 42s on right now, so I do have the bottom wick. That always feels good. It doesn't mean that we're going to do well on the trade, though. We still have to execute the outs. So right now, there is a seller of note here at 75 pennies. I'm looking for a move back into 17. I feel we may have resistance at 17, given how long we use 17 for as support. Case in point, look at all these trends or these wicks here, all defending 17. Even the bamboozlement that we saw here on BULL that breached 17 was quickly bought up. So I feel there may be resistance on bull at 17 now that we've given up the ghost on it, but I'm definitely looking at taking some out in front of that. So my next peak, what are there? 88s. I've taken some out over here, and I have two more outs on this. So one at 88s, and then we'll see if we can take 17. I'd be pleased as punch. The spread is opening up. I've seen it as tight as 2 pennies, and I've seen it as wide as 20 for as long as I've been watching. BULL, Webull, a recent IPO, not a company that we don't know. We know it on this side of the border. I'm sure you guys know it as well. On the south side, they obviously kind of like what's it called? A Robinhood, so to speak, but just doesn't offer as much as Robinhood does. Obviously, Robinhood diversifying now. They're just not an online trading platform that doesn't charge fees. Robinhood, shout out to V10ev and company. So BULL, we're involved in this bad boy right now, looking for more. We'll see exactly what we get. I've already moved up my stop to break even. In fact, I didn't, Joseph. I lied about that, so we're going to do that right now. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
Oh, man.
Google's 150. My man is $1 in the money. He's long 149, baby. So shout out to the Katina, man. Taking the reversion right back up, baby. So shout out to you. Hope you print up multiple storms on that, Katina, man. And you wet the beak as well multiple times. Just want to use all those animations. Bovin, GPUS. Held VWAP and climbing. Bovin, it's been holding VWAP all day, brother. It's nothing new about that, my man. Have a look back since we took VWAP, Bovin. Essentially 9:30 this morning, we've been holding it. So it's not a new new thing that we've been holding VWAP. But thanks for that, Bovin. Brandon Franklin, Webull is 100 times better than Robinhood. All right. Now, we're talking about two different things here, Brandon. I think you may be talking about the actual platform that you buy and sell stocks on. What I was saying is Robinhood is diversifying a lot more than just to be, you know, that platform that doesn't charge you commissions on trades, right? They're diversifying entirely different. They're trying to get into wealth management for Gen Z, right? And younger millennials as well. So I do like that aspect of them. We saw the gold card. We saw many different things from Robinhood. I think the price action reflects that on the chart. But I respect your opinion. I just think maybe we're talking about two different things. Jamlocki or Jamlossi. Can you tell me how to pronounce your name? Because you've been in the chat a long time now, and I don't want to keep mispronouncing it if I am. So is it Jamlocki or Jamlossi? In any event, could you have a look at Berkshire, please? I know that Adira was able to secure some shorts yesterday on Berk B, thanks to my friend Neil, who was able to get them for her in the pre.
Thank you, Neil.
So let's have a look. Yeah, you didn't see that?
I seen it.
Your friend Donald there. All right, Adira, what the hell is going on? No? Oh yeah, okay. I thought it was. I thought our friend Donald was chiming in again.
Sharif,
yes, sir.
Sharif, there's one. Don't look. There's one tech stock in the top 5. I'm not going to tell you which one. I'm sure you can see it on your side. But it has now put in a new high a day. What is that tech stock that has put in that new?
The tech stock. It's going to be Netflix, obviously.
Did we put in a new high a day? I said it was top 5.
We did, yeah. Oh, my bad. Okay, so it's Nvidia.
Microsoft. My guy.
Microsoft.
See, I knew that was a top one. There we go. We got him with that one.
What is this guy? What are you trying to get me for, bro?
I was just asking. It was a trivial question. I gave you the clues. Top 5. Put in a new high a day, and there it is. Someone in the chat
What a
just
guy.
mentioned it there, brother. I would have seen if you got it. There we go. I mean, here we are. Someone said Meta. All right, we'll take a look at Meta
not
here.
K. Thank you, Jamlossi.
We'll take a look at that one here momentarily. But yeah, nice look here on Microsoft. You would think the market would be significantly stronger, but Google and AAPL rating on today's parade, that is for sure. But let's take a look at META. I still think this name is a buy. Okay, it's right around that high a day as well, too. It didn't construct one as quickly as I was referring to. But yeah,
Did you get that alert?
On
the emergency alert. Yeah. You got that, eh?
On the TV, yeah. I seen it.
Saw it on the TV.
Yeah.
All right.
So there we go. I mean, like, still down 18% off of those all-time highs there, guys. So maybe still picking up this name at a discount. I mean, we were beaten it to a pulp at this point, down 35% from that peak to trough there, guys. So I mean, super tough look, but a nice recovery, a lot of gap ups and everything along those lines. You can see a lot of similarities within the price action. We can just do some basic TA and just see what we have going on there, sitting on the backside of this trend, and if you want to call this a channel as well too. So really good look there on Google. Not the best.
My man Ozan's back in the chat.
He said, hey man.
I like it when Ozan's in the chat, man.
He said holler at me. He said, guess who's back? And I knew it was Ozan. So yeah, good look.
Look,
then.
we know that you're not going to let him stay at your place, but are you at least going to invite him over for dinner?
I thought you were going to.
Well, we can both take.
I thought you guys were going to be cooking up eggs. Because I know you got.
See the hard-boiled eggs that we got back there?
Well, no, you probably
breakfast.
took them
Some
all.
disassembly required. Like what?
Is
Well,
that what it
obviously
said?
you got to take off the eggshells, bro.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not a big hard-boiled egg guy.
I just like eggs, Joseph.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, I didn't know a guy eats a dozen in the morning. That's insane. There we go, Joe.
All right, Joseph, we're going to do the
take it up.
news. So if you have anything you want to get into before we weasel into the news.
Not right now. I mean, Google's bouncing. Sharif, NVDA is just chopping around a little bit here. So we'll just be patient on this one. Don't want to get caught up in the noise. If we break through that high day, then we'll be positioned relatively well. And yeah, Ozan said he's going to be paying for everything.
Good,
So
bro.
there we go.
Ozan is an OG, bro. All right, guys, we're going to do the news, Assassino. So, yeah. All right, guys, Uber. Look, it's down 2% on the day. I get that, but I still think it was a really good earnings report. I think Uber is really making big boy changes here today. So let's talk about how they did. Earnings per share beat. Revenue missed. So it was a top line miss, a bottom line beat there. So they missed a little bit light on revenue. They're still growing, big boy. Year over year revenue growth, 14% year over year net income. Look at this, guys. These guys lost $654 million last year, okay? Close to 2/3 of a billion. This year, they printed over $1.75 billion in profit. They're taking that home. Remember, we always talk smack about Uber. Oh, they don't make any money. Oh, they don't make. Well, now it's all over. They make money. They've been making money for almost a year. stock, Dara said, get it, Uber. All right, here's how they did. Mobility, so when you're actually calling an Uber to go different places, they printed about 21.18 billion on that, 13% growth. Delivery, so Uber Eats, obviously, 20.38, so kind of a little bit less than mobility, but look at that, growing faster than mobility, 15% year-over-year growth as they maybe take consumers from DoorDash. Monthly active platform consumers, 170 million people are using this actively every month. And total trips, Joseph, 3 billion trips on the quarter. Dog, that's crazy, 18% year over year. Look, the guidance was good as well. Gross bookings between 45.75 to 47.25 billion dollars, with their EBITDA outlook looking good as well, 2 billion to 2.12 billion. And this is what's interesting here, the autonomous vehicle push. Look, I hate to put it so crudely, but the drivers that are driving the cars are costing Uber a lot of money. And I hate to put it like that because a lot of people obviously rely on this for their side hustle, but they want to take what you got. Let's cut the BS, all right? If there's money that they can take out of your pocket, they will take it. And so autonomous vehicles obviously help put the margins back in their corner. So he's calling, or the CEO, Dara, and I'm not even trying to say his name, his last name, he says autonomous vehicle push is the single greatest opportunity ahead for Uber. I think most of us would agree with that. He's already doing 1.5 million annualized AV trips, autonomous vehicles. He's using partners like Volkswagen, Avride, May Mobility, Aurora, as well as names that we know like WeRide and Pony. Momenta, I don't really know, but those are the people that he's using. U.S. partners are Volkswagen, Avride, May Mobility, and Aurora. Their global partners for autonomous vehicles are WeRide, Pony AI, and Momenta. So that's what the Uber guide, or the Uber, earnings report look like. Now, we heard about our friend Scott Bessent yesterday at 6 o'clock, move up the markets, right? We all saw that earnings, or that move up at around 6 on either the futures or or the aftermarket trade on some of these large caps. So Scott Bessent said yesterday that he and U.S. Trade Representative by the name of Jameson Greer will meet their Chinese counterparts this weekend in Switzerland. There's going to be a Saturday and a Sunday meeting. The talks will include the Chinese Vice Premier, He Lifeng, who is Beijing's top trade official. Also on the agenda, this matters very little to me, they're going to meet the Swiss president as well. The tariff war obviously has been mounting. Bessent saying recently that the tariff levels of 145% are unsustainable, but he really emphasizes that they're unsustainable for China. Obviously, he's not going to say that for himself. He called the current conditions equivalent to an embargo, signaling, that openness to kind of resolve these tensions. And he also emphasized the goal here was not to strike a deal, to come back holding a piece of paper and say, hey, look, we struck a deal, is to de-escalate. And so he kind of setting realistic expectations for the weekend meeting. So maybe kind of under-promise, over-perform kind of situation. We'll have to see if that's what he's looking to do. He doesn't want to decouple. He says he wants fair trade. Greer also echoed the same sentiment, saying the aim here is to rebalance trade, open markets, and protect national security. We all know how Donald has been feeling about this. He's expressed frustration over the public pressure to finalize these deals. And that's a point I was making to Adara today. I was saying to her, I'm like, all right, if we have two negotiating parties, America and China. The media in America is hounding the Trump administration every single day. Where are the deals? You haven't made any deals. You have 0 deals. China is not even talking to you. You're lying. The Chinese media, on the other hand, are they grilling the Chinese government in the same way? So I feel like the pressure is on the United States. That doesn't help the United States' bargaining position with China when the media is constantly hounding one and not the other. And that's what Donald Trump is expressing frustration about. I happen to agree with that sentiment. He goes on to say they want a piece of our market. We don't want a piece of theirs. I disagree with that, obviously. I think the Chinese market definitely is up on the rise, and it will be big nonetheless. All right, AMD, they obviously reported as well. This was a good report. And is AMD still up? Yeah, marginally, up 0.83. Let's talk about how they did. EPS, beat, 96 versus 94 pennies. Revenue also beat, 7.44 billion, ahead of that 7.13 that the street was expecting. Good take-home money, man. That's a big move up year over year, guys. A 6-time jump, a 6-fold jump in net income, $709 million in net income compared to last year when they took home 123 million. So fantastic look there. Revenue growing also 36% year over year. That's a good look. Now the guidance. We all want to know about the guide, right? Because the earnings reports in the past. I'm just trying to fit that in there, Andre. Just allow me a second there. There we go. So the Q2 revenue outlook, they're talking about 7.4 billion, which was more than what Wall Street was looking for. They were looking for 7.25. Gross margins, this kind of caught me by surprise. We've seen NVIDIA report gross margins of like low 70s. AMD, low 40s? Yeah, well, I mean, like on a physical product, that's not unusual, right? Usually the high margins are like for SaaS and stuff like that, but yeah, that's maybe NVIDIA's trading at the multiple it's trading at. So they're going to take a hit as well going forward. We know the export controls on advanced AI chips hurt NVIDIA. I think they're taking, I don't know how many billion-dollar charge. AMD is expecting a $1.5 billion loss for full year 2025 from the new AI chip export restrictions. And they factored about 800 million of that, 1.5 billion in current guidance. Now let's talk about their biggest revenue maker so far, which is data center. That's a euphemism for AI. $3.7 billion in revenue, up 57% year over year, ahead of expectations, kind of driven by their EPYC CPUs and their Instinct GPUs. Their GPU sales hit $5 billion in full year 2024, so second only to NVIDIA. Lisa Su saying that AMD chips are being used for both training and inference. Difference, guys, between those. Training and inference at OpenAI, at DeepSeek, and some others. She emphasized the infrastructure spending remains strong despite the tariffs. So their other segment there, the PCs and gaming, PCs is starting to pick up. So this is one we saw very weak basically after COVID, because everybody bought new computers, they upgraded, and then we know how that is. It's an upgrade cycle. So finally starting to pick up here. Their client sales, which include PC and laptops, up 68% year over year, while gaming continues to bleed, Joseph, down 30% year over year. So they're saying due to weaker console chip revenue. That is AMD's earnings. Do you have anything to say before I jump in?
AMD, I like the data center report there. I think that was a positive sign there for AMD. And again, we needed Lisa Su to pull out some numbers, and the report was relatively well, including raising that guidance. And I think that's what we need to see for this stock to eventually start to recover, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely. I have nothing else to add to that. Let's talk about Amazon. Amazon getting creative now. So they're unveiling a new robot called Vulcan, and it's a touch-sensitive warehouse robot that apparently is changing the game. Let's talk about what they can do. So Vulcan can apparently feel the pressure and the torque needed to grip objects using AI-powered tactile sensors in the robotic hand. It's kind of a breakthrough, and it will handle up to about 75% of the 1 million unique items in a warehouse. That's far beyond the limitations of traditional stuff like suction cups or camera-based arms. It's going to operate up to about 20 hours a day, performing tasks that require, human-like precisions, high precision that only humans can do. Some of the real-world functions of this, let's just talk about where it's developed. First, Spokane, Washington, with a second version being tested in Hamburg, Germany. It operates at the speed of a human, apparently, and can lift up to 8 pounds. That's not that much. And is fenced off from other people for safety, so it doesn't grab your head and start squeezing it. Amazon says Vulcan's true strength is operating in high-contact, cluttered environments, the kind that break traditional automation. And they're saying, look, it's going to evolve and be used with humans. It's not going to replace humans. Yeah, we'll see for now, baby. No full automated plan, they go on to say, according to their head of robotics, Aaron Parness. You'd have to wait your entire life for that. He says, I don't believe that for a second. Vulcan, he goes on to say, is intended to stow items on hard-to-reach, like top shelves or whatever, allowing humans to stay safer at the mid-height power zones, he calls it. This shift aims to reduce injuries, obviously, from repetitive reaching, squatting, and ladder use. And to go on here, he says it reduces error rates in order fulfillment, directly cutting down on costly product returns, so it does affect the bottom line there. Experts say Amazon is really prioritizing automation return on investment over flashy tech like humanoid robots like your friend Elon is at the moment. Anything to add before I go into SMCI?
No, sir.
Okay, so SMCI reported yesterday, we all know that, super microcomputer, very popular name with our viewers. It was a miss everywhere, okay? But I'm gonna explain what Charles Liang, who's the CEO, had to say. Miss on the top line, miss on the bottom line. He's saying, though, the revenue miss is attributed to customers delaying orders as they wait on the current, or they weigh their options versus the current Hopper, the H100, versus the upcoming Blackwell. If you know Blackwell is going to be available next month, why would you spend your money on the older H100, according to him? He says customers paused, not canceled their orders, and he expects, he goes on to say, a sharp rebound starting in Q4. We'll have to wait for it. Now, here comes the Q4 guidance. They're putting, apparently, their money where their mouth is because they're guiding very big here. So look at the current quarter, guys. They printed $4.6 billion. The street was looking for 5.42, so it was an easy miss. Now they're guiding 5.6 to 6.4 billion for their Q4, which is basically a 21 to 39% increase versus this quarter. The growth expectations, he says, hinge on demand for AI infrastructure, especially the new Blackwell chip, and they're also rolling out AMDs. I know you were waiting for this, Joseph. They're also rolling out the MI325X and the MI350, which starts this summer. So SMCI, gonna throw that in there. Some of the other financial things we can talk about there, their cash from operations in Q3. They're holding about $627 million in cash, and they have a positive cash position. And apparently, they're looking to expand global production in the US, Taiwan, and Malaysia to get around those tariffs, those pesky tariffs that our friend Donald Trump is instituting. Anything you want to add before we go on to Disney?
Not on SMCI, just to kind of take a couple steps back on AMD. I think just with that the guidance raise, it just confirms that, like, hey, we're not going to be as drastically affected by these tariffs as some people thought we were going to be. To raise that guidance, like, and kind of in an environment like this, it's a ballsy thing to do, and I'm glad that AMD did that.
Yeah, it is. To be quite honest with you, she's trying to work around it. She's a hell of a person too, man. Like, I think, you know, NVIDIA got first mover advantage, and she couldn't recover since that.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely reflected in the price action for sure. I remember when this first started all out in 2022, it was supposed to be NVIDIA and AMD going to be head-to-head, kind of going in this AI arms
Didn't work
race.
out like that.
Didn't work out, not whatsoever.
And then we actually saw Broadcom make a bigger move.
Big move,
than
entering
AMD,
the $1 trillion club as well too. Yeah,
A trillion.
So.
Where are we at with Broadcom? Are we above a trillion again? We're 956 billion, Katina, man, so we're close. What's going on over there, brother? $2 frickin' in the money there for the Katina man, taking goggles back up, baby. Goggles right back above that $150 area. Katina man long 149. So fantastic look there for our friend Sean. All right, guys, let's go on here with Disney. This was a surprise, I think, for most people. I personally didn't expect Disney to do well. The street didn't either, given the estimates versus reality. Let's talk about it. EPS, $1.45. The street wanted 120. Easy beat there. Revenue, $23.62 billion. Closer here. The street was looking for 23.14. Their net income, wow, Joseph, wow. They took home $3.28 billion in profit. They lost $20 million last year, the same quarter. What a difference. Massive turnaround.
That is insane.
That's insane, right?
That's crazy.
Adjusted full year 2025 EPS guidance as well, Joseph, increased to $5.75. That's a 16% bump for a year over year. Their subscribers continue to grow markedly, 126 million versus the 123.
I think the street loves that.
Yeah, absolutely. We all know that the subs, bro. The subs pay the bills, baby.
Subs pay the bills.
123.1 expected there. Disney had warned, believe it or not, of a decline. Instead, they added 1.4 million subs. So it shows what they kind of under-promised, over-performed. Their direct-to-consumer revenue, $6.12 billion, driven by both price hikes and subscriber growth. Their entertainment segment, they have so many segments, guys. This is like their movie segment, their entertainment segment. Brought in $10 2/3 billion, a 9% year-over-year increase. The underperformers, as I kind of joked at the big desk today, Snow White didn't do well. Captain America, also Brave New World, didn't do that well. The ones that did well were like Mufasa, The Lion King, Moana 2, which also helped content and licensing. Linear TV, meaning, you know, cable and their CNBCs, their Golf Channel, or sorry, not CNBC, their ABCs, their ESPNs, etc. Linear TV continues to fall off, 13% year-over-year drop, $2.42 billion. It's a drag on earnings. You know, people are cutting the cord, not getting in. So we'll talk more about how they did in their sports segment once we get back from Joseph.
That's all right, guys. So in sports, playing, go Leafs, go. Flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like the financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back, up to $300 there, guys. So go check it out. Take the Leafs money line. No, don't listen to me. Don't take the Leafs money line tonight. Yeah, see what you guys got going on. Scan that QR code. If you want to get into a little sports betting, then that's your link right there.
Speaking of sports.
Inter.
No. We're going to do the sports segment of, I got to talk about that.
The ESPN. Oh, yeah. We need this. Yeah.
So ESPN. A bright spot here, likely for streaming. So segment revenue for their sports division, Joseph, $4.53 billion. Not a big move year over year, 5% bump, boosted by extra NFL and CFP games as well as the ad revenue growth. Their full year 2025 sports operating income forecast raised from 13% to 18%. So shows confidence, obviously, by them in their sports monetization strategy. Now, their last segment over here, their parks and experiences like Disney World and Disneyland, for example, their segment revenue brought in a nice almost $9 billion, $8.89 billion. That's up 6% year over year. Domestic parks did the best here, $6.5 billion in revenue from their domestic parks. That's up 9% year over year. And here's how they did it. Higher guest spend, as well as they got a new cruise ship called Disney Treasure. People are going crazy about this, apparently.
It's crazy.
Their international parks, though, Joseph, like the one in Tokyo, the one in Paris, not doing so well. $1.44 billion in revenue. That's down 5% year over year. And their consumer products, like whatever, goods that they sell with themed brands there, $949 million, up 4% year over year, boosted by that new Marvel Rivals licensing revenue there. So good look for them. Upstart. I'm tired. I'm going to take a little bit of a break.
Take a break, man.
And then we'll do Upstart in a little bit.
Get into the market for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, those parks are just absolute money printers. So I don't know how they would ever, I don't know how you lose money on that thing. Like to walk in the door, I'm pretty sure my friend was telling me for a day pass for him and his wife and kid it's like $1,000 or something like that. And we got Canada's Wonderland over here, kind of not price gouging, but misleading prices as well too. Did you hear about that, Sri? I'm sure.
No, I didn't hear about that.
So yeah,
I saw they were putting a new ride though.
Yeah. So Canada's Wonderland is obviously displaying cheaper tickets, but then obviously as soon as you go to
big theme park here in Toronto.
Yeah. So it's Cedar Point, by the way. So when you go to check out, finally, it's like service. It's like kind of like when you're checking out of Uber.
Okay.
If you go Uber Eats, you kind of get the service fee plus taxes, etc. So they're saying they're doing that. They're like hiding the fact that they have to pay all these fees. So yeah, they're getting in a little bit of trouble there over at Cedar Point, Canada's Wonderland. Yeah, long time since I've been.
Let's price gouge the kids that go there. That's exactly who we should.
That's how you make more money. That's how you get more money. Make the parents want to go there. I remember back in the day, I was paying $55 for a season's pass.
But like you can't go there now and not get the speed line pass because it's so packed.
That's crazy.
And if you end up waiting in one of the good, like the newer rides, you're going to be there a few hours.
It's like easily.
So you end up paying more.
I mean, when you're young, it's fun to do that. But like I guess as you get older, right? Like if you're young and you're in your preteens or whatever it is, it's fun to just get dropped off there and go have fun with the lads for the day.
That's okay, yeah.
But as you get older, you're like, what am I sitting in this? I sit in enough traffic here in Toronto. I don't need to go and stand in a line over there because I'm not a big line guy. And I don't have too much patience either, to be honest.
Neither do I, bro.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's go. Come on. Like NVDA, I mean, we got the likes of Meta still hovering around those highs of days. Google starting to recover, Apple hovering below the volume weighted average price, and you can see that the Qs in the SPY are now above VWAP as well too. So I'm just gonna sit here. I'm still being patient, sitting in this NVDL trade, looking for that break of the high day. And if that momentum steps in, then maybe we'll get a good look and potentially add to this position. But I mean, come 2 o'clock. Regardless of what Jerome Powell says, hawkish, dovish, whatever it may be, I think that we're going to see that volatility spike. In which direction, I have no idea. I would not be surprised if this market wanted to take another leg to the downside if Jerome says anything on the hawkish front. So,
Oh, God, yeah.
So I'm prepared for that. Chances are, unless you're positioned really well, if NVDA is hovering around these levels, then I'll probably just flatten out my order, accept whatever little profit it may be, and then wait for that volatility spike to come in, and then base a trade off of that, let it cool off for a little bit, and then get in on that front. So let's go NVDA, let's break that high. Bitcoin doing nothing on the day, but I mean, it had some strong post-market price action. I seen this, and I'm like, yeah, let's go. So we're still holding these levels really well, so that's a positive sign, and we want to stick with that. Pizza Rat was saying, Joe, I would look to offload some shares or contracts, whatever it was he was referring me to, and I said, you know what, dude, I'm going to be honest with you. This trade has been working. I've been buying shares since 47. We're now trading at 55s. Until this tells me otherwise, until we actually construct a lower high, then I'm going to continue to trade this thing. I'm going to continue to sit in this position until it tells me otherwise. And I'm positioned well. If we sit on the backside of a trend or something along those lines, then maybe I can look to start to take some profits. But until then, I'm letting this ride. I do believe that this may be the run that we go and test those all-time highs and then maybe exceed that and head into that blue sky territory and price discovery. So going to be patient on this front. Let it cook. Let it continue to work. And it may not happen on my timeline, but as long as those signals tell me to stay within this trade, I'm going to continue to do so until otherwise. So that's my game plan. And my contracts don't expire until November or anything along those lines. So again, I have some NVDA contracts, some 110 contracts, but I'm in shares from 107. Then I got filled on some 110s out the money, which works because now I can gain some time value on those fronts. So those expire in October, and then my IBIT contracts expire in November. And that's what I refer to, right? That's just my style. If I'm going to leverage my system, I don't want to just go with that temporary leverage, right? I want to be able to use that system to its full capacity. And that, with me, I always refer to it's just buy time, right? Like, again, I think the contract cost me like $16 or something like that for NVDA. So that's $1,600 for the rights to 100 shares at 110. Try to buy 100 shares at that. It doesn't work, right? So if you're going to use these leverage products, use them right. And for me, it's just buy that time. It's just going to be a lot less stressful, and it's almost essentially for the first couple of months, it's like you owning those shares outright because you're going to catch that appreciation, especially if you're buying at the money and even out the monies, or sorry, in the monies and at the monies. You're going to get that delta movement, and you're going to collect that full delta. Sorry, is what I should say. And if you're slightly out the money and then eventually in a couple of weeks or a month it comes into your contract's price and then trades in the money, then you're gaining intrinsic and extrinsic value. So that's essentially what I do, right? I always buy time because I think it's worth it, especially when you're using these leverage products.
Well said, man. Yeah. This is the best looking small cap gapper in the market right now, above $1. PRCH, it's at highs, 1049 right now. The high of the day is printing 1045. It's up 65%. It's been ridiculously consistent here, but it's a slow mover. As I mentioned earlier, it's not technically a small cap gapper because it's above $1 billion in market cap, but the pattern is what it is. Now, I'm going to suggest to you a couple of areas here that you could potentially look at for entries. Currently, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart's around $10.20. It's about 25 pennies currently from where we're trading. The current bar low is 1035. The previous bar low is 1025. So I don't want to punch in here, especially with 1049 being that high a day, which is obviously 1 penny lower than the psychological area of resistance, 1050 that is. But this has been a fantastic look here. I mean, there's really nothing bad to say about PRCH. It didn't give you any of that bamboozlement that we got on Bull or ASST. It's been very higher high, higher lows. Here it is again, man, at 1050. I'm just wondering why there's not more volume. I mean, it's up so much. It's up 65%. So a lot of people are going to have notice of this. It's going to show up on their scanners like it did on mine. And it's up it's like a reliable higher low, higher high trade. Why it's only done about 50 million shares kind of has me wondering a little bit here. So I'm not going to be punching in at these levels. I'm very interested, though, for that 10.25. I don't mind even front running it into 10.30. If I like that 10.25 level, there's likely other people that like it as well, so they may want to jump in or front run the trade, as we call it. So let's go ahead and throw in an order there. I'm going to wait over here for that 10.30 drop and bounce. And here we go. We're getting a bit of a retracement, not much. So let's go ahead and throw that order in there for 10.31. And I don't mind actually adding into this one, into the 10 EMA. So currently, as I mentioned, the 10 EMA is around 10.25. And I feel that we also have a price action support at 10.20. We have a topping tail candle from 12.45 that rejected 10.20. So if it acted as resistance, maybe, just maybe, it acts as support this time around. So PRCH, definitely looking at that, but waiting for a strategic entry to get into before I just jump in willy-nilly. So waiting at 10.31. Let's see what this one does. I just want to adjust the size of my order because if I'm gonna add into 10.25, then I don't want to take everything too quickly. In fact, I've just moved up my order 1 penny into 32s. GPUS. I traded this one well to start the show. It's kind of died down a little bit, and I feel it may be now a flat bottom break candidate, right? And the reason I say that is because, well, we've got 3 lower highs in a row with that same volume weighted average price flat bottom. It's not actually VWAP, it's $7. $7 is where the buyers are stepping in. It breaches VWAP on occasion, but as you can see here, area high, another area high, and yet another lower area high. So lower high, lower high, lower high, all the while you're still holding that same area of support, $7. So this could be a descending wedge and what we colloquially call a flat bottom break. GPUS is a ticker I'm talking about. It's up nicely on the day, about 55.5%, but definitely off the highs right now. So GPUS not going to get in here because I feel that it may be looking to drop. ASST though. So this one, went all the way up, halted to no end to 267, and now it's finally at VWAP. It hadn't been at VWAP since that 940 candle on the 5. Now what is it doing now that it's gotten a VWAP? Well, it's kind of straddling it here, but it's below 2. And I kind of like when this happens, when VWAP and the psychological area of either support or resistance are very close or intersect. What I'm talking about here is that $2 area, which could be psychological support, and VWAP both being at the same level. I'm seeing $1.99 for VWAP, and obviously $2 is what it is. We have a couple of bottoming tail candles here, which means people are buying this in the high 80s, low 90s, alas, not buying it enough to make higher highs and higher lows and to get back above $2 and by extension of that, VWAP. So ASST, another one of those ones that if it doesn't get above that 250, 240 level is a flat bottom break candidate here. So if you're looking for that type of trade, get your shorts ready because both, ASST and GPUS may lose the bid. Not saying they will, I'm just saying they may, right? So ASST, another one that I've been keeping my eye on right now, but certainly not a glowing endorsement to punch long. As I look at my blotter, I didn't get filled on my dip trade here at 32s on, PRCH. So I'll continue to wait for that. That went unfilled. It definitely hung out in the mid 30s, but didn't quite make it down low enough to get the print there. So I'll keep my eye on those guys. Not too many small cap gappers running in the afternoon, but we had a couple of good trades, Joseph, to start the show.
Absolutely. Let's see, MS, so Miniso Group.
Oh.
I'm not familiar with this ticker, but let's pull it up here briefly to see what these guys are actually doing, because Green Hub in the chat has been asking me kindly about it.
Oh.
So we'll go over it. MNSO.
Bang.
All right, so Miniso, or whatever you would like to call it, Group Holdings, is a China-based holding company mainly engaged in the development, retail, and wholesale of lifestyle and pop toy products featuring intellectual properties IP. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It's approximately the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th word in the overview of this name, and that's all I need to hear to tell me, like, no, I personally wouldn't be investing in it for the long term. So the 7th word of that would say, so Minso Group Holdings Limited is a China-based holding company, mainly engaged in the development. I don't invest long-term in China. That's just me. Nothing obviously against it. I just don't think that for a long-term perspective, it's not something that I'd be looking to buy or hold. I like buying American equities or even Canadian ones as well too. So I'm going to say no on that one. We can zoom out and do a little TA obviously as well, considering we're going to go this far. Let's pull it up. Oh, no, we already have it up, but let's pull it up on the daily. And let's see what we got going on. Okay. So I don't know, like, do you want to sit in this for an investment standpoint? Is this the underlying asset that you necessarily want to own? Yeah, for sure. So for me, I'm going to say no on this. Could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. It's a part of trading. You make a lot of wrong calls and everything along those lines. Could this be one of them? Absolutely. So again, I don't know anything about the stock in order for me to do so. But here we go. I'm going to get stopped out of this. Yeah, I'm out of NVDL. I knew it was going to dump, so there's no point in me holding on to this anymore. And adios muchachos, we're out of that trade there. So that's that. Not going to be taking any more attempts until after the FOMC. I mean, we only got 20 minutes left until we get that. But it's time. Ozan, listen up. There we go. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform. It's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description there, folks. And I talked about this the other day. I believe it was yesterday. I said psychology is important, obviously. It's you versus you at the end of the day. Your system is extremely important as well, too, and how good you can execute it. But I think one of the fundamental pillars that isn't talked about as much, and that's your technology. Technology is extremely important. If you're trading off your phone, you're not going to get that market latency and everything along those lines. So you want to have direct access at all times. You always want to look at that latency of what the market connection is, right? Oh. So if you're looking at something like I think for me on my old platform, if I was over, I think 50 milliseconds, I think, or something along it was, then I'm like, okay, I'm not in the right server. I need to get a better connection. So just make sure that technology is very, very important, because you don't want to be entering a trade and then you're like, oh, okay, so why am I getting filled at this price? It's displaying, it's trading at this price, etc. So again, the 3 pillars are trading system, trade playbook, psychology, technology, and I think if you can get those down pat, then you're on the right direction for success there, Sharif. So.
All right, man, just keeping an eye on my friend Bitcoin. We hadn't been talking about that at all on the day. Trading around 96,575, so up about 1.7% on the day, still rejecting that $100,000 level. We haven't even glanced at it. I don't think we've been at 98 yet, have we?
No, we haven't tapped into 98.
We're at 97 for a little bit, right?
97, we've been getting close. So, I mean, I was talking to Jose in the back during Neil's lesson of the day. He thinks 1.25 by, I said this weekend? He said, yeah, maybe this weekend, 1.25.
What's the catalyst?
Apparently Donald Trump.
My leg?
Yeah. No, I'm not pulling your leg, man.
Because everybody knows about the bet.
Yeah. No, okay. Apparently.
What's the deal?
Donald's saying something either Friday or Monday, maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
So.
All right. We're gonna go to Adara. She's got more information on this topic.
Donald Trump yesterday, during his meeting with Mark Carney, he said a lot of things, as you know, if you're following that. But this is just the market. One of the things that he said that was of interest is that he teased a big announcement, maybe the biggest ever on that topic. He would not tell us the topic. He said we're going to have to wait to find out. But he also said that announcement is either coming Thursday, Friday, or Monday. One of 3 dates. No clues on what time. All we know is it's going to be before his trip to UAE, which is taking place early next week. So again, Thursday, Friday, Monday is the date range provided by Donald Trump. He also tellingly said it's not necessarily about trade. So he didn't say it's not about trade, but he said it's not necessarily about trade. Doesn't provide a lot of color, but either way, I'm here to provide what color we did get. Back to you.
Is that, Adara, hold on, come back for a second. Is that when Carney sat at the edge of his seat and said he's very excited to hear what it was?
Yeah, that was
That's
Carney being at the edge of his seat.
No
Yeah,
way.
Carney was a really good sport about that tease there for sure.
Get it, Mark. All right.
Get it, Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Look,
So there you
man,
go. Thursday, Friday, or Monday, Sharif.
I just love this guy.
It's going to
bro.
be the biggest ever.
I've said it on day one. I'll maintain the same position. His unpredictability is his biggest strength,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah, you just
Absolutely.
don't know what the hell he's gonna do, when the hell he's gonna do
Imagine
it.
fighting somebody you had no idea what they were going to do
Go.
next.
There you go. You have no idea. Like you don't know whether to fight outside,
you
inside,
have no
lead with the
idea.
jab. You have no idea.
Yeah, so shout out Dricus Duplessis, man. That's what they say.
Joseph,
Like, go
PRCH
ahead.
is breaking out. We got a big boy breakout there on PRCH. This is moving in a way that it really kind of hasn't since around 12:45. I was trying to get in on the dip trades there. It was just too strong, man, to even pull into the 10 EMA, so I've got no shares on right now. These dip trades into the 30s are no longer valid. Yeah, I tried to get off the 10 exponential, just so strong. It didn't retrace back down into the 10 EMA. So PRCH, guys, continues to give you higher highs and higher lows. And quite frankly, you know, I'm going to say this and regret it because it'll do it right after I say, but it hasn't had any bamboozlement. You haven't seen those area liquidity grabs to the downside or the upside even to, you know, stop you out, to, you know, all the bamboozlement that we typically see day in and day out with these small cap gappers. It just hasn't done that. The retracements have been into key areas of technical support, not surprising areas. So keep your eye on this one. PRCH, who knows where this one ends up, man. We're knocking on the door 70%. Not out of the realm of possibility to see a triple-digit winner today with PRCH next to it. So keep your eye on this one, continuing to go. It's at the high of the day, 1065. Every time I look over, it's got another high a day. PRCH is a gift that keeps on giving, at least today. So we'll keep tabs on that. Do you think your friend Jerome has anything to say about, you know, he's not going to cut. We already know he's not going to cut. But you know how he does. He likes to telegraph these cuts in an implicit way. You think we get any telegraph today or no?
Absolutely.
We do, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
For when? Because if you look at the FOMC tool, a rate tool, we're not pricing in what we used to for a June cut. I think it was like 60 some odd percent.
For June.
Let's see where it's at right now. I think it was below 40 last time I
I
looked.
think we
Joseph.
might see two pauses. So pause here, pause next FOMC meeting, and then maybe a quarter basis.
All right, let's load this, you know what, rate tool over here. There it is. You can come into my screen, Andre. There we go.
There we go.
So this is
There we
the, let's get rid of all this except cookies so we can see everything well. So this is the May one. This is May 7th over here, Joseph,
June, July.
97.7%.
Yeah, so July.
So June, hold on, 71.6 that we stay the same.
Yep.
And then 27.8 that we cut.
Yep.
Let's go to July.
Yep.
Now it gets a little bit
that's
more
interesting.
favorable for that 55. So we might get that midsummer cut.
Yeah, maybe
Who
you get
knows?
that. Let's see how the market is. I mean, let's see how everything else is rolling. I mean, if Trump is coming to conclusions with these tariffs, striking deals.
So today, Katina Man, sorry to interrupt you, Joseph, 97.7% we say the same. When you go to June, Katina Man, another 71.6% to say the same. But when you look at July, that's where the odds are 55% chance, Katina Man, that we get
could
that
see,
cut.
We could see pauses up until that September meeting.
Yeah, well, bro, you especially if we actually get a delayed reaction to the inflation from tariffs.
There we go.
If we do that, then the Fed's got to take a step back and be like,
Absolutely.
well, you know, do we cut now?
No.
I think Donald goes after him more aggressively. If we go
if we
past
don't get
July and we haven't got any rate cut, he will
I know,
go after him.
but
Think about that, bro.
again, if we start seeing the full effect of these tariffs,
That's the thing.
in inflation, then you don't want that cut because that's just more inflationary, right? Just making the cost of borrowing significantly cheaper, which isn't necessarily something that you want to do, especially if your goal is 2%, right? Like we were knocking on the door of that, And now we have these tariffs, and I don't know if you want to kind of take a couple steps back. I mean, I understand that can happen one step back, 2 steps forward, but I don't think that's necessarily the case considering we've been now battling this for the better part of a couple of years.
Better part, bro. The better part, man. I mean, when was that transitory word?
Well, yeah. Well,
and then he said it wasn't transitory. November 2021.
Yeah.
That's when
I just don't understand how he allowed it to get to that 9% to 9%.
Well, I mean, because the amount of money they spent during COVID was ridiculous.
But obviously, of course.
Yeah,
but again, you're getting those reports. But how do you continuously allow those reports?
Jerome, he was late. Everybody knows. We all criticize him. You know, this 4-year-old story, but he was late. He's Mr. Too Late, bro.
Mr. Too Late.
Donald called him Mr. Too Late. All right, guys. It's time for Joseph and I to send you up to the big boy desk or big girl desk because we've got Adara waiting there. Get it, guys.
We certainly do, and today I'm going to be here to cover all of the FOMC action for you guys. What are we looking for? As mentioned, we are heavily pricing in a rate hold, so no cut, no move. That's going to come through in about 15 minutes now. 4.5% previous. We are expecting 4.5%, so that, in fact, would be flat. What we're also going to do once we get that rate decision coming through, we're going to be looking at the statement. If there's anything interesting in the statement, I will absolutely bring that to everyone's attention. And we're also going to be here once we get that rate decision looking at the FOMC or the CME Fed funds rate for June and July. As Sharif just mentioned, at one point we were really heavily pricing in a June rate cut. Those rates have changed drastically, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens here coming up once we get that number and we have market participants assessing some brand new data. But ahead of that, we're going to send you over to Sean and Neil as we await that number. I'll see you guys again closer to 2.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah Dara. And oddly enough, that 98% or 97.7% certainty that we get no cut, I expected 99.
yeah, I mean, there's always a chance. I'm just trying to get into the right stream over here.
So you're saying there's a chance? Okay, I'm in the chat, I believe. Yeah, I think it should be up.
Okay, good. Yeah,
should be there. So yeah, if people are trickling in, that's why we come on a little bit early. We'll expect no change. If there is a rate cut, expect, quote, what's the word I want to use? Quote, teleportation or something like that. If there was a rate cut. But it's the usual. When we're not expecting anything, you want to play a range. Strong stocks, you see the same thing every single time. If you're long and strong something, feel free to play the range up until Powell gets on the podium. Probably gets a bunch of questions about tariffs and the economy and GDP and the labor market. And from there, usually we'll catch a little bit of a trend. Right now, we're in a slightly declining downtrend on the NASDAQ, but it's like a tale of different stocks. Basically, look at it this way. Did the stock get waxed and make fresh lows when Google got taken down, or did it not? If it didn't, then it's probably a strong stock today. If it did, then you're trying to make a rebound. Like, I'm only in Amazon because Amazon's been relatively strong all day, just playing it off the volume-weighted average price. But that Google story, which at first, we're like, that's bad, ended up worse than in terms of action than I think a lot of people were expecting. That was the big thing before we get the Fed. It might even be a bigger deal than the Fed today, really. Yeah,
the Fed will be no deal, to be honest with you, right? I mean, unless
deal or no deal?
Deal or no deal. But we have $2 in the money, so it's a face slapper on Google, and it's long. So, I mean, we kept on hashtagging traders got to trade, and that's what we're going to do, man. We're going to sit here and trade. There's that bottom. We waited for it to make that low at 148, and then we just went long. We waited for it to break a little bit back to the upside, took it right there. So now we're in the money, $2 now over there. I don't know if our position board is going to be up because I know it was. I think he's working on it right now. We're still long. We just actually got longer in Palantir right here, the first trade that we've had all day. Double longs there in Palantir and double outs. We are obviously doing, as Neil had mentioned here, trying to get this all figured out. At NVIDIA, we're still long from the beginning of the day. So that is there as well. And then we're still short Tesla, but we got it like Tesla. What a great short that was, man. We brought it all the way back in and then just a bunch of covers underneath the 50 period. We broke the 200, then we broke VWAP. Now we just have a very, very small piece on here with 10 minutes to go. Like Trump's now speaking at the White House. So that is going to be infinitely more important than the Fed. So we have 10 minutes right now. More outs. We're trying to break through 109 here. I feel like we're going to get stopped out on pretty much all of these as the 2 o'clock comes because you always get a little bit of an up and down there, but we are expecting no movement at all. And I just heard in my ear that we have breaking news with Adara.
basically, at this point, about 10 minutes away from the FOMC decision, we do have comments coming through from Trump. Trump currently swearing in the envoy, the ambassador here for China, and basically, I guess, asked here by press. Trump said he doesn't know on tariff exemptions. They'll take a look at exemptions, but he wants to keep it simple, and he's not looking for so many exemptions. So Trump saying he does not know about tariff exemptions. They'll consider it, but he's not really considering doing many at this time. He wants to keep it simple. So here is the NASDAQ as Trump continues to talk here on tariffs. It is worth noting, again, Fed Chair Powell going to come at 2:30 p.m. Half an hour before that, we will get the rate decision. I'll bring that for you guys. Back to you.
Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, ultimately, I was sort of giggling. It's like, of course, we have Trump simultaneously with the Fed decision. Yeah. It just, you know, it has to happen. But in that regard, so the point of there being like what we expect to be some candle wick action and maybe a wick out here, a trail out there. Like if Amazon loses VWAP, I'm out. But I'm going to respect the fact that it can't seem to get past $190. Like it's trading within a range ever since it broke at just before 1 o'clock there. So going to respect it. If it breaks down, I'll be out. Another name I'm watching here pretty closely on a different level too is going to be AMD, which you talk about Amazon respecting it in one way. AMD wasn't a bad report. Well, I mean, most people would tell you it's not a bad report. Doesn't matter. It went red on the day, and it's been holding underneath $100 and the volume-weighted average price. So a bit of a bearish look on AMD. Like that would be the kind of name where if we do the rubber band action, snap up, fade. In this particular case, we're in Amazon to the long side. And look at this one underneath $100 and the volume-weighted average price. So a couple of names that are going to be on the watch for me. As always, let us know what you guys are paying attention to. Want to make sure we're covering everything that you want us to, but clearly you want to try to pick and grip a couple of things that are moving the way that you like to express trades when we have an FOMC. Maybe you like IWM, maybe you like Bitcoin, maybe you like GDX, whatever works for you, or gold in general. We just usually trade GDX in lieu of spot gold. So yeah, we're expecting some activity despite the fact there isn't going to be a change. And we just had there was a spike to the downside.
Just move right here. What just happened there? Tesla downside, I guess? No, Tesla's
Trump say something?
Tanking, yeah, probably. All right, so we're starting to move around. I was just going to look at oil quickly here because I'm in 4 positions or 5 positions right now. So we're getting excited here as we get closer and closer. Robinhood is a position that might be the one that comes out soon. We're trying to buy this dip at 48.50. So we do have another bid right here, 48.55. And then if it loses that, man, 48.40, we're gone. But we'll have to wait to see. The market is moving around a little lower right there. We're still in some Google, though. Very light on this position. About 15% left of pretty much everything. Some more shares on Palantir than Palantir and Robinhood are the ones that we have shares in. All right, breaking news with Adara.
Here's the comment that most likely moved the market here. Donald Trump said that there's no potential in his mind for pulling back tariffs on China. So he still sees 145% tariffs on China as, at least right now, that's going to be where they are. I guess he was asked, is there a potential to pull them back? He said no. He also was commenting here some geopolitical issues, and he said that they're unlikely to do tariffs exemptions for specific items. When asked, will you exempt, X item, Y item, he said, we don't know. So again, 145% tariffs on China is a hard yes for Donald Trump as of right now. He said he's not open to pulling them back. He also was talking a little bit about what's happening in India and Pakistan, as well as Gaza. He said with regards to India and Pakistan, quote, hopefully they can stop. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, well, I think everyone wants that, but we also want a deal. Look, if he's going to be talking, we're going to lose VWAP. I'm not holding Amazon against the volume-weighted average price. Like, it was just, thankfully, we just got the 89 out, comes right back in, and we're like in and out instantly off of VWAP. So I'm now backing off. I don't think I'll be in anything until post-Fed. Well, okay, until after 2 o'clock, post-Fed. Post-Fed would be like later on tonight. But until after 2 o'clock, let this settle down. Obviously, not good if you don't have anything going on with China, because that's going to weigh heavily on some of these, like in Amazon's going to get weighed on. Look at the wick there on Apple. So I'll wait till the other side of 2 o'clock. Yeah, Apple kind of took it on the chin as well with that. Well, it wasn't even, I keep saying it was an Alphabet News, but it was an Apple headline. Ultimately, like it wasn't really a Google News. It was more Apple's news of developing AI for their phones and on their browser. And ultimately, that was something that good business between them and Google. And I didn't think Apple would bleed like it did. Probably worth looking at this low in Apple. I'm reminded of the way it bounced off 193. I would love Amazon to hold above VWAP because I think that's one I want to play for some strength. But if it's not, I might look to some of these lows that we made a bit earlier, just for that. I want to say pop and fade, but right now we're fading, so it'll be like the drop and pop when we get that no change decision in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to take advantage of this move down. We got stopped out of some Palantir, but we're still in Robinhood right now. Yeah, so there goes Tesla right there. Nice move back in. So we're going to take that profit. I mean, we know that this is the problem with China and Trump right now, right? Is that there's going to be this talk back and forth. So we sort of know that that's happening, and no surprise here that he's stealing the thunder from the Fed. But the Fed shouldn't be too much thunder. Only a few minutes left. I just wanted to go quickly. Well, there's Robinhood. Okay. I was going to show you that we're going to get out if it breaks 40, and there it goes almost immediately. So we'll hit the fail on just, remember I told you we were pretty light on these positions. So yeah, we'll wind up down on Robinhood, but not by much, man. I mean, it just started to break the levels right now. And again, nothing to do with Fed right now. This is just Donald speaking, and we're pretty used to that around here. So yeah, the only thing, I mean, NVIDIA is pulling back as well. We're just holding on to these positions. They are light. Maybe we could just, because we're so light in all of these, why don't we just think about getting flat? And then there we go. So we'll just punch out of this, and then we can, our Google is probably fine. We only have about 10% left of this position. We had less than 5% left of NVIDIA, so I'm going to take that out. Tesla's now bleeding like quite nicely back down to the downside right now. So yeah, so we're happy with all of this right now as we're starting to go back in. So let's just wait. We're moments away from getting stopped out at 108 here on Palantir. Like we were just trying to buy this dip, and then it came out when Trump was speaking. So, you know, no surprise obviously here, as you know, the winds of China trade keep blowing around this administration. So 108.25 right now long here. So I just wanted to look at CL because we had looked at some of the oil names earlier. CLM, right, I believe is the contract. And we are down the June contract now, $58 for crude. MCL, what the hell is MCL?
It should be CLM.
CL. I don't know why. M must have been the minis, which makes sense. Okay, so 100%. I'm not even sure if June. Let me see. How many? July has 127, so we're at $57.
200K on the M.
Okay, so it's pretty close to the same. But anyways, we're down 1.5% right there today. And then the GLD as well on gold, as we'll just look at some different asset classes. Looks like gold is flat-ish today, well, down 1%, which is pretty decent. But gold just over the last couple of days, you know, again, funny because we just had Michael Noss last week talking about the short of gold, and goes right back there up to the high of the day, so or up to all-time highs again. So we'll have to watch out for that trade one more time, as yeah, sometimes you know these trades are a little trickier than they may look to actually execute. So gold right now at a nice little top there of 316 now as we continue to watch out for Palantir. Tesla's back to $3 in the money. We're going to hold and see if we get a little bit more of a drip on that one. Google's still $2, Palantir. So yeah, you mentioned Apple. I mean, look, JP Morgan and some of the banks on this interest rate, if it was going to change, I could maybe see a little bit of something going on. But, you know, with a 97% certainty that they're going to hold rates in just 2 minutes, you know, JP Morgan already made its move higher. So I think in a no change environment, it looks like JP Morgan wins. So we're going to wait. All right, nice, huge move up. Why am I saying nice move up? Real nice move up now for PLTR. So yeah, we're going to get some more out here on the high side of this name. Let's go. Really starting to print now. Palantir long 108.23.
Yeah, so with
2
90
minutes.
seconds to go, I know it was a good point in the chat. Someone's like, don't say you're going to get no change. And I did say that overall expectation is overwhelmingly that we'll get no change.
We are going to get no change.
It is what it is. It's like a 1% chance. I can't think of a time that we had a 1% chance and it actually ended up being a change. So we'll make sure we get it to you. It's going to be more important when they put out that statement. It's like, okay, what are the things they've changed in the statement, and whether that's going to be hawkish or dovish in terms of any of the statement changes. So we'll have about 1 minute to go. We'll get to the desk. We'll make sure we get the information to you right away. Adara's going to be all over it. We'll go to her now, and we'll come back for the reaction to the Fed rate decision.
Just 1 minute until we get that FOMC rate decision, and then we'll get the press conference at 2:30 p.m. ahead of that decision, which again, we are not expecting a change. The market heavily pricing in that rates will be held 4.5%. We also have some more comments coming here from Donald Trump with regards to the China situation. He said that he's unwilling to lower these tariffs to get China to the table. We already know that he's not interested in backing down from 145% tariffs. So what's going to happen here is in just right now, we're going to 30 seconds, we'll be getting that number. We'll be getting a statement coming through around that point. I will be parsing through that. I'll let you guys know any points of interest. Then, as we continue to read and assess that, we're going to wait for 2:30 p.m. when Fed Chair Powell takes the podium. First, he'll deliver some prepared remarks, and then he'll have the Q&A. That tends to be the most interesting, so we're going to wait for that for you. Now, it's about 10 seconds until we find out if the rate is going to be held at 4.5%. We have had the rates held the first 2 meetings of 2025. Let's see if this continues for a third in 3, 2, 1. Do we have that decision out? Yes, we do. I'm just waiting for it to populate on my end. 4.5%, so exactly in line with estimates, 4.5%. As I see the statement come through, I will read through that and let you know. Back to you. Rates have not changed.
I mean, what tie is he wearing, right? You have to wait to see that one, too. There goes Palantir right now, so it's going to be a no change right now. 12-0. 12-0. Fed change zeros. So absolutely unanimous. You don't get that too often. 12-0 right now to not change the current rate. So 12-0. Market's starting to go a little boom there, but now we just battle back. Palantir, we're long. It's 50 cents. We'll have to wait to see what's going on with some other names. Is Tesla moving on this number? No, it's not really. Nice little move back up for Tesla. Like I said, we had been covering. We did get out of hood, which really sucks at the bottom there on Trump. Thanks, Donald. But there it is, a nice bounce back up, and we make it back anyways with Palantir. But yeah, Robinhood was our latest. We are the victim of that move down on Robinhood, but that's okay. Market trying to go back upside right now. Pretty happy with what we're doing. No change right now as the bank stocks, and then we're going to go check it out. I don't know if you're looking at anything. JP Morgan not doing anything. Is there anything you're looking at?
Well, right now, whipsaw action. I got back into Amazon off 188, or at least in front of 188 as it pulled right back in. IWM, I expected if there was anything crazy, you're going to see the Russell probably move a little bit more. They're very rate sensitive. So if that gets above VWAP, that'd be pretty bullish for them. But the only thing I jumped into was back into Amazon as it held a support around the 188 level. We're going to get some out if we break back over VWAP into 189. But let's go to Adara and get another update. See what else we got going.
I just wanted to provide some color here on the rate statement because there are some interesting comments being made. Basically, in this rate statement, the Fed said that inflation remains somewhat elevated and that risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have increased. They also said that uncertainty with regards to the forward economic outlook has increased further. So increased concerns here about outlook with regards to uncertainty. There's also risks of higher employment and inflation rising. So that's the notes here from that FOMC statement. We have yet to take out the most recent high on the NASDAQ, even with that bounce. Back to you.
Oh, bounce we have.
Yeah, bounce we have. Let's go. Right there goes Palantir right now. Rip City on Palantir. I feel real bad about Robinhood. We had shares on Robinhood and got stopped out at 40. Right live on the air. There goes Robinhood. But we're pretty pleased with everything else, man. Right there. There it goes. Huge move up to the upside. There it goes. 109 and change right now for Palantir. It's a big one. We've got it. We've got long Google as well, long Palantir, short Tesla. But so far, so good here as Palantir making moves a little bit higher.
Yeah, only thing we punched back into, we just got all the way up to 188.90, right in front of 189 on Amazon, and we're pulling right back into the $0.50. So you're going to want to play the whipsaw action in this range. Bottom is going to be 188. I think that's where the reload needs to be on this stock. If you're trading it, I am looking over and seeing basically the same thing everywhere, like NVIDIA, inside candle, like you get into a resistance, you get into a support, and you haven't broken out either way. If you break a range one way or the other, that's where things can change. Like I want to see these levels hold. If we can hold and go back and forth bouncing, that's great. Because then you can play inside, scalp inside of the range, but I don't want anything breaking its local support. Then you run yourself into some trouble. Apple's the other name I was looking for to see maybe we could get something off of that low again down in the 193. But Apple's holding forward very, very nicely after, well, quite frankly, taking it on the chin. With that headline earlier. So Apple looking okay. I just like the strength overall. There was already accumulation in Amazon at this 188 level, so I want to play off of that as long as we can. I don't really have anything I'm favoring to the short side right now. I was thinking SMCI, but I'm not completely sold on that one. Thinking SMCI VWAP, but I'm going to go back over to AMD, and maybe that's going to be the one, because that barely moved to the upside when we just had that spike. I feel like that's the weak one here. AMD.
Yeah, we're getting some more out of Tesla, and we do have a new position alert. What's up to Robinhood? I'm going to go short now, Robinhood. We had that long, man, and we had it. at a great level, but then we had that little story and then blasted right through that low. So we are now out. But let's switch our focus now. We're going to go short now on Robinhood. I do want to say a thank you to everybody that's watching. We have over 7,700 right now. We need to get that like button going, right? Only 300. Let's see how many likes we can get right now. Over 7,700 of you watching. I want to thank you all for this as we show you stocks live as the Fed continues to march forward as planned. 12-0 right there on the rate decision to hold for it. We're going to be shorting Robinhood until we break. I was thinking VWAP, but I'm just thinking about even that high of 15s. If we break through 49.15, we're going to be out, averaging into Robinhood if we get a chance to do that. It is the tank city right now. It is $3 in the money. What's up, Ozan, right there? Let's put another bid on there for Tesla and take it out. You know, the trading continues over here. Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. What's up, Adara?
I just want to provide a little bit of an update here with regards to the Fed funds rate and what traders are expecting going forward. For June, we haven't seen much of a change here. 27.8% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut, but the large majority, about 72%, are not expecting any change. July, though, we are still seeing about a 55% chance of a 25 basis point cut. We actually have some participants as well, about 17.4% chance here of a 50 basis point cut. So cuts are still priced in for July. They are still not priced in as of right now for June. No real updates here regards other than what I've already said with regards to the FOMC statement and any changes therein. The biggest thing I would say with that FOMC statement, any changes, is just the fact that they're saying now there's increased uncertainty. Back to you.
Yeah, you think there's like increased uncertainty. So look, I'm going to buy the dip, but if we break lows, I'm jumping out of this bad boy. So it looks like we're headed downside. Am I picking up SMCI? No. Are we getting AMD? No, we're not getting AMD. Let me just cancel that order right there. If we have to get back up to a resistance spot. We're still first 5 minutes in here. We're jiggling around. I don't want to pick that we're trending a direction. I only ever want to play off support and resistance in that first 25 to 30 minutes until we get Powell on the podium. At that point, I think things can change. But right now, it is looking like trend down. And since I was bullish before, I'm not going to stay bullish on this move. When we're breaking out lows, that's when you got to go. Only two names I wanted to the short side. SMCI is not presenting anything except for short the low of the day, and I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I don't want to be buying highs or shorting lows at all. And NVIDIA is absolutely bleeding as well, down through 113. That was a big turn on NVIDIA, 112.5. That's the support level from yesterday. 112.5. Somebody was buying it up all day long from about 10 o'clock on NVIDIA. So if it doesn't bounce there, I mean, is it really going to bounce at all? I would say no.
All right, sign up. All right, $6 in the money on Tesla. But also Robinhood. We had just put this trade on. So I know Neil tried the long there on Amazon. Good try. Getting out of it, though, obviously, as all of these names starting to head to the downside. We picked a short on Robinhood. It's actually not even cruising that much. But there it is. There's the trade again for us on Tesla. So, I mean, the diamond hands hold right there to the low of the day as Tesla right now cranking lower. We are able to get out of Google. We made good money on Google, man. Out. We didn't let this come all the way back in. And you guys know I was like, yeah, I don't really like this anymore. Let's get out of some NVIDIA. So we're now out of NVIDIA as we come right back into some of these lows. I'm very surprised at all of this. I almost feel like, there is obviously more happening here because the Fed 12-0 on a number that we really thought was going to happen. So there it is, man. We go back to the talk of we have lots of deals, yet we have no deals. So there goes NVIDIA. There goes the game right now to the downside, man. We're here to trade this. It's $6 on Tesla. It's 50 cents on Robinhood. And we just took some out right there at that low for Robinhood. We already got stopped out there, which kind of sucks on that. So we had, admit that was not the greatest trade. But what are we going to do? You get stopped out right before the announcement and then right back up into the 200 period moving average. So yeah, if you guys want to take this out on Tesla, I ain't blaming you at all. But right now it is $6 right now on that one as we continue to watch this name absolutely bleed. But we only put two positions on, I think, was Amazon and then Robinhood. Those are the only ones that we've had on since the Fed, but the market is really bleeding. I mean, that's a pretty nasty candle here.
For what we expect, it's a pretty nasty candle to the downside, considering that you got exactly what we're expecting. Shout out to The super chat we got here from Jared Trump Slump TTS. Yeah, destroying your trading future. Well, I'll tell you this: volatility overall is good for trading in the markets. But I understand everyone talks about it in the long term and in the shake around. Sometimes you have to have a different perspective in your long term. But dead cat bounce. You think with upwards market momentum? Do you think this upwards market momentum is a dead cat bounce? I hesitate to call it a dead cat bounce because a lot of the earnings have been pretty solid. And when you create something by a stroke of a pen, you can end it by a stroke of a pen. It's not like the fundamentals in a lot of these companies are dead. They're not. I just don't think that they are. But first things first, Apple just got down to that low. So your bottoming tail candle, 193-ish, holding on to the 50s. Said I like this one. And only because this is where it bounced on that Apple Google headline earlier. So like those are the levels you work off of. Let it get down into the support. 193.25 is that low on Apple. So I'm going to jump in, wait for it to get to the bottom, and then play the yo-yo rubber band, whatever the heck action you want to call it.
All right, well, we're in a position again, NVIDIA, so we take that one long right now, NVDA, right into our levels again that we had talked about in the beginning of the day, 12 to 12, 113. So 112 to 113, it comes in. So we're in it. We're taking some out. We're just long here at 60s, getting them out like 70, 75, just scalping because we have a big boy position on one more time. So let's see how far we can go up to the upside right now. Here we go. All right, let's go, NVIDIA, man. Make them sing. Let's see if we can get some 85s right there, and then we'll wait for a little bit higher. Maybe we have the bottom, maybe we don't. But let's just scalp it out. We've been making good money here since the Fed, man. This is what we do. Robinhood short, that banked out pretty nicely. And now the NVDA long. Neil joins with the Apple long. So good job trying to get these longs back into our portfolios right now. But it's NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA. Let's go. We already nailed this one. This was already PL1. Now it's going to be PL1 still, I guess, because Tesla makes that move down. That was a good trade. We'll see where it goes, but I'm just watching NVIDIA. Here it is, man. We just put this on. I don't know where Apple's going, but this is now 30 cents upside right here for exactly the same.
Pretty much penny for penny.
Nice, good. So yeah, I mean, again, this is only a $110 name, but let's go. Let's see what can happen. I like that Apple bounce back. Hopefully that can go for you as well. But so far, NVIDIA with the move higher. Let's see what it winds up doing. But again, lots of shares on board on this side. So we're going to try to keep getting them out. But I don't know, like until Powell comes back, I think you're probably right.
We still have 15, 20 minutes. I think you're scalping moves as much as you can at this point because it's still it's a really heavy tape on the ES right now. I might want to offer in front of 94. You're still a heavy tape, but I like the fact where we're bouncing on the ES. Should always zoom out. Big level at the 56,000 on the ES. I mean, the NASDAQ's kind of at a more random spot. But if you hold on to this 56K, well, you're in a supply zone. And when you're in a supply zone, if you're trying to actively trade, you want to take the buy action there. If you're holding short, fine, fair enough. I think that's reasonable as well. But there's not a lot of oomph in this move off the low. I grant you that. Like, it's not as strong as you would expect. Like, you got 20, 30 cents out of it, which is not a bad little move for sure. Pocket T-shirt. In the chat, I'm not making it up. That's actually the name that I just saw in there. We're trading actual equity. There's no options here at Real Trading. So, you might see Joey Options the Midday talk about options, but we trade the direct equity here at Real Trading. So long just means we're buying shares. Short just means we're borrowing and then selling them into the market to bet that it's going down. That's all that's happening at Real Trading. No options yet.
Yeah, no options. All right, well, you have the options of trading whatever you want, so let's go have another look here. All right, so Uber, we were not in that one table. I was not. Neil had a good one there off 80. So that's still trying to hold. We'll wait to see if it holds 83. It looks like VWAP has been pretty good for that one.
I forgot about Uber.
That is
strong today.
Yeah, it's very strong today. We definitely like
Even
Uber.
though it's down 2.5, it's very strong today.
Yep, yeah, we definitely like Uber. NVIDIA I like there as well. Some people asking for me about some Shopify. Oh, that's right. It's no longer on the New York Stock Exchange. It's on the NASDAQ. So we can have a quick go, NVIDIA, go. I mean, Shopify looking very similar here on that dump where you might be able to pick something up right into past support. This is probably better than anything else. Well, I mean, look, NVIDIA, we have it at the bottom of the day again, so we'll see if that can hold. But right into their Shopify, very, very similar look to that of NVIDIA. Got right back into the lows and now looking to bounce a little bit higher. On the daily, let's just look at it over here on a chart that's a continuous chart from the New York Stock Exchange. Right into there, $93 looks to be a very, very good bottom there for Shopify. So if you can get anything into 93, that's the 200 period. We spent a little bit of time underneath there, but that's a scary amount of time because when we broke broke that. That was at 90. We went down to $70. But that's during the depths there. I'm not sure when Shopify reports, but when they do,
Tomorrow.
Okay, there we go. So something to look at for sure. Shopify tomorrow. Dara?
Story might be of note for you, Sean, because it's about Robinhood. I know you're in that one right now. I'm just seeing here Robinhood reportedly going to be planning its blockchain to trade U.S. assets in Europe. So Robinhood here reportedly planning its blockchain to trade U.S. assets in Europe. Again, we still have about 15 minutes until that FOMC meeting. I already have the stream ready to go, and I will give you guys any and all coverage that is relevant and market moving. Back to you.
Thanks, Adair. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Adair.
Wait for something to happen. Yeah, so not much. Thanks, Adair, because not much happening on Robinhood right now on that news. But I still like the stock. It's just today I was thinking short. I was thinking long, but then we ripped up and then hit the 200 period. And every time we said there's VWAP both times, but that was pretty close on that bump up. So we take advantage of it and go short here just to see what the market wants to give us. That's Robinhood.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. Like I almost always come into a Fed day thinking, you know, what's a weak stock that I would want to short and what's a stock that I prefer the long side. Like I'm still leaning on the notion that AMD is a short, but as long as we hold the support for now, I'm not shorting any low of the day. I'd rather buy support and play it in that direction. But I completely forgot about Uber. Uber, like that's held on to VWAP the whole way. And I respected VWAP way too much this morning, which was a mistake on the long. But if it's going to hold here with the market at the low of the day, if you're not at the low and you're making a higher low, then if this market does decide to go, I think Uber is absolutely prime. And 86 is that prior-ish 52-week high. So you have room to run before you get into any major resistance here on Uber. So I'm going to make sure I have that up on another level too, so I can make that the other trade. So I like two things to the long side. If Apple can't hold this low, and Uber can, then to me that's an easy pivot to a much stronger stock on the session. And it's not really participating in this down move. That's what's so crazy about it. Like look at the candle on the ES and look at what's going on in Uber. You tell me. I can see relative strength on Uber as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if I'll do anything with it in the long term. We always talk about the 3-day rule on earnings, but at least for now it's looking good.
Yeah, so we just did it. You know, we talked about this. We sort of do what we talked about here. So it breaks below 112.50. So we're out just as fast as we're in on that NVIDIA trade. And for good reasons, right? We talked about where this market seems to be going right now and only downside. So again, take profit. Like we got profits in the 90s and the 80s, and then we lose 10 cents. On the piece that's left. So NVIDIA still remains obviously a pretty good stock there today for me, and we're going to wait to see where it goes from here. Robinhood and NVIDIA, both the only names that I have on board. We have a small piece left of Tesla. We're going to wait to see Robinhood goes back down into 40s, and we do wind up getting that. So yeah, man, I mean, those TQQ shorts, great look, man. I'm Jay Lee. I'm glad that we are now as a group talking more about the futures. I mean, this has been a great trading opportunity and a great trading vehicle, the TQs, right? And it continues to go down. Again, a triple levered ETF against the NASDAQ. So it's just an NQs, just triple levered. So when the NASDAQ's down 0.8, 816.24. So there you go. Same sort of math there, all the way to the downside. Maybe now it looks like it wants to get going just a little bit. And there goes NVIDIA, by the way. So it does break that 50s right back upside now. We still have 13 minutes until Fed Chair Powell takes the questions. He's going to have a prepared comment. So we're not really too worried about that. It's more about like, what are they going to be talking to this guy about? And we will be ears to the ground there. Darryl will obviously bring some information.
How many times do they mention the administration or tariffs is going to be?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty important call there for sure here this afternoon. So we'll pay attention to what exactly goes on with that, and we'll trade it accordingly. But it looks like we do get, and I'm fine getting, I mean, I was happy getting stopped out where we wound up getting stopped out there on NVIDIA. So, you know, you never like to get the very lows or anything like that in any of these names, but that was a good one there as we just followed our rules. And then not much else going on. I did want to not forget about
very quickly, someone asked me, and I didn't miss it. It came by fast in the chat. They're asking, Neil, did you short HIMS? Absolutely not. And I don't think I ever said I was going to short HIMS today. So just to clear that up. The only trade this morning that I discussed that I liked on HIMS was if we could have traded off 43 or 46. the levels from the daily. So yeah, no trades on HIMS. Although I do just note it lost that big $50 level that we tried to break at the end of the day yesterday. So big squeeze name here, HIMS losing the bid, but I'm not short it. I don't think I even considered shorting at any point today. It doesn't look bad, so I have no argument there. But nope, not going to trade that one. Although it's not the worst thing in the world, sometimes if you don't want all the market madness, to find something that has a chance to move without all of this whipsaw action, that could be a small cap. I'm not sure HIMS falls into that category. Usually you're looking for like a low float runner that doesn't care about the ES and the movement we have in the overall market. But yeah, no HIMS for me. Just going to stick with Apple and hopefully some Uber if that can hold the bid. Big if.
Yeah, I'm going to try a short here on NVIDIA. Again, you know, it's been one of those sort of back and forth situations here where right now I'm going to try it against 1280. We just made that high right there. It's very, very light trading right now for me. Like, I mean, we have shares, but it's the range is what we're looking at. We can scalp out in a range. That's more the trading that I'd like to do. It looks like, see, like right now, it looks like we're going to, there it is. It looks like we're going to get stopped out. I think right now we have to wait for Powell before we really do start to look everywhere here, because there goes NVIDIA right now breaking through. So we're getting stopped. We'll have slap a fail on that last try. On NVIDIA, just thought that maybe we'd start to go downside there. So in and out of NVIDIA real quick. We do not want to overtrade this scenario. Like, you know, we have a great opportunity coming in just 10 minutes when Powell gets on there, and then we'll see, you know, where he goes. Generally speaking, he'll talk, and the market, I don't know, normally it'll start to go up as he speaks. And then once he's off, then it will come back in, because he'll just talk about data points, and the data hasn't been that bad. The PCE has been in line with expectations, and don't seem to be too worried about inflation right now. And then jobs came in pretty hot, right? So it looks like the market. See, now I'm thinking about just going long and holding for Powell, but yeah, nice upside move. We are.
We did much for Uber.
Oh, that's not going. We did.
No,
cover,
it's starting to go, but it's too late.
Okay, yeah. We did cover a lot of Robinhood down here, so we don't even have too much of a position. But I'm going to use the 200 period now as our out, so 48.90, just a little bit more, cancel my past targets, and now get out, because if this continues to go higher, we do not need to be sitting in this. So that's what we're going to look at right now. Robinhood maybe to the downside, but getting out if it breaks the 200 period moving average. Tesla's still doing its thing. We have like less than 2% or so left on this trade. So maybe if this breaks the 200, we can get out as well. 274, let's just put that order out. 274.01, oops, yeah, 274.01, yeah, that makes sense to me. Well, 100% flat in that trade. So yeah, so far so good on some of these trades, but we did just get back and forth there on NVIDIA, which kind of sucks. So.
Yeah, speaking of back and forth, and the prior low is turning into resistance on Apple. Like immediately, the market makes a nice little bounce. It takes another leg up there. We still have 8 minutes to go till he hits the podium. Oh, wow. That was wild. You got to be. So anyways, I was just about to say, yeah, if we lose 190, as fast as I was saying, if we lose 194, I'm punching out. You probably just saw me throw ARCA and not get filled instantly, end up getting like 94s through when I tried to hit the even dollar. But that's how quickly things are whipsawing around. So I'm looking at it bounce off the lows, prior resistance. I'm like, there's your wick top, punch out and wait for the next move. Whether or not that's going to be another long off the low, maybe it'll be an AMD short. Maybe AMD is a complete other, like what a horrible stock this is today. That's all I got to say. It's so incredibly weak. Like that market bounce, and they can't even get back to the 98 level, which was the prior support. So I don't know if that's going to be the one. I can tell you Uber is looking strong, though. Like Uber just continues to glide higher at this point. And I'm not even sure we're going to get this move to pull back in on Uber. But we'll be patient. I mean, we were able to get a scalp trade on Apple there off of the low. We'll see whether we can either repeat that trade again, because it didn't break the lows when a few other stocks did. Maybe we can catch a higher low somewhere for a trend trade, or wait till 2:30 till we get some clarity out of Mr. Powell. And just because he walked up behind me, Rivian Randy, what the heck did you do to Rivian today?
Oh, God.
Why aren't you buying any shares of this thing, Randy?
Not quite low enough. Not at his level.
What do you mean it's not low enough? It's down 6% today. I mean, come on, man. You waiting for bankruptcy to own the entire thing? No, they're not going to go bankrupt.
No, we'll be long way before then.
Amazon's way too big in these. What, 7%? Amazon has 7%? Something like that? Is more than 12% maybe? Okay.
They have 14%.
Is it 14? I know they got a boatload. They're not like Lucid cash because Lucid's got the air, but they have a lot of cash on hand. But it's been really, really bad for Rivian here today, Randy.
Randy's price target in $10 he's looking for, so 10.22. So.
10.50 has been reasonable.
What is the price today?
That's a 12.50.
Oh, he has a long way to go, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
Back in. Right there. Okay, so we do now have 5 minutes. NVIDIA's right back to the upside right here again. Kind of driving me nuts. I'm just waiting for something to happen. I don't, if this breaks 113, then I guess we'll have to get out of it. But we're just holding around to see if there's some sort of a dump action here. I don't hear anything from Trump, and maybe he's gone right now. But not too much positivity coming from China or anything these days. So we'll go short on NVIDIA. We're just short right here at 82s. So this is what I'm saying. Like, it's just kind of waiting for some moves to happen right now. If the market does pull back a little bit, fine. But we'll take some profits. We're just trying to scalp out a little bit here. A lot of volume in the market right now. Let's find out Google, 149 and change, so still there. Does not go back into the low of the day, but Google's had itself a day for sure. Down 8%, so kind of that and Rivian. I mean, Google has the news with chat. Well, not ChatGPT, I guess, but just Apple there looking to change the way their sort of search engine operates and putting in some AI, which may get rid of, Google has that deal with Chrome as it's like the OS for the Apple iPhones. You can go in there and you can switch between Chrome and Safari and all that, and there's billions of dollars that Google receives for some of those options, and that may change the way that their model is, of course, when we're talking about search. Yeah, what's up, Martinez? I don't know. Is there a new high of the day coming right now in the market? If so, fine. We have our outs, man. We will get stopped out of all of these positions if we do start to rip up to the high side of the day. But, to be frank with everybody, and shout out to anybody named Frank,
What's up, Frank?
What's up, Frank?
There's always
there must be a Frank in there somewhere, especially a hot sauce. But, the market's going to do what the market does. And, just sitting here waiting for something is kind of silly. So if the press conference starts to happen and the market rips through, I'm going to get stopped out of everything. And if this starts to go down, then we will slowly start to take some profits. But it's the same thing. It's just back and forth here. So my biggest position right now is just NVIDIA as we sit here and wait to see if it takes 113, but it's not going down. It just stopped at flat for us. We were short at 112.80. It just stopped at 112.80 right down there. So yeah, right now it's just back and forth. 4 minutes until Powell predetermined speech, pre-written.
Yeah, pre-written comments, and I don't think we'll get any surprises out of Big Papa Pump. Although I don't. Will that happen again? I don't know if we're getting anything too crazy. It's our psychedelic.
It's
look.
The psychedelic version.
It's because we got to do that. What are the tie-dye T-shirt thing? We got to try to bring that back. No one actually wants. No one wears tie-dye T-shirts anymore. It's just not a thing. No, there's only one or two stocks that I do favor the south side of. So when we curl on AMD, like if we're not getting VWAP or 100, if I'm not getting 98.5, it just curled in here underneath that 98 support. I'm jumping into that one to the south side. It's still holding a downward trend for the entirety of the day. Actually, the first time I'm actually short this thing. We were long earlier. I like the long off 98 earlier, but you're under 98, so I want to try to play this one to the south side. Apple, which we dodged out of, is oddly enough at exactly the same price. So we're staying a bit range bound here. If we absolutely blast up, I am absolutely not opposed to getting stopped out of this. And then if we blast to the upside and I'm shorting it in front of 100, so be it on something like an Advanced Micro Devices. And Uber, I keep saying I want Uber long. It's not moving enough to chase the move away from support. Support's at $83 on Uber, chasing it up at 84 with only 2 minutes to go until we have Powell on the podium and all what breaks loose. Yeah, that's not going to be the right timing at all. Let us know what else you guys are watching here. YOLO Goog, someone just said.
You could YOLO that one.
When things slow down after Powell, there's some comments that we're going to probably talk about for Google in terms of relative to the other Mag 7 names. Because I'll tell you right now, Meta's the one I want to buy more of, and I'm actually mad at myself for not selling more Google and buying more Meta this quarter. I did one of those two things. I did not do the other. Based on the chart and my tone right now, you can tell the one that I didn't do, which was sell Google.
Yeah, we'll get out of that video as it takes 113 right now, and just wait. Now we have a minute and a half. We did cover some more Robinhood right here as well at 75s. Just going to wait now and see where this market takes us. You know, we could get a dump off in NVIDIA, and if we do, I would rather join the party there. Google, someone said YOLO Google. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, 149, I would say, would be sort of your stopping spot there if you did decide to do that one. Palantir probably still ramping a little bit. Yeah, there's our stop at 108. We'll see if Palantir wants to go. We know if the market goes, this name will go. Palantir right now, just trying to take that out. The big level for Palantir would, I guess, be 109. So we can go long if we do take that. 109 on Palantir will go long if it does take it. You know, the market has a chance to get going now. So we've seen Powell just really extend this market quite big time. So if it wants to go, fine, we'll be there for it on Palantir and give it a go on that break on hopefully some decent news from Powell. I don't know what he's going to say. That's Tesla. We're still light in that one. Robinhood, we covered that a little bit. And then NVIDIA, we wait. Look at that, some nice size there on Nemex, there on NVIDIA on the bid. Someone's trying to buy 150,000 shares right there, right now. On that, there he goes, he's gone.
Who uses that?
That was pretty quick there to get filled up. All right, it's now time for Powell. So we'll see what winds up happening now. Back on the mic, and we'll hear from Adara. You know, if and when he starts speaking.
Yeah, I think and I'm pretty sure everyone would have just seen the shot. We'll have Powell live in that top left, well, I guess it's the top right there. So you'll be able to see what he is saying. We usually have captions underneath there, and then you can see the SPY and the Qs. I mean, we'll cover what the market is doing, which is fine. But Powell is to the podium in purple tie. But he's going to read he'll have his statements, then we're going to get the Q&A, which is always a big deal. So we're starting to slowly move to the downside as the second Powell gets on the podium. And as you can see, there goes those predetermined opening comments. Anything big happens, Adara's going to have it for us. We also have it in our ears just in case. So no one's going to be trading blind. He's talking about inflation coming down a great deal, which would obviously be a positive, but also allows him not to cut. Well, he could cut rates. I mean,
yeah, I saw that guy get hit on NVIDIA, so I did decide to go short a little bit here. But we do understand that this is, we're running a little bit above the 2% goal of inflation right now is what he's talking about. So again, these are all going to be prepared comments. It's more the questions, you know, it's talking about a solid economy right here. Yeah, we wait to hear. All right, yeah, they have positions they can respond right now. So yeah, he's saying all the right things. And just trying to protect his job most likely. But again, remember, we don't have any insight on him getting fired or anything like that. There it goes right now to the upside again. So maybe we just wait on NVIDIA. There's not much going on. Tesla, we took that out on the 200 period, so that's now going one way. Okay, the risks of higher employment and inflation have risen. The risks of inflation have risen. We kind of know that. I mean, if the consumer is going to be weak right now, I don't know what's going to happen with prices. But there we go. Robinhood out as well. The market starting to go back up. I guess the longs have been in charge here this whole time. Wow, there it goes. All right. Nice move there. Yeah, here we go. Nice move upside, 113 now on NVIDIA. As some of these moves are starting to go, man, maybe it's Tesla might be the one as that really took off from the bottom, 272. Good trading there, but now upside on Tesla.
Yeah, and it's upside pretty much everywhere. We broke through that resistance. I mean, Apple's now through that 194.5. AMD actually was able to break, I mean, slightly break it out, but I'm out. Like, I don't want to fight this thing. The short, to me, needs to be a little bit higher up. If Powell's going to tank us, it needs to happen right away. So keep it tight stops as the futures are coming decidedly higher. Also making some moves in here. We don't really talk as much about Bitcoin, but a nice turn in Bitcoin and what's been a downward trend all day long. So Bitcoin catching a bit of a bid. I know we're going to go to Adara to get another update on what Papa Pump is saying.
Okay, good. Power.
Guys know here, some comments coming through here from Donald Trump. He said the labor market is not a source of inflationary pressures, and he did say inflation's come down a great deal. There's one thing I want to mention here that's of note. We know that Q1 GDP was on watch. It was negative print, and it was lower than expected. But he did say that the Q1 GDP swing had to do with an unusual swing in trade. So he basically attributed trade swings to that drop in GDP for Q1. So he said it complicated the measurement. That's the talk there from Powell. Other than that, and the fact that inflation's come down a great deal, there's not much more to say here from Powell right now. We have these comments from the prepared statement coming out. The real wild card, if you will be the Q&A. He is also wearing a purple tie for those who are wondering. Back to you.
Purple's a
All
good
right,
color.
yeah, just trying to hear about what's going on. But yeah, I think Adair is 100% right there. We'll wait for the comment from Powell. I'm still waiting for 109 to break. Palantir came up to that level and dropped. So yeah, I mean, right into the 200 period again, then dropping back down. So yeah, we'll wait to see if there's anything significant here. Okay, administration doing substantial policy changes. So obviously, as the
No, they're not.
As the yeah. All right, tariffs are much bigger than expected. As he's talking right now, maybe this Nvidia long at 113 now won't work. I'm just trying to go long and short here, like taking. I mean, but if you take enough 20 and 30 cent hits, then you know the dollar needs to happen at some point. And right now, it doesn't look like it wants to go here for Nvidia. So we'll hold out, hope that it eventually gets going. That's 113.60s. So 113.50 is sort of an early target look here to get something out, hopefully about 25% there. I'll just put 25% out. If it does get back up there, that's what we're going to try to look for right now. But yeah, not.
I want to buy dips at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to buy dips too.
Like I'm thinking, go back into Apple. Like Apple held a low, double bottom. Now there's always that little bit of a worry. You understand it's something that's in a downward trend and it was on news, but you got to factor. Now it's about Powell. It's now about the post-Fed rate nothing burger move. And as far as I'm concerned, we're now trending to the upside. So I want to buy dips in the previous supply zones. If we even get the move back down in here on Apple, I want to rejoin it. I considered Amazon as well, but Amazon under VWAP and under where we were buying it. So Amazon doesn't look like the right one. Like Apple is making a nice little base we can work off of. Amazon's almost the opposite there. Let's go back to Adara.
We have more comments coming here from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. These are the prepared comments, and they are a lot here about inflation with regards to tariffs, which I think is certainly of note. He did say that the inflationary effects of policies from these tariffs could be short-lived, and that avoiding this persistent inflation is going to depend on the size, timing of tariffs, and the inflation expectations. But with that in mind, he said that the Fed is obligated to keep the inflation expectations anchored, and that the tariffs right now have been larger than anticipated. If they stay that way, that could be a little bit complicated because they are, quote, significantly bigger than what anyone was really expecting as of right now. And if they stay in place, he's expecting higher inflation and lower employment going forward. He also said that near-term inflation expectations have increased, which we know from these consumer surveys like the Michigan Consumer Sentiment. So that's just kind of a quick summary here of inflation and tariff-related comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I will let you guys know when he transitions to the Q&A portion of events. Back to you.
Yeah, usually you're prepared for a little bit, but the Q&A is where it gets really spicy. But at this point, like we're rallying on him saying things that are not good for the market, like overall, which is weird. So there wasn't a dip in a 94 on Apple. If it's taking the stairs up, then we'll take the next rung if we're able to get it. Like it's got a nice clean trend on it to the upside here. So the next time dips, I don't want to buy any highs. The market's at VWAP right now. The ES, I should say, is at the volume weighted average price. We still have some room to go. Amazon's starting to look a little bit stronger. Oh yeah, it's right back holding that 188 level. So the supply zone on Amazon, it's really starting to come in. This is starting to look a little bit better because then I can risk off where the buyers were before at 178.8, which is a little bit better than trying to hold it $2 to the low of the day. Well, the low of the afternoon. There's no chance I want to play anything that far away. So it's Apple or Amazon for me. Just try to keep it in the pocket. Google's not really doing anything. It's a little surprising that a stock with the most volatility in the Mag 7 has the least amount of action right now, but that's sort of where it's at. Like you're not going to trade the one that's not moving. Like Amazon and Apple are both actually moving here. They're the ones you want to be in. On the blockchains, doesn't that tell us that the moves have nothing to do with the events? It's all smoke and mirrors? Yeah, well, right now the market cares more about what the president is going to do next. You know? It's just kind of how it is. And I'm not trying to be political or anything. It's kind of just how it is. You know, just keep it real.
The market hasn't cared about the Fed in years. So, all right, let's go back over and see what Adair has.
I just want to clarify here, as you can see on the screen, Fed Chair Powell has started the Q&A portion of event. He also said there's a great deal of uncertainty around tariffs, which we did know. There's another comment here of note that he basically said right now there's no reason for them to not wait before adjusting policy. He said there's time to wait before they need to make any moves on rates. So suggesting some patience here with moves as the Fed assesses tariff uncertainty. back to you.
Thanks, Adara. All right, so what's been working out here is NVIDIA. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here right now. Let's go to the upside. Hopefully, we've been cashing a little bit out here in the 40s. Like I said, trying to use a little bit more shares. And like if I get stopped out for 30-cent losers, then I should, get a little aggressive and take. Okay, now the market's turning a little bit.
Now what
should get a little. I don't know. Should get a little aggressive right now with the winners, right? And so if we have winners, we need to take them off. Okay. Yeah, he can't say which way it's going to shake out on tariffs, which is the news that I'm hearing right now. Yep. We did just get it. The new position was on the wrong stock here. It was on Palantir. So this stock, we did good, man. It went into the teens and we were able to get some out, but now it's starting to fall back in a little bit. A break there of 80 and we're gone now on Palantir. We tried this one to see where it wanted to go. I do like the stock, but obviously as news is hitting right now, we've scalped out. Like we've been trying to do that in 105, out a little bit. It didn't, 109. It did not break. Right, I mean, it broke, and we got shares. We got shares at pretty good prices, but we didn't necessarily get that move. So we're taking about 15 cents, and if we wind up losing, our best out was 13s. So if we wind up losing here, we'll be down on this trade because we're only out of a quarter of it, and we're going to wait to see how. Okay, there it goes. We're going to lose 20 cents. Here it goes. We're going to be out of this one as it breaks through 80. So just a matter of time. My hands are off. So if it breaks it, it breaks it. We're out of there. We tried the long on Palantir, and then it just came screaming right back in. So here we go, man. Decent readings above 2%. He's saying for inflation, but that is where we're at right now. So hopefully this can go back up to the upside. NVIDIA seems fine.
Market wants green.
It's Palantir that's a little shaky. I hope the market wants green.
Markets head towards green. The Nasdaq's 0.14. The ES, check that. No, the S&P is green.
S&P,
it's the Nasdaq. Look, man, the Nasdaq is lagging, but it's at the volume weighted average price now. The ES is already green. So in that move, like I hit offer enter on Apple and punched out. Like I got that 94.5, and then it went right to 95, and then instantly the sellers came right back into it, right where they were before at the 195 level. So quick little scalp trade there. Amazon's holding though. Whoops, not Amazon Q. That's not actually even a stock. That's holding at the volume weighted average price. I wanted to add at 88, but remember resistance in front of 189 on Amazon. So play VWAP into that resistance. Only a couple names that we're watching here, and right now the market is trending to the upside. So until we make lower highs on the overall market, then I think Powell's taking us to the upside, at least for now. That can change because we're at VWAP, and if that happens, it's going to be AMD is the only thing making short. This thing can't even get to. It's not even rallying that far. Like I got out of this for like a 25-cent hit, and it is 25 cents higher. That was like 10 minutes ago, and the market's been booming since then. So AMD, I think, is a weak stock. If it gets into VWAP or 100, I think that's going to be the sell zone. But it's Apple and Amazon for me. If I'm long, it's probably beginning with an A this afternoon because both of those are starting to look a little bit better. Trying to buy the dip into 188, that matters to me more than VWAP. But I'm not covering until we get 188.80 or so, and then we'll see about 189. If we start breaking out highs, oh boy.
Yeah, if we start breaking out highs, then it will be an oh boy situation because we'll be well appointed here. So we're already out of 40% of Palantir, man. We got some out at O's. We just got 10s. We actually just got 13s again. It seems to be stopping we got 10s again. Sorry, not 13s. We got NVIDIA 45s is what we had just gotten as well. So we were short before the print came, or before, I guess the print at 2 o'clock, which was zeros. That came out as expected. No change there on the Fed. So once that had sort of came through, we decided to go long finally, and now we'll wait to see if we can be printed out on this one. I mean, I think still the 200 period is good. Like when we have Powell up there right now on the screen, obviously it's been there. So if you do want to have a quick look and see what he's saying, you can go grab there. We're looking at all the stocks for you as well. Some interesting names here starting to work. Let's find out what's going on with Tesla. 275, that's been chugging upside as well since the release. So we like that what that's doing. I need Palantir to go. That hopefully can get going. You know, a name that's been really beat up, XYZ, with Block. So we'll have to see
Throw
Block.
them out of the.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it was above 50, but it's not again. So, all right, I'm going to get out some more NVIDIA at 48 because why not? We're up there, so we'll do that. XYZ up 1% though, greater than the market today. Goes square.
Probably
so,
a selling opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, right down there, we gapped lower. So you're still looking to fill that gap. That's basically at $50. So maybe we get a little more excited about Mr. Block once that gets going again to the upside, but that doesn't appear to be any time now. I don't know. I don't want to get out of Palantir, but honestly, instead of taking an L, I'm going to take some more out here at 07s. I don't know. I just put 07s there. Hopefully we can get at least, okay, at least give me it. 6s. I could have picked 6s and got it. One more. There it is. Okay. So I'm waiting for 109.20s. Like we got to start to, I mean, I'm taking profit because there's profit there, but it's not working out, man. The long is not necessarily
like one
happening. Push
that needs to get made on the ES and the NASDAQ.
I don't know how long I can wait for it.
Everyone, it's like we're right at the crest of the hill on pretty much everything, and it's just getting over that hump that's not really happening. Like you see, we're getting into the same resistance, and then we're turning around, and that's whether, look, if you lose weight, like this level here, I'm getting out. Essentially, every single time I want to be buying the dips, respecting our stops. But if you look at the Qs on a lower time frame, which I haven't really done that for you guys yet. So there you go. Like look at us at the volume weighted average price, and we're just losing it. And this is where the spike got us to at 2 o'clock. So we're just not breaking out that top, but we are trending into it. And if we break, that's why I said if we break it out, you know, oh boy, because you have everything cresting at almost the exact same moment. So you want to pick it and rip whatever you like. Apple is a very clean upward trend right now. I'm observing that trend and saying, hey, as long as it holds up, you got another level 2, buy the bottom of the trend line every time it bounces off, and then try to work it back into the volume weighted average price. It's got some catch up to do. And the difference between it and Google is it's actually moving, and Google is not. I think either one of them has a lot of room to go because of how bad it was today. Google being down 8%. The fact that they're not buying it with the markets going up is telling you something about Google. And it's nothing that I like in the long term. Let's go over to Adara. She has more from Powell. And let's go futures, get through that hump.
Powell being asked here about, of course, tariffs and how they relate to the Fed's goals. Fed Chair Powell, not Donald Trump, saying that if the Fed sees higher inflation and higher unemployment, they will not progress further towards their goals, and they would basically have to see a delay on getting to the goals for next year should the current tariffs stay. But he's adding here, Powell's adding, there's so much uncertainty around tariffs. It's just not a situation where they can preempt anything. They're going to have to see how everything goes. So Powell, really uncertainty has basically been the word of the day today for Fed Chair Powell. And we saw that as well in the FOMC rate statement. Back to you.
I'm considering doing it.
Well, I think we have to sell some Google.
I was just saying, Sean, I don't think I've ever sold Google shares in my long-term account, and I'm actually considering doing it. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting over that hump. It doesn't feel like it, but like I said, if we wicked off, if there was a bounce off this trend line, I would take a shot at the long back into Apple. So I've done it. But if it loses 50, 194.50, then you've broken that trend line. And then similarly, trying to get over the hump and not doing so is Amazon from taking some out at 1-to-1. If we break this 80 level support, then I got to jump out of this one as well. Maybe I should just be short that AMD, but it's not moving. I wanted to short something that was going parabolic up, that we could find a resistance level. AMD's just not doing anything. 49. It's not the one.
Robinhood's starting to go a little bit here.
Dump Block and buy Robinhood. There's a good trade.
Probably.
Long term.
Probably. All right, so we're going to get out of Palantir. We only have half left of this stock. It looks like we will take a 20-cent hit here as it's, well, I don't know. Okay. See, this is the frustrating thing. Like, we are almost out of it, and then it pops up 15, 20 cents. I mean, it does make a difference to the P&L when that kind of stuff happens, but not enough. Like, I'm not going to get out as we wait to see what, there it goes. Now it's going to break, right? Now it's going to break. Finally, back down here into 80s as it's starting to stack up a little bit. Remember, this was still SSR, right? Because yesterday we did have, there it goes. So I'm out now. So yesterday was an SSR situation on Palantir. So it's having a problem getting through that 19s. We might... Like, see, now I'm thinking about, now that we've seen that, maybe it is a go short situation against that 109, but then once I do that, it'll probably, you know, just rip back up again. All right, now the market's starting to come down. So we'll slap a fail on that last Palantir try, but you know, it was only a fail because it didn't go. I don't feel bad about what was being attempted there. I think that was a good one. He tried to break that 109 and just did not go right there. So we've seen that happen many times, breaking that level and then gone. So I feel like it was probably worth the shot there. But now that we see that and we do have this market coming back down, I've pulled my NVIDIA bid. Yeah, I was going to try this one, but now we have to wait to see if we get back down in here to 112.50. But there goes NVIDIA. I mean, we could just get out and just sort of forget about it and wait for something else to happen. Let's just do that. We'll just get out there at 95 on NVIDIA, take a 10-cent hit, and now wait to see what winds up happening as the market's getting a little excited now to the downside, which is why, yeah, everyone wishes they cashed out of Google. What's up, Anish, man? Yeah, Google's been really bad. Google still, as Neil had mentioned, still trying to go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those.
I don't know. I don't think I want to short it now, though. But
you get wrapped up looking at when you buy something like a decade ago or longer than a decade ago. You get wrapped up at the price that you might have bought it at instead of what's happening right now. That's all I meant by that. But so I made a keystroke error in punching out of Apple. I had a stop and I also punched out, so I ended up short. I exited right away because my intention was not to go short, but obviously the short would have been the right decision. Still holding on to some level of strength there. I don't know, sometimes you get bullish on the market, want to play the trend, and the reversal, like the mean reversion turned out to be the way to go. But I am not actually short that. That purple was an accident, and then that's me getting out. I think I hit the bid, or jumped on the bid and got a couple of pennies on it. But the market is losing the bid here pretty precipitously. He's still on the podium. One of the plays that we will usually talk about on a day like today, who knows if it'll happen today, just something that usually will happen, is a reversion when he's done. And the reversion is whatever you were doing before, which right now seems like we're headed back into the lows, is a reversion of that move. I don't know how long he'll be taking the Q&A, but usually it's like after 3 o'clock. He'll go into 3 o'clock. It's just a matter of when, maybe 3:15, who knows. But when he's done, then you look for a bit of mean reversion. After that, you start thinking about whether there be imbalances at 350 and then move on from there. But probably should have reversed. AMD, actually could have held on to that short instead of punching out. But I'm going to stay flat and wait for something that actually sets up a little bit more cleanly. Because Apple, like that was a clean mean revert on Apple, and it's right back up at that high. Like I got out, it bounced right off 194, and it's right back into where it broke the trend. Something along these lines, like right here. Like there's your trend line. It broke it, snapped right back into the top. If it goes back into trend, then you've trapped some shorts, and I want to go back into the long. But that's the setup that I'm looking for here, because I don't think we're getting that crazy Fed action. It's mostly an inside day. And don't look now, but Google finally decided to make a move from that range it was in, and the move was, you can't see it right now, but it is breaking lower. Google could get 10% down, which would be something if it went SSR.
Yeah, Fed Chair Powell still talking, but for right now, we want to make sure everybody does scan that QR code that you do see on your screen right now and sign up with ProfitX. If you want top-tier odds and total control, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation, and cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place picks, exchange them with ProfitX, the smarter, faster way to play. Do not forget to use code TRADERTV, all one word, TRADERTV, to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to 3 bills. And again, just try it. Just sign up, go for it. We've already discussed the odds. I think you have it up right now.
Well, I'm asking you one question.
You what?
Do you like the Leafs tonight?
Not really, no, unfortunately.
Well, that was, dang it.
What is the odds, though?
Well, you're getting 129
exactly,
on the money
But they have that
line.
new goalie in.
So don't do it? You're a bigger hockey guy than
No, I don't think so. If anything, maybe the over. Go with the over. Over
You want the
5.5. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go there.
Yeah, max BP. Over 5.5. I think there'd be enough goals tonight, although it could be a pretty tight game.
I was going to take the Leafs just because I'm a fan. We're in Toronto, but I'll defer to the hocky man.
Yeah.
On the table here, on the table.
I like that.
On the trade desk, we'll go with the over. And just as Sean said, do yourself, if you're into sports betting, do yourself a favor, check out ProfitX. Just look at the lines, go to any other site, and then look at the other price that you're getting. We didn't show it this time, but trust me, they are quite favorable. For sure. So we're still heading to the downside here. Obviously, Apple, I think it was the right decision to get out of it, but I'm not in love with any shorts right now. And if I'm not in love with any shorts, maybe there's a chance to slip into some Uber holding VWAP. If you're patient enough, maybe Uber does trade down to $83. It just hung out at 84, and now with the market sliding in, there were buyers on the volume-weighted average price on Uber for the one time that it got there this afternoon, or at lunchtime, I suppose. This is where I would look for it. If the market can hold the low and we can hold VWAP here, then you'd be buying the dip on a strong stock instead. I think that's where I'd rather go to for sure. Chris L's got an interesting question for you. It's a hard one.
Leafs win the cup. Palantir will hit 150. That's already happening.
What would you rather happen first?
The Leafs win the cup.
Yeah.
Because that has happened this year.
Well,
Palantir will hit 150.
Yeah, it's because like it's in.
The Leafs may not win a cup. So.
I was pushing these forward.
Yeah, so good question there. I think.
No, it is a fun question.
Fun one, I do
like. The Leafs have, anyone that doesn't know hockey, the Leafs have not won a cup in our lifetimes. Like imagine if the Yankees.
1967.
Past our lifetimes. I don't want you to get the impression that we're that old.
No, I mean, but most of the people we haven't had, other than the Raptors, like the Jays last one is 93. So that's before many people's lifetimes that are watching this as well. So thank you so much to everybody. Yo, what's up, Nikhil? I don't know. I have no idea what your super chat was. I guess I can go find it. Hold on a second. Fan funding.
I didn't see it.
Let me see, Nikhil. Oh, here it is. What's up? Shopify, yeah, so I didn't even realize that they were having earnings there. So I haven't looked. Let's go to live chat. Thanks, Nikhil, for all of that. We did sort of look a little bit. I'm trying to go short here, Palantir. So let me do that after. Just real quick right now. So see, like we kind of knew, like the minute that we started to get short, this kind of stuff might happen. All right, so we're short bigger now at O's, trying to see if now we want to break through those highs. It'd be a shame for it to happen now, but hey, man, that's the market, and I'm not in control of that. So we'll see I wish I was. Now we'll wait to see what winds up happening to the downside. I'm hoping for a little bit of a downside push here where we'll be able to cash something out of this market, but it is starting to go upside right now on Palantir and the market, making this short look no bueno. So yeah, right now up to 119. I am giving this to 119.15, or sorry, 109.15 right there on Palantir. Okay. So again, we go long, we get stopped out. Now we go short. Now we're probably getting stopped out again. So, maybe like it's almost 3 o'clock entering the hour of power. The market has tanked like once Powell does get off. So maybe that's the right decision now, is to wait for something like that. Because when I was long, I could not get Palantir to do this, right? And now all of a sudden, and during the lulls, I'm not hearing anything. We're not getting any updates or anything like that. So right now, still on. We can see that. But we're not really getting too much movement here or too many headlines coming as most of the story's in. So right now it's probably best just to wait to see, let them get off that podium and then go from there. But right now, there it is, man. It's a nice upside move here for PLTR. Looks like we'll get stopped out, almost again, once we do break that little level of 119.15. So I'm gonna actually up it just a little bit more to 109. I keep saying 119, 109.21s or so. Let's stop out of that 75% of the trade as we're getting really, really close now to a stop out position. But yeah, no, we're busy, man. There's lots of hockey tonight. There's the women's has a hockey, and so do the Maple Leafs. So, and my daughter's playing as well. So it's just a crazy hockey night here for me. But there goes everything right now.
Everything's
so now
head to the upside.
Is he off yet? No. So the market's still ripping.
He's still there. Yeah, like it's insane. Like it's just whipsaw action. Like the second we get trailed out of the long in Apple, it bounces right off the even dollar and continuing higher. I'm not going to chase this move. Like I've obviously missed it. I'm not going to chase Uber. That didn't even get to VWAP or 83. So obviously we're just getting. It's just a stair-step action to the upside, and some things are going really, really heavily. Just a quick look. I know we talked about what we're generally trading, and I haven't traded Tesla today, but Tesla is probably the closest thing to a breakout. Like Tesla's got a 276 clean breakout here. Like this is a 276 level that could be incoming. I don't think I've taken a breakout on Tesla in a while, but that looks like about the strongest shot if we're really headed higher. The only thing that would dissuade me here and have a tight stop is because, well, if he leaves the podium, I'm usually expecting a reversion. So if he leaves the podium, then, and it's like, yeah, we punch long, and then he leaves the podium, you could get a quick little flush. But that's a pretty clean level break on Tesla, and it just went green on the day as well. So take a shot at that. Probably give it a relatively tight stop, like a 50-cent stop. Like it breaks long, immediately throw the stop underneath the 75.5, and then see if it can get through there. And I'm still shorting AMD at VWAP. It's just so weak it can't even get there. Like this is AMD, which I'm trying to be very patient with. Like don't short it here. Let it get to the high. But until then, if we break out on Tesla, relatively tight stop will get put in. But that's a pretty clean top break, and we're still trending up. Missed a dip buy, so I have to find something which is like a clean entry point.
Oh, there we go, man. The market is now, the market's now green. It's crazy that we had that. This is what Palantir does, man. Like we have that 109 break right here, and then it just drips all the way back to the 50-period moving average. And we actually had a good out there at 108.80, but only to turn around and then try to go short against those exact same levels again, and then have it run the high side. So it's like long. This was okay, but the short we lost on big time because we don't have any outs. So yeah, here it comes back in. Now it's finally at VWAP, so we can test it. And the same thing on NVIDIA, right? I mean, this one was okay because we didn't have that many shares left. But as it was breaking lower, we just said, broke 113. This stock's done. And then just was down here for 5 minutes, and then pop goes the weasel right back up there through 114 again. So we're going to have to be a little bit more patient here, put on our patient hat just a little bit more, and wait now for Palantir to get to that 110 before eventually stopping out, because too much of this back and forth and around nonsense right now. So Powell is still on, I guess. This dude's asking some sort of question from the AP. So we'll have to wait to see. He's not going to say anything stock specific. What we're waiting for is, okay, he's done. There's nothing else going on. Maybe the market can resume what it was doing pre-Powell, which was going down. So here we go. Palantir, we're short right now at 50s. 50 cents worth of risk again here for PLTR. Not looking great, but we're going to hold it. Hopefully we can hold out. Powell's now, it's 3 o'clock, man. So it's been now a half hour as we enter the power hour.
And don't forget, after market, we have a wealth of earnings. We're still in the heart of earnings season, so make sure you stick around. We'll review all the price action. Whoa, there's the turn.
Did he get, is he off? Maybe he's off. No, he's not.
Done?
No, he's not. He's still on there. I saw his flip over there, and I was like, oh, my God, he's gone.
I almost,
but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to punch short AMD when he left the podium, so it's a good thing that he did not. Although it would have worked. It actually would have worked. I was going to say, we have a wealth of earnings to get to. You got ARM. Bros is reporting after the bell. We'll cover all that. IonQ, Beyond Meat. Like there's a bunch of names reporting after market, and all worth watching. There's a lot of names that people have talked about. There's a small cap that halted, which I'm just going to warn everybody. This ASST, I'm not going to go in a big thing about the halt bans on cheap stocks, but suffice to say, it doesn't have to move that much to halt. Like 10% is nothing on the stock, and it's a $2 stock. So it just came out of a halt and isn't doing much. Its range is not what you would expect for a stock up 260%. Most of that happened in the morning rush. So be careful with this one. If you don't mind trading between halts, fair enough. But if you don't want to get caught in halts, that stock has been halting at least a dozen times today. So I still favor this breakout trade on Tesla if it can get there. And when Powell leaves the podium, still looking for that short on AMD if we can even get it. Day trader cut, he accidentally said rate hikes. Hey man, everyone, if you talk enough in front of a camera, you'll say the wrong thing every now and then. I'll give him a pass for that one. There's a million times that I think I've been caught, like I'm clearly saying, like I'll be talking about like Amazon or something, and I'll just say another stock, or I'll mix up Alibaba and Boeing for some crazy reason. And the viewers usually have an idea. Usually you guys know, but I'll give them a pass for that. I still want this break. We'll see if we can get there. And if you have any questions, just let us know. But right now, I'm not getting, usually by now, I have a better feel for the direction. And the fact that we got wicked out of Apple, I'm not really getting that sense anymore. Like it maintained the higher lows and yet not still in the long. So we got tricked out of the Apple long off the low, which I don't like. And we're not getting the short that I want, which is AMD. I could short it off this 98.5. That's one way to play it, but then I'd be breaking a rule. I don't want to break this again. Elbow that.
Yeah, we don't need to have.
It was like right here. I don't want to.
No, we don't need that. That shouldn't even be there. Okay, well, let's keep it there. All right, so Palantir just basically stopped at 50s. This is where we're short again. Like can't win for losing here today. Hopefully it now will come back in. It seems like all of these levels, we had that issue earlier with Tesla, and then now we're having it a little bit with Palantir as we're just holding out 50s again. See, like again, even levels make sense to hold, right? So I'm not surprised. I'm just waiting for that break. We did have a similar situation there in Tesla earlier, if you guys remember, when we were short this thing right here, and it wasn't breaking 70s or whatever it was, and I kept getting out. It was maybe I'll zoom in a little bit. It was right into here where we had that shelf, and then all of a sudden it broke. And once it did, then, it's got to break on news. It's not just something that, happens randomly. But, once that level did break, then we did open the floodgates just a little bit. And right there on Palantir again, the market wanted to go down, and it just kept on stopping right once again at 50s. So we have a little bit of a shelf here right now for PLTR. If we do break it, great. If not, I'm dead. So here we go. Nice upside move there now I'm not dead. We're short at 51s. We'll take a 50-cent hit. It's fine. But I'm hoping to get a 50-cent winner. I am now bidding out of 10% of this at 40s, just in case it does whoosh down. We've seen, it'll break levels, come back in, then just rip back up. So I do want to make sure that I have something out here at 25 and then something out at 40. We almost went to 42 there just now on a little bit of a break. So let's see. It looks like there's bidders now and buyers trying to hold up some of these stocks. I just want Powell to leave to see if the thesis is true that once he's gone, maybe the market does come back a little bit. We've seen dramatic fall downs, right? In this market, and also rips once on Fed days, especially into power hours. So we'll wait.
Well, actually, not just even Fed days. I think we have dropped in the last half an hour, like every day for it seems like every day. Like yes, the stock that I'm watching right now, AMD. This is the end of the day. I mean, AMD yesterday. There it is on Monday. Slight drops here, slight drops. Bigger drops at the end of the day. Like, show me the day where we're not selling off. There's basically, go back to the 30th. So since the start of May, I think every single day we have had a sell. Whether it's the last half an hour or whether it's been the last sometimes 10 minutes, we've certainly had that drop. So I still feel like you're looking for that short once he's done from the podium. For now, AMD doesn't want to get there. Tesla doesn't want to break 276. I've been asked a couple of times in the chat about my thoughts on Berkshire. So I'll leave it at this. I think people are overreacting to what we knew was going to happen, which was a change of power. If they build up a cash position and obviously a new direction, people are a little bit skittish. But the first thing that happened was they bought it right back in, and it's making another higher low. Now, my initial intention was to say, if this gets anywhere near on that sell-off to the 200 period, you're buying into it. It's still a chance it could lose the 50 and give you that. So that's what I want to stick to, that out of an abundance of patience, because it's still only a couple of days since the news that that Buffett is going to be stepping down, which we all knew was coming, everybody. It's just, I think a bit of an overreaction. I was kind of hoping you'd get some great prices under $500, and maybe you still will. But long term, I'd feel pretty good about that. Like Berkshire.
Oh, Berkshire.
Yeah, I still feel like they're going to be able to deploy that cash the right way.
I didn't push the button there, so.
Yeah, I thought it would fall a little bit further, and you'd get it under $500. That's all.
All right, come on, Palantir. Like, I'm bidding 40s, right? And so, okay. Well, all right. Now we're starting to flushy just a little bit. We just stopped there at 35s. What a surprise! Oh man, we needed that 25 bid there bad. Okay, come, just bring it down now. It is a nice move. I'm going to actually take out another piece because we might have just nailed the top. I wish we nailed the top. The bottom there on Palantir. So I'm going to bid. So right now I'm bidding 35s and 25s. Hopefully we do get that push down. As we said, that level broke there of 50s. So I don't know if there is said in flush incoming or not, but hopefully we do get a little bit of a downside pressure now on Palantir. I can see right here as you look at our top screen, still there with those big American flags is Jerome Powell. So we'll wait to see, and there it goes right back up. So again, we got two fills down there, so we actually wind up taking out about 10%, maybe a little bit more than that. But now it goes right back into a deficit for us on Palantir again. So Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting too much movement over there. Did Google's bleeding stop at least? Yes, it did.
A little bit, yeah.
Huge move back up to 150 there from 149, so up about $1.50. This should have been maybe where we were looking, but I was not looking there. This is the last time we got it, so we could have reloaded it at that exact price again, 148.75, but we didn't. So now we have to wait to see if it comes back into that level, which I sure hope it does, because that means the market would be coming back in. Palantir is now coming back in, but it just broke into 50 one more time. I don't know if we're going to hold it again. I'm going to put another bid for 5% there at 50. Hopefully we'll be able to get another piece out. But to answer your question about Shopify, because we did have that before and we've sort of gone back and forth on that, just talking about it, again, I'm going to use a different chart just to look at the daily for Shopify. If you've been seeing, though, Nikhil there, and again, thank you so much for the super chat. You know, this has been telling you pretty much all that you need to know heading into earnings. You know, the market does not love it right now. That high of $100 seems to be, and I can find out for you what the implied here. The implied move tonight on Shopify, I don't see it. Maybe
it's tomorrow morning.
Might be tomorrow morning.
I could.
It's not. I don't see it tonight. But at the end of the day, Shopify has been going to the downside. I would say probably the way this thing moves. I mean, probably 15% plus is a Shopify move. And right now, it is going to the downside. I would say anything short of 100 seems to make sense. But to sit there and try to predict like what the market's going to do, I would just say Block was bad. And XYZ, Shopify released a very similar pay-as-you-go kind of platform there where you tap it, and it's just one of those sort of Interac machines or debit machines that takes all the credit cards and whatnot. So I think that that's good for Shopify. But again, the XYZ number was bad. So if that's a push through to Shopify, maybe it's not the greatest read for that. But you know, they do have, you could build websites on there. And I just think with small businesses right now, I'm just trying to talk my way through this, but I think with small businesses aren't necessarily the greatest spot, especially with all these tariffs going through. But you know, here, for sure in Canada, it's more a push.
It's a struggle here.
Yeah, it's more of a push to like buy Canadian and everything like that. So that's good for small businesses because many small businesses are making their own products or sourcing locally. So yeah, I think Shopify is a mixed bag, man. You know, Canadian companies, so there could be some headwinds there when you're looking at the US dollar as well. But all right, so right now it's still 310. This man is still on the podium. So we just got out some more of Shopify, or sorry, of Palantir as it just hit 50 again. We talked to you about that bid. We were bidding 53, so we do get something out there. But for right now, it's just a battle, and I'm going through it with the demon that is Alex Karp and friends. I mean, I'd be happy with it going up, but for today's trade, let's see if it can get downside as Adara has more breaking news.
Anything super earth-shattering being said here by Fed Chair Powell. He said that trade discussions happening right now could actually change the picture materially when it comes to their forward projections, or it could not. It's entirely at this point up to wait and see what the policy is. But I do want to mention here, I know Sean earlier is talking about Shopify earnings. Shopify does report tomorrow, as do a whole host of names. You can check out all of these earnings for tomorrow, including quite a few interesting names tomorrow night on X at TTV Research. This is our daily events calendar for May 8th, 2025. Back to you.
We have to find the move.
Oftentimes, and it's my bad. Like oftentimes, I know we don't get to trade it post until tomorrow on Shopify, so that's my mistake. I thought it was yesterday. I thought it was tonight. But
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
I'm looking at all of you because we're live with the action, and the market goes into VWAP. It's like, what are you going to do? The market goes into the volume-weighted average price, and it looks like we're bouncing down again. So the only thing that I liked for a short, and obviously there could have been a bunch of them, was AMD. I tried to add to this closer to 98.50, but let's play it back into the support level. At the end of the day, we're still getting a whipsaw action. We have made a fresh low this afternoon, but we're running into the same resistance 19.9 on the futures. So as long as we do that, then you got to have something that you're looking for into the south side for sure. Joe Schmo, SMCI is up. It's like the sirens that lured Odysseus?
What's he saying?
Odysseus? No, SMCI is not up. Oh, I stand corrected. SMCI is through VWAP. SMCI has been at the low pretty much all
nice
day
one,
long.
Neil.
Yeah, wow, that's a little bit strong.
Go Gadget
Why is this
Palantir.
thing going up? Yeah. But you know what? No, it's still down 5%. It's underneath resistance. I was shorting this level this morning, and it was pretty good at 31.30. But I'm worried about Amazon or AMD. AMD, we're in it right now. SMCI is looking like it's strong. I have no idea why. Dead cat bounce, relief rally, call it whatever you want. The worst of the news is in, whatever it might be. So yeah, I'm going to hold on to AMD. Want to see 97.5 here next.
All right. I need to look at something else. I mean, everything's going fine. It's just we're waiting here for Palantir. You know, one of the strongest names is Microsoft. Because we had talked about that because I heard Sharif or Joe say, you know, guess the name that's been up the most here today of the Mag 7 or Mag 5 or however you want to kick in and out of that one. Microsoft right there, double tops right now at 436, so just another name. Let's see if there's any sort of small cap names ripping around right now. Let's go over to Webull. Webull's been a name that we've looked at a little bit today. Stacked offer right now, it looks like. Is it? No, it's not. Okay, so it's not short sell restricted. Sometimes you'll see those offers there when it is. Someone trying to get out of 20,000 shares right now. So just putting them back and forth. Volume is okay. I mean, the market would just need to rip and take that out.
Oh, it's in 20, right?
There it goes. Someone just did take it out. There's 10,000 shares right there, bought clean off NASDAQ. So someone does buy a market or limit order of 10,000 shares, wiping that level out. So yeah, Webull not doing a whole heck of a lot. We did have TOVX. Yes, sir. That was it. Yeah, so still 80 cents. So this was a name that I brought to you earlier. I mean, you guys did. I think it was on our watch list potentially as well. TOVX, nice move up there. It did break through $1. I'm not sure if Sharif was on this or not, but there's the dollar break. There's the hold of 80 cents, and it's just sort of held that the whole time. We had mentioned that that was going to be a play. TOVX breaking that dollar. So it, without paying for short, should have. Nicely done, down 20% from that marker if it does wind up holding. You said Dutch Bros are in the building tonight, so we can have a quick look there to see what's going on with Starbucks. Starbucks flat today. Did have that bottom at 82. I still think it's a buy, but there's no point in doing anything right now when you have Bros coming out right there near the end of the day. I believe it's tonight, right? Or was Dutch Bros tomorrow? Tonight. So they'll be coming tonight, down right now, 0.23. And again, another name that's going to be in trouble, but they don't have the exposure that Starbucks has, so I'm not super nervous about what they're going to talk about as far as a guide. But if it's a weaker consumer, then yeah, spending that couple bucks there on coffee may not be ideal. McDonald's has really won in this environment.
Isn't it better, like, because Starbucks has a few things going against it, the more expensive coffee, and then the woke stuff, and like you'd think that's all good for Bros, no? Like I've never had Dutch Brothers. We don't have them here. I guess next time I'm in the States or something like that. Although.
Yeah, it's just they don't have too much China exposure. I think they're from it's Oklahoma based.
Okay, because I go to Florida every single year, and I don't think I've seen one.
Yeah, it's like Midwest based is Dutch Bros, I believe. Anyways, but yeah, no, it's I was just gonna say like McDonald's switched up some of their menus as well, getting a little bit cheaper. And McDonald's is near the highs right now as well, so that name has really worked out just in the retail space of things as well. Walmart, I mean, that's taken 100, right? Oh, well, okay, it must have the last couple of days, but a little bit down. Oh, up today. Oh, no, that's still McDonald's. Man, my chart's like I flipped them. It's taking forever. Okay, so actually, no, it does not. So the last I was looking at it was 2 days ago, and it was this 99 and change. I guess I thought yesterday it took it, but it actually went to the downside. So Walmart, what a nice trending name. Beautifully trending to the upside, looking to hold this 98. Like that's a dip buy opportunity as well. Maybe not in the long-term account or anything like that, but definitely as we look at, this might not be the long-term level right here, but for our purposes on the show and for day trading and possible swing trading, a level of 98 could be something to look at.
Bit of an alert here.
Yeah, let's go. I need alerts.
GLD, gold is breaking the lows as we speak. So. Like you'd think maybe that there'd be some strength in the market, but here's a 15-minute on GLD, and you've just done the vaunted, you know what key we got to hit here. Where is my flat bottom break? Do I not even have that one? Oh, I don't even have the flat bottom break anymore. I think I replaced it with something else. Oh no, there it is. Flat bottom break on gold. And this is with the market not breaking out or anything. We're actually rolling over. So it could just be a little risk-off sentiment. But with this bleeding to the downside, look out. There's been a lot of people hedged for some safety in here. That, my friends, is a double top. Rejection candle, double top, headed right back to 300. I mean, technically you're headed back to the 300 level. Last time this happened, there was a lag effect on GDX. So I'm not going to think that same thing that I thought with GDX last time, that you'd get like more of an outsized move. It did not go as fast. AMD, man, just range bound trading for now. Like it pulls back into that prior high, 98.4. Grab some Reggie Miller. You guys don't know who he is, but he wore the number 31 for the Pacers. And it's basically this 40-cent range in here, which you're trying to grab 25 to 30 cents of, and then look for a bigger push to the downside. Why? Because we're still doing the same thing we were before, rejecting the volume-weighted average price. I don't know about you, but for the little scalp trade, I'm looking for a push back down into the low. Additionally, we've been trending up since he got onto the podium, since Powell got onto the podium. So if he does leave, I think the mean reversion is in the other direction. So I want to stick with that for sure. Brian V, AMD is a strong buy. If we're talking about here in the daily, if we can hold a 50 period and break out from earnings, I get that. It's now like, what, a 20 PE? Low 20s PE. So I think it's getting to the point where it's fundamentally a bit better. But I'm just talking about the day trade. There's sellers at 98.5 area, so I'm selling with them. Powell has left the building, which usually means a mean revert. The second he leaves, we get tagged at the 98, and the market starts to head a little bit lower here. So Q's downside. You already saw gold head to the downside as well. So, I mean, let me just go cancel. Why do I still have a breakout order on Tesla? I do not want that. It's not going to fill anyways. Position board just went. Well, I'm only in one position, AMD short, and Sean's in Palantir short, and the market's headed right back in. So for now, we're resuming our course to the downside, it seems. Unless you're in HIMS. HIMS apparently is doing okay.
Hims or hers. All right.
Well, that's a squeeze play.
Yep, and they had earnings, right? They had earnings a day of Palantir.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The HIMS was an absolute beast all day long yesterday, most of the day yesterday. There was one big pullback, and it just double-tapped the high. Yeah, be careful there. It just double-tapped that 52. But right back at the highs, HIMS and hers.
He's gone now, right? Yeah, so bless you. So he's gone, I guess, off the podium now, so we'll have to wait. It doesn't look like the market did that move that we had thought it would have on that. So, yeah, man, Palantir just goes right into 30s again, 37s or so as the bottom. Now it's looking like it wants to go a little bit higher here. So with Jay Powell off the mic now, off the stand, looks like the market is not doing sort of that epic move down that we have seen in the past. So I'm pretty happy with, these exits that we now do have. And we still have about half of this position on. So it'll be a losing trade again if we take 110 because we're short. Well, it'll be close. I mean, about 25 cents out and in on this stock. Some of our bids were down here. We did get a really good bid of 27s, which was the best bid that okay, now it's starting to come in. So again, trying just to take out some profit as maybe our theory here hasn't panned out completely the way we thought, where if he had come off the podium, there might have been nothing else sort of left to discuss, and then we would start talking about no trade deals again in this market. So we'll wait to see. The market flat today. Yeah, I don't know. Relatively unexciting there off of Powell. I mean, here's 2 o'clock right here. And the market sort of did make that move down initially, which is what got me thinking about the short there. Battle back, the short again, the pop, and now you're getting a little bit of a drop as I look over. The stock's still not really dropping anywhere. So a little bit of a rough day to try to pick tops and bottoms here because there's not any dramatic movement. The Nasdaq's just doing this. It would be nice for it to drop, and then we could say, yep, there it is. There's the drop on Powell off VWAP. But for right now, I mean, you're just kind of battling with sort of midday highs. So it doesn't look like much happening right now in the market as we wait. I'm going to get out another piece here at 52. I'm getting out of like 2-3% at a time because I do want to be able to hold for a drop if that does happen. If Trump speaks, good point there, Sebastian. He probably will comment on Powell, and that's going to be coming up soon. So I hope so. I don't know.
You think he won't comment on Powell?
Well, he has to have a mic in front of him, so
if there's a mic in front of Donald
someone
Trump,
will ask
at any
him.
Point today, he's going to comment on Powell.
Yes, so that would be the thought.
It's a matter of whether I don't know what his schedule is, whether he's talking. But if you want to check out Trump's schedule, then always check out Share TV Research because Adair make sure you guys are up on that the entire time, all the time.
Yep.
Position board keeps cutting in and out.
Okay.
I am still in that AMD short. I'm going to reload it in the mid 98.30s. ASST, which for the first time today, I'm going to tell you is Asset Entities Inc. There you go. I just read it because that's what it told me. I have no idea what they do. Halted to the downside. So it continues its, I guess, parade of halts. But this one after taking out the fresh high. And it's still in an uptrend. Like, that's the problem with this stock, is it can halt down without actually breaking, like it's not even really breaking trend up, which is completely insane. They should widen the bands. So if you're in this one, you could still be in the money and sweating it out, but we're getting close to the end of the day here. SMCI was a name that many mentioned was starting to look a little bit strong. And what I said in the chat, which I'll say again here, as bad as everything is for SMCI, if you kind of zoom out here and look at sub 30, around 26, 27, this higher low at 28, the fact that we're not retesting that on a lot of bad news might start to turn out to be a good thing for SMCI. Kind of think of it when Intel stopped going lower. You know, when Intel it got so bad, and it's like, yeah, you know what, they're not selling the stock anymore. SMCI is starting to look a little bit like that, where you can start to play, when it does the consolidation at the bottom, you just play the trend break, consolidation at the bottom, play the trend break. The last one didn't do much, but blame that on Intel being Intel and having another bad quarter. But I think SMCI is starting to look very similar to Intel down underneath that $30 level. Well, the next time it makes a trend break, I think you got a chance at a swing long here. It was just a horrible guide, and they told you the quarter was going to be horrible, and it still managed not to break the lows, which it can be like a little bit of a silver lining. Today, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah,
Again, I mean, I was in it
blame
early.
Canada. Just blame Canada.
What did we do?
I don't know. It's that South Park show. Blame Canada.
That is, I love that movie.
Uber's going down. Okay.
Terrence and Phillip.
Yes.
Phillip and Terrence?
Yeah, Terrence and Phillip, I believe, is the right one.
What would Brian Boitano do? That's the real question.
That's from that movie. Oh, man.
I don't even remember
Canadian
why.
Figure skater. Why not?
Our guy was Brian
Kurt
Orser.
Browning?
Oh, well, yeah, he was after that.
I don't know I don't know if we're in the right.
88 was
in the right era.
No, 88 was Orser versus Brian Boitano. I always remember my Olympics.
I'm all about that Tanya Harding action there, of course.
Right.
Let me wait for that one. Yeah, you're on camera. That's okay. All right, so.
Bam.
Yeah,
that's a good movie by I, Tonya. It was an incredible movie. Great acting by Margot Robbie.
I think
that was a great movie.
I think I watched a little bit of that. Okay, so I just had video. Like today we wrote down between 112 and 113, like on our sticky note, like honestly, and that's like exactly what it's been doing all day. So, you know, looking back, sometimes I do get carried away, you know, with all of the trading. But when you're just looking at this, like that 112 was the bottom, and then 114's been the top. We have written down right here, Disney, between 112 to 113 longs. So if you just sort of follow those plans, then, you know, what a big day it would have been, but you get caught up with all the noise. And now the market's finally starting to bleed down a little bit. So we go, oh boy, and we go diamond hands as we're finally starting to get through. Now, we just got a great fill there, to be honest with you, right there, 30s, right at the 50-period moving average. So come on, Palantir. Make this a day for us. Like, let's just go and get down. You know, we've given some back here, obviously, trying to battle and trying to be cute with what's happened here today. You know, we just lost our way here. We were up on Palantir until we lost it right there going short. Eventually stopped out on that riff and then comes up into 110. And that was a good little level, it seems like. But now I'm thinking, okay, are we just going to absorb this 50 period? The 50 period was great there. It was also great here. So the last hour, we have bounced off these levels, but levels are made to be broken, right? So let's wait to see if it does come back in. That's 109 flat. So I do have a bid at 109.05. I'm going to change that to 109.12. I don't really know why we're choosing that level, but we're going to choose 12s just ahead of that and then put a bid. So I just like, okay. Wow, we just got to 15s, 14s. Wow, we almost got 12s there. That was crazy. Okay, I'm just gonna buy 18s. Oh no, I put an 18 bid. Now everyone's stacking it with me. Get me that 18. There we go. Okay, we'll still wait for some 12s. Come on, 13s. We picked 12 randomly, and there we go. We get it. The Bears in the building right now. Shout out to everybody who's with your boy on this one. Here it goes. Let's get down. Now 70 cents in the money. This could be that trade, man. Like, we've been frustrated here, doing back and forth a little bit, but finally the market looks like it wants to break a little bit lower. lower. There it goes. Remember I said, like, you're going to look back and be like, wow, there's VWAP. Of course it goes down, but that was not an obvious trade. If it bounces off of here, I think that's a little bit more obvious, as we'll go back about an hour and a half to some of these levels. But it is 330. The market's giving it up a little bit right now. So here we come right back down. So that's going to be a good trade there for the short anyways on Palantir. But there was a good cover. Maybe I'm going to cover a little bit more. We'll punch some out there at 16s. Now we'll let this thing go. I have no more bids. Let's see if Palantir can get into this area. The 200 period, which is 108.75. So I'm going to put a bid right now, 108.90s. See if we get something on PLTR. It's going to be 10% of what we have left. We'll see if we can get that on a 109 break. So here we go, man. We'll see what happens here with Palantir. I actually haven't. Shout out to you, not Carlos, somebody there in the chat. Palantir, it's just day two. It's just day two. I'm just wearing the hat to be fun right there. I actually haven't traded this a lot recently, but today I have been probably over trading it. But the thing about Palantir is I'm trying to leave it alone until I see something. Like all morning I didn't do anything, and then see something, say something. I saw something right here at 108.50. So we went long and it was great until the number. And then now we're just playing it off of VWAP short. So, again, down 14% yesterday. I'm not sure exactly what it was at close, right, but that is about right. So,
at one point it was 14.
Yeah, it just gives me reason to get to look at a short again. So that's what I've been doing here on Palantir right now. We're going to hold it. We just covered some more there at 09s, and we'll wait to see now how low can we go for Palantir. We just told you 108.90 is where we're bidding.
Yeah, I just got out of AMD. It just held at 97.5. It's almost like it's going to one level and then back to the other. Caught a bit of a bid, so punched out at 97.5. And absolutely airy pages. Shout out one more time to Wayne for yesterday's magnificent multi-dollar hymns. You mean winner, not winter. Although maybe you do mean winter. No, you got to mean, and absolutely, like hymns. And there were a lot of people in the chat, and even on this, one of the floor managers here, that were looking at hymns, not necessarily today, but yesterday. Like the breakout on hymns, if you took like a $40 pre-market high break, I believe is the one that everyone's referencing. It took out the 43. I didn't trade it until it dipped into 43 myself, so I wasn't even in the long until that dip. But it was an absolute banger. Like I said this, and I challenged anybody to find a stock that was a better, like instantaneous. It was just quote levitation. The buy programs were on for that stock. I argued that Ford was an easier technical trade because all you had to do was buy it when it broke 10 even, and that's all you had. It was just so simple. But if we get one more trade, if I get one more trade, it's going to be a reload, probably a little bit over the 98 level, playing AMD one more time. But it is, as Sean said, it is 330, which does mean you'll start to maybe see some imbalances roll in. Nothing for now, and it was a nothing burger yesterday. There were pretty much no big imbalances yesterday. Despite the fact that the market made a big move to the downside. There were no big imbalances, and we sold off anyways. Like there were small sells, but they weren't overwhelming. Like no big 5 million Nvidia, 2 million Tesla, nothing like that yesterday, and the market sold off pretty heavily regardless. So if we do see some moderately sized sell imbalances, it could be another reason to just jump in after what we saw in yesterday's trade. So AMD is not a good example of it. Like what's something that really moved? I think NVIDIA is the best example. Look at NVIDIA at 350. Like that was a $1.50 drop, and pretty much all of the Mag 7 did that, and no big sell imbalance at all. And it just sold anyways. That's what I want to see happen, not because we want stocks to go down, but because I think we're trending down and it would be a good trade.
Yeah, well, I definitely want to see that happen. It's because we are short right now. PLTR waiting for that to do something. All right, what other stocks you guys want to talk about? Robinhood, the short that wasn't. Well, was and then wasn't and then was and then wasn't. And right there, 49.40 again. Look at these tops, right? Like sometimes it just looks easy, but you still got to be over there on the stock. A stock that's been really strong today has been Uber. I've tried to talk about some of the small cap names, man. We looked at that TOVX. GPUS is another one there that we can talk about. Uber's not doing anything, so see you later. We had WW International. Ever since it's been back underneath that $1 mark, it's just been doing this.
Oh.
I mean, we've, down today 35%, but, just had that move we already talked about it, like right to $1 pretty much, and then fell right off of that. So a lot of the times, if you can't hold the dollar, then yeah, you're coming back in. And then the next time it will be at $1 is when it reverse splits again. So we'll have to wait to see about WW International, as that appears to be doing nothing right now. So yeah, some of you guys are long Palantir. I don't know about that one, but the market is making a move down. This is where initially we liked the long on the breakout, but it's just not happening. Right now, check in on some of the banks. We could check in to see, we just looked at, again, we've looked at some Robinhood. I traded some Robinhood. I've traded a few names today: Google, Robinhood, Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla. So a lot of the big dogs coming through today, but SoFi up, which is great, right? The market is down. At least the NASDAQ is down. The ES is flat, down 0.17, but SoFi's done pretty well. But the trend is definitely your friend if you're short. It's been going to the downside right there. But I'm pretty positive about SoFi right here, because although we're through earnings and we did not have a great earnings reaction, that's the move up there to 14, and then it just got hit all day, which is why it actually looks like it's still a short back in from that earnings play. But I'm going to go the other way with it and say that I think it's a long. You do have the 200 period and the 50 period right there at $12. I really like SoFi here. You take the long right now, you just randomly punch in right now, get it long at 12.85, and I think you just put a stop if you break 11.50. That's $1.30 worth of space. So if you have $1,000, you want to take 1,000 shares, you're going to need $13,000 right now. But I think that's a trade that you can get more than $1.50 on. So that would be a decent opportunity here for SoFi to at least, like, all you need to do is get to 13.50, and that trade's starting to look a little bit more sense. And then I think testing higher after that. A lot of the time, the Fed will have a decent day the next day, so we'll wait to see what does come through. Some more outs there on Palantir, and I don't apologize for this, because out, now out down here, as we're not getting any lows. So hopefully we get a drip. You guys know we're bidding 90s right now on Palantir. Let's see if we get those. Maybe we get them right here. 15 minutes balances.
Yeah, 15 minutes till imbalances. And I don't, those that are asking about ASST, like, I can promise you, these are all limit, these are hitting the halt band. They're limit up, down. Like, that's what's happening. It's halting now in nonsensical moves. Like, it moved clearly less than 10% up, because it bounced off 250 and it halted at 270, right? So, like, obviously that only moved 7%, and it still went, and it still halted. So it must be halting at 5%, which doesn't even make any sense for a $2 stock, but that's where you're at. That's why I said it's tricky to trade this. Because unless you have to hold through all these halts, it's nonsensical. They got to fix that at some point. I don't know if we're going to get a shot at the price we want. The best prices on AMD have been above 98 short, not necessarily beneath 98. And the reason why I think there's some gravity back to this level is you're battling with the 50-period moving average on the daily, like back and forth. The close was at 98.6, so that's your cover. Your cover is that it's holding red by being underneath this top right here. And then you've got the 50-period on the daily just underneath it on AMD. So I still want to short the pops on this name, because I'm seeing that weakness. And Anish, SoFi has been, you've been in SoFi since last year, you're DCAing. It has been on a nice little run, a little bit. But SoFi, I know you were just talking about it. I didn't really get a chance to say anything. I wanted to make sure if something's set up. AMD was coming up. I don't know if we'd get it. But SoFi, what's going on? There we go. Like, it's now consolidating. What I like is it's consolidating that 50-period moving average, which is usually a good sign. Like, you have a nice bottoming tail, reverse head and shoulders play, and I'm going to keep shutting out Brian Shannon for this. Upward sloping 200-period moving average makes me like that hold a little bit better, because I've been in plays like that where you're like, oh, you want to add to something, or you like it off that level, be bullish, and it's a downward sloping 200-period, which obviously means it's still in a long-term downward trend. So even with this pullback, still a long-term uptrend with that 200-period, and then you have this nice convergence with the 50 as well, does set it up for an entry. I haven't bought this thing since it was at like 7-something. I think it was like 742, because that's usually the price I put in. So I haven't bought it in a while, but I am looking for a place to add, because I was a seller when it was in the teens. I just haven't found it yet.
Yeah, good look there. I mean, that's why I called up SoFi. I know it's a stock that a lot of you are looking at. All right, Apple. So Apple has that story with Google today. Still 194 and change. I mean, as long as we're under 200, we'll be shorting this one. So we'll look for a short tomorrow in Apple, because here's 200 on the stock right down here, bottom right. Apple's still bleeding down 1.78%. How has gold reacted with this number, right? So gold, down. since the number right here at 2 o'clock. So there's the number. We were at 313. Now you're down to 311. So it's not like it's tanking or anything like that, but gold is pushing a little bit lower right now after a couple gap up nice trades over the last couple of days on gold. Like I said, I don't know, but if an individual like Michael Noss or any of those guys are stopped out now, but I know that he was talking about a potential gold short, but it just comes right back up to pretty much all-time highs, despite that wick there up to 322. So we'll just talk to him about it, see what's going on with gold right there. And then we talked about oil as well. So I go over to the CL, look right there, and I go to June. And right now, 240,000. So this looks like the right contract. Look at this nice downside move here on oil as well. So oil down 1.9%. So seems like a lot of the sectors today, gold down, energy down. We could check at what U.S. oil is doing, but if the CL is down, crude, light sweet crude is down, so will USO. So there it is, down 1.8%. A little bit of covering here. It does look like NVIDIA is making that move higher right now, despite the market not at VWAP. NVIDIA well over VWAP. That 112 long seems to have been a decent one.
Well, I know you're trading Palantir and NVIDIA. Number 1 and number 2 on my e-signal hot list trade rate are Palantir and NVIDIA. And if you want an indicator like that or any like it, then e-signal has 1 month free, traders. So they're waiving the fees. It's still on. You get to try out a professional trading, well, it is a trading platform as well because you can hook up your broker and trade right through. And that's another advantage. You have access to a wide array of customizable tools, so you can set it up how you want, entitlements to what you want, so it fits your trading plan. With ability to back test, the ability to forward test, use the tick replay there, API access as well. You can look at the imbalance locator, which will be coming out in 10 minutes. Also, you can have level 2, so you can watch ASST in real time. Right? I actually pulled up a weekly on this because apparently it's a habitual line stepper, and what that means every time it pops, it comes back in. But that's what it's all about. You want to make sure that you have a platform and the tools available to you so that you can execute your trading plan the right way. With 1 month free, you try it out. No harm, no foul. If it works for you, then best of luck. Scan the QR code you see in front of you and take a shot at eSignal today. And oddly enough, like I didn't even realize this. I didn't even look at a weekly chart on this ASST. Yeah. But when you do look at a weekly chart on this, $4, it seems like it might be a little bit of a problem if it gets there. So no one ever went broke taking any profit. And I would suggest that that's one thing for small cappers. I learned that lesson in my personal account very, very early, because the very first penny stock that I took in my personal account, not day trading, I mean actually like buying one that I thought was going to go to the moon and make me rich. I remember when it doubled up, and I remember when I did nothing, and I remember when I sold it just under break even a couple of days later, and I felt like an absolute chump at the time. And I learned my lesson, and I don't do that nonsense anymore. You take one of those small cappers, it's cheap for a reason usually.
I mean, this thing has a 12 million share float.
12 million.
Average volume 1 million today, approaching 3 bills. And of course, the news here is asset entity shares are trading higher after the company announced it entered into a merger agreement with Strive Asset Management to be the first publicly traded asset management Bitcoin treasury company. So I have no idea what that means. First publicly traded asset management Bitcoin treasury company. I feel like I have to chat GPT that. Asset management Bitcoin treasury company. One more time, Fabian. Okay. No, they do report in 12 days, though, May the 9th. But yeah, so they're going to be managing assets in the form of a treasury that is related to Bitcoins. One more time, okay, Ramin, I'll repeat this. Okay, so everybody, hit your record button right now. Asset entity shares are trading higher after the company announced it has entered into, guys and girls, and everybody watching, a merger agreement with Strive Asset Management. All right, the market's starting to go a little bit right now. Forget you, asset management group.
You shouldn't have read it the fifth time.
Right there. So it's a nice little move up. There goes the market.
What the
nice
heck
move,
was that?
right there to the upside. So yeah, we were cruising in Palantir. And then, of course, whenever there's news, it has to go against me. Can't go the other way. So there it is. Adara, what do you got going on now?
I'm hearing apparently Donald Trump planning to rescind this global chips curb in response to AI restrictions debates. Again, I want to repeat that report. Donald Trump reportedly set to rescind global chips curbs amid AI restrictions debate. I also want to mention here, we heard a lot about Donald Trump talking about his big announcement coming on Thursday, Friday, or Monday. Apparently, it has to reportedly do with him renaming the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Arabia, but I haven't heard anything more about that. But just letting you guys know, it doesn't seem like it's going to be tariff or trade related. He more or less told us that it wasn't anyway. But the biggest reason for this move, again, to repeat, Donald Trump reportedly set to rescind global chip curbs amid an ongoing debate about AI restrictions. We know that CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, mentioned this as well. Also, guys, here's our implied earnings moves calendar for May 7th. Check this out on X at TTV Research, App11, the biggest implied move by far today. Back to you.
I mean, finally we have that dream trade. I mean, I sat here, I told you that my dream trade was I hear something like that and I punched the living crap out of some sort of a stock. And this time it was NVIDIA. Pikachu, I choose you. So there it is, man. Now we're at $1.30 in the money on NVIDIA. And all of a sudden today's day is a hell of a lot better. Traders going to trade right now. So there it is, man. We got it, man. It's 117. It's the long, man. I ain't sitting in this desk to look pretty because that ain't happening. And right now, there it goes. 120. It's $1.70 in the money. Let's go. Thank you, Donald. We were waiting for that one. This guy turns all the way around, and there goes NVIDIA. That's what we're talking about. We're here to trade. We do get punched out of our Palantir, but we were getting out of that one anyways. We turned this bull around. Bye-bye. See you later. It's NVIDIA. It's their world, and we're all living in it, and it's a nice upside trade. So boom, there goes the dynamite, man. That's why we're here. We're sitting on this desk to trade. See ya, NVIDIA. Bye-bye. It was nervous, though, Neil, because our quotes were going crazy. But whatever, man. I saw the price on the time and sales.
Yeah, well, I saw it in time and sales. At one point, I had punched 116 and a half and was seeing the quote go through me, but I didn't chase it. So thankfully, I almost got that FOMO through 117 in there. But the time and sales, you have to watch the actual print, not your quote. That's the idea. This market is probably made its bottom in the chips, if this is going to be the case. We were talking about SMCI, and look at that bad boy. So they're all going to the upside. SMCI is not going to go.
Until he says he didn't say it, you know.
Well, and assuming, you made a very good point, assuming, I meant to go back to NVIDIA, assuming that this is something that gets confirmed and isn't walked back, but rescinding global chip curbs is a huge deal. Cyclical names like Micron probably having a very, very good move as well. Yeah, I can't even call this up. There you go. But not as strong as NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the one that's been held down the most, and it's blown through that 115 level. And as long as it holds 115, I don't think it even matters. You almost want to buy. If there's any dip into the 115, remember that's been where this sucker has been sold off, sold off, sold off. The shorts have been accumulating at that 115 spot.
Oh my God.
I mean, FOMO would have worked here. There goes NVIDIA. Right now, 118. Another $2 banger right here on the account. I don't even know how many shares I have left, man. We went ham on that. So, yeah. Anyways, it sucks because nothing sucked. This is been a great close to the day. But we were getting out. We took some out there on Palantir on the way up, and then it does bust through. But again, when we're short up here and we get taken out for a 15-cent hit, the only problem is that it actually just cost us what we had made on the downside. But we just took some out on the high side. I'm just going to keep on little by little. Shout out to Oasis. Take a little bit out here as we continue to go to the upside. Oh boy, I still got that concert to go to later on this year as well. But here we go, man. 117.40s, 117.50s. We just took some more out there on NVIDIA. It's a $2 banger right there to end the day. So, yeah, look, you and I both, man, we're all tired of losing money on these tweets, but we just waited to get aggressive on something. And as soon as I saw that, I saw NVIDIA going nuts, and I just went over to it and just punched in. Like, just went boom, whatever, like crossed up, took the shares, didn't care about the price, irrelevant. I don't even know what price I'm long right now. But there it is. It's a nice move. It's upside, and we're just going to start to get some more out here. Let's see if this just runs. I'm almost thinking about going short Palantir, but I don't know. Tesla, nice upside. And again, I don't think this has been confirmed anywhere yet. I don't really. I mean, Adara's going to sort of try to find it.
It says officials ready to repeat. I mean,
officials are ready. Well, officials have been ready to do a lot of things in this administration. So let's just
Which would mean it's not unilateral if that's true.
I don't really know what to do. That's why I'm getting out slowly.
Let's go to Adara, maybe some clarification.
Seen a variety of things here. I wish I could clarify things for you guys, but what I can tell you is what I am seeing and who I'm seeing attributed to. I'm not seeing any news source attributed to these comments. I want to put that out there first and foremost. Guys, I've heard a couple things, different headlines, some saying that Trump is ready to rescind this rule. Others are just saying federal officials with the administration ready to rescind the rule. But the other thing is people are saying that Trump said this himself. To my knowledge, that is not correct. I checked his Truth Social. That has not been posted. But regardless, it seems like as of right now, a report that has not been confirmed coming from Trump and his overall administration, looking like they're going to be rescinding this global chip curbs amid a debate around AI restrictions. We know that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has spoken pretty vocally about how he's not a fan of these restrictions, understandably so. So that's what's happening here right now. We don't have any confirmation, but it does sound like at this point that it is a report. Most of what I'm seeing suggests that. Back to you.
Yeah, it's definitely a report. I'm hearing my ear, same ear here. Bloomberg's reporting it as well. So, but it's not coming from the horse's mouth. So that's the only thing right now that I'm thinking about. So
yeah, I mean, okay, like maybe walk back on this is the bottom in chips.
I'm going to get off the breaks 150.
If we don't get any actual confirmation. So look, SMCI pulled back from 33. It's starting to dip in. We get imbalances in 90 seconds. I'll be curious to see if anyone dumps shares into the imbalance to take profit on this. Maybe that'll be telling if they don't want to shock the market to the downside. But that 115 is holding on AMD. Sorry, on NVIDIA. I was trading AMD earlier. That's why it's on the brain. So it's holding a pretty nice low here on NVIDIA. We'll see what it's able to do here. But with 1 minute to go to the imbalances, that's not a dip I want to buy when we didn't get the confirmation that it's out of the horse's mouth, as you guys all just mentioned there. So with less than 1 minute to go, Derek Thompson, thank you for the super chat. Oh, that's got to be nice. You're literally trading on the beach in Cancun and you're green. I'll hit the like for that one. I haven't been to Mexico in a very, very long time. Last time I was there, I should have bought Bitcoin. Let's put it that way. So it's been a very, very long time. Because that was when Bitcoin could have made you really, really, really rich. So at least, what was it, like 12 years ago?
Yeah, probably more than that at this point.
15, something like that. Buddy got married down there. But yeah, with less than 30 seconds to go to the imbalances, maybe we'll see something come big on some of these chip names after that big announcement. They get rid of those curbs. Chips have been hurt for so long. That'd be a heck of a turn. Great day for ARM to be reporting tonight if this is true.
Yeah, the market's coming all the way back, so Trump screws everybody one more time. And it's not him, of course, it's the reporting. Here we go. We're going to get out. This breaks 115.50. We only have 10% left. So if it moons, great. We've already taken a lot out during the melee that was that report. There it comes right back into the downside. So we get stopped out there on a 115.50 break.
1.7 sell NVIDIA.
Yeah, so yeah, NVIDIA's a little bit of a sell there. Apple's a little bit of a sell there, as well as that's probably pushing back down. And of course, Palantir is making a move down. Amazon's a sell. All the Mag 7s right now looking like a sell. And there we go, man. NVIDIA kind of not right back to where it was. I mean, it started at 114, but we got long 115.70s there, held 20%, held 10% all the way back, and then got out at basically the exact same level we got in at. So great trade there. Too bad that we got stopped out of our Palantir up there at 110. But again, we are already cashed out of that one. So good afternoon there to do all of that. But wow, wild stuff there into the close, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's never a dull moment. Like obviously in this market, it's a headline-driven market, and we were kind of jokingly saying it doesn't matter what Powell says, it matters what comes out of the administration. And then we got a pretty obvious example of that just now, clearly. But there's still a lot to get to. Like I said, we have a lot of earnings in 10 minutes coming out here. ARM is one of them. Dutch Brothers, a lot of people have talked about. IonQ, we haven't even mentioned that. Carvana is going to be reporting after the bell. So join myself and Adara in about 9 minutes. And Trader Forever, yes, NVIDIA is a sell imbalance. There it is, 1.7 million.
Yeah.
Not huge. As Sean mentioned, there's a bunch. Apple, Amazon, both a million. They're not massive imbalances, but overall sell imbalances. It's a weird one to sell into if this ends up being true, is all I got to say. Because Like, why would you be dumping? If this ends up being true, like, why would you be dumping the potential turnaround breakout on NVIDIA? Go figure. Like, that 115 has been a brick wall. Like, we start holding above that. There have been sellers at 115 this whole way on NVDA.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to go back. I am back long right now at 115.40. Oops, that's Palantir. At 115.40.
It's gonna flip.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why I mean, that's not why I'm long, but I am long right now. Okay, there it goes. All right, nice move back higher right there. So there it is, man. Now we're long 25 cents or so in the money. Let me just take some out here as I'm just still trading like I've lost my mind one more time here today. I've traded like in the tens of thousands of shares today. It's been insane. Here we go, nice upside move now for all of these. So let's wait to see how we get going now. 115.90s, all right. I mean, I'll take this back up to the upside. Let's go. So there's a little dip buy opportunity there. We let it settle down. It breaks 115, comes right back up, and we buy it. So we're long at 115.40 right now and just trying to get out. I only have 35% left, 40% left or so of this trade on the reload. Hey, man, I don't know. Let's get some confirmation here. I'm not really seeing anything other than the report that we've already had, but there it is again, trying to go back up to $1. Now it's going through 116. Let's go, NVIDIA. Can you get back to the highs? Why not? I mean, what if this story is true? They're going to curb the chip restrictions heading into China. So there it goes, man. Nice trading here. Boom, boom. Like, this is exactly what I'm here to do, man, every day. If we can do trades like this, where we get the momentum on the right side, look, we've had some missteps, that's for sure, but there it goes. Nicely done here for NVIDIA. We're cooking now back there to the upside. This is what we're doing. This is the opportunity to trade, so we're doing it. There's a flip up a little bit as well. So we're going to give it a little bit of time. I just took some more out at 85. Again, it's 40 cents. If we can top it off here at the end of the day, we'll do it. NVIDIA is still my #1 stock, but we're trying to see how high this thing can fly. I'm looking at 116.50 maybe as the top.
Yeah, 116. Well,
117.
Yeah, 170. Yeah, the high of the day is like 117.50. I see what you're saying. 116.50 is the next high. I'm doing a similar look for the hump. I went over and saw SMCI. The afternoon support was right at 32.20. The second there were buyers above that price, I jumped into it. But I'm going to give it a relatively tight stop because at 355, if those sell imbalances don't pair off, then I think we head back down rather quickly. A relatively tight stop in there. I want to play it back into the 32.5 zone, actually 32.60. But again, with 355 coming in there, I wanted a reversal play off some kind of a prior support level. And they're not huge imbalances, but remember, yesterday the imbalances were muted as well, and we sold off really hard into the end of the day. So if these so much as just stay as sells, you could see a big reversal. So we'll see what happens at 355. If it holds on to that 20 level, I'm just playing off where it was yesterday and the buyers that are coming in. This is, I mean, SMCI is day, I guess it's day one. I was about to say it's a day two play. They reported yesterday. But we did get their preliminary numbers, so they're kind of post-earnings more than a couple of days. We are ready. And for everybody out there, traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking 53,000, 15,000, 36K, even 29.9 on a single trade. Here's how it works. Pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. Trade real shares, no CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital, where you keep 70% of the profits. No margin calls, no account blowups. Scan the QR code for Trade the Pool and get 10% off to start your journey. Shout out to Trade the Pool. As I was reading that, it just wicked me out. But right at 55, did we pair off there? No, it did. And we went, it paired to a buy. NVIDIA went to a buy.
You were on SMCI though.
No, everything went to a buy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Did we move up or down?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it got by 1 cent. We are headed back to the upside. Most of everything paired off at 355, as you would expect. Yeah, the market seems to like this. Maybe we can close above that 20,000 vaunted mark. I did put a tight stop in. I was playing off the level from yesterday. It looks like it got 1 cent lower and is heading back into the upside. I got to go prepare for the aftermarket show because I realized I actually didn't set up for it properly, but a host of earnings to get to. Obviously, we got to decompress after this major news coming from the administration. Probably, I mean, as big as it's going to get, outside of a full-blown deal with China,
Yeah, the chip space needed.
The chip space has been bleeding for so long, and they've been so relatively weak. I mean, we could probably pull up SMH, which we will do in the aftermarket show, because that's the one thing we didn't look at. So great trade over there.
Yeah, man, another dollar over here.
Probably going to look like, I mean, tomorrow, I can't see, unless they walk this back, I can't see any reason you're not looking long the chips tomorrow. Come on, ARM. Don't miss tonight. Don't miss tonight.
Don't miss tonight. We don't need anybody missing, that's for sure. Today, I mean, just to review, we don't have to do too much. You guys know that we're long right here on NVIDIA, but this NVIDIA trade rate there, 112 to 113 long, that's been the bottom there on NVIDIA. Tesla, join me every single day, try to find out, what I'm going to be trading Tesla, NVIDIA, Palantir, and Disney all today, all to the long side, and we are printing now, again, higher and higher. There it goes, man. We are... we're trying to be that trader that, again, everyone's going to do their own thing, but like that news hit, man, and we went on that, and then boom again. So there it goes. Now we're over $1. Now we're $1.40 on right now. Everyone's going to have different styles. I'm going to try to hold on for a little bit longer here. So let's just wait to see. I've taken stuff into the close too. I probably hold this in maybe 405, 410, something like that, to see if we get some after hours movement here in the space. But yeah, nice move up. And I guess that, the market likes it. So we go positive. So there's the NASDAQ now 0.4. Good day on that one. The ES also 0.4. So, although this news, and you knew that something like that was going to happen, they weren't happy probably with Powell coming out there and not doing anything. So then he just goes, so what? And I made that comment that the market doesn't care about Powell in forever. And I think that that kind of goes to show right now. The market was doing nothing, if anything. Then all of a sudden, boom, and there it comes. We get that nice kick up on more news here from the government and possible exemptions or easing back on some of that chip sales, the transfer of chips from China and United States. So that was a great one with only now a minute and a half left. All right, yeah, unfortunately, no one does care about Papa Powell except for us. And it's good, though. I mean, we're still here trading every single day, right? Tomorrow's going to be another great one. Let's see if Google has recovered. We can look at many different stocks. Palantir is now 110.50, so that's been a great one. Look at the recovery on Google, 151 and change now, trying to get back upside. Of course, they get that negative news there from Apple. We do have earnings coming up from ARM Holdings, Mercado Libre as well is coming out. There's ARM obviously getting a nice bump up as well as the whole space gets a little bit of a relief rally here today. And oh boy, there it is again. It's another one. It's another $1.50 to put on the cap there as it's ripping now. Good reload. Look, man, if you missed the trade with me early, hopefully you didn't miss it late. We got right back in right there on NVIDIA after seeing a bottom. So there it goes, nicely climbing now into, wow, 117.20. This is a $2 club winner right now to end the day. So yeah, man, really nice movement there. We now only have 10 seconds left before the end of the day as NVIDIA 117.20. All right, thanks to everybody, man. A big one, over 7,000 of you watching. Thank you so much. We're holding on to everything with 2 and 1. There it is. It is now closed. Thank you, Adara, for that as we get ready now for ARM earnings. A couple other names. We talked about Shopify coming through. Some names here to look at tonight. So Avis Budget Car, Axon, App is there, Bros is there, Fortinet is there, IonQ, Beyond Meat, Carvana, Mercado Libre, MELI. We talked about that again. Everyone's favorite stock as well, AMC reporting. Occidental also reporting. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been an absolutely banger of an afternoon, that is for sure. Thank you for coming and watching the Fed with us. Thank you for coming and watching this little chip news with us as well. We're back here every single day. Other stations don't even have this story yet, and I've been long twice. We'll see you soon.
You could have come for the Fed, but that's not the story this afternoon. The story, of course, is the possible rescinding of the chip curbs. That's got all of the names flying. We got a bunch of earnings to get to, as Sean mentioned. So look, the aftermarket show is always going to cover as much as possible, but there is a wealth of names to go over here on earnings. The first one is going to be Axon. However, ARM, given in light of the headlines, ARM is going to be a big one at 405. NVIDIA obviously closes breaking out in a big way here, and all the shorts on the Death Cross shorts, the 115 shorts, they're starting to look a little bit nervous. Maybe we see that 125 breakout at some point, which really breaks their backs back above that 50-period moving average. So if you're just tuning in now, story being the chip curbs possibly getting lifted, which is a big deal across the entire board. I mean, obviously, SMH is going to end the day breaking out those highs. And when you come to the daily chart, yep, it's closing looking like its own bit of a squeeze bottom. The downward trend slope is still there, but you just closed again above its 50 period and right to this double top at 221 here on SMH. So the entire group just poised to get dragged higher, led by NVIDIA, Adara. And if you've been waiting for that bounce or some more signals that the bottom could be in, last time we heard from the administration indication of a bottom, they said just buy. This time they're saying the chip curbs are gone. This gets confirmed, and I can't imagine anything that would be more bullish outside of a full deal with China.
I will say, too, I'm seeing one headline and only one saying that apparently a commerce spokesperson said that about the chip curb. I want to clarify, I've only seen this from one source. Generally speaking, I'm seeing it as a report. Axon here, 604 million in revenue.
ARM is dumping.
ARM. See if they have a report yet. I'm not seeing their numbers yet. They're for ARM. If I see anything, I'll let you know. MELI, I think, also reported, so I can go over. Mercado Libre, and I have to click a link to get to their investor website, which will send me to another link. So I'm going to look at that, but I'm going to keep an eye here on ARM to see if they report.
Yeah, ARM just got the people's elbow to the downside and just tagged 115. So it's about a $10 drop from the highs. It was pressing higher, obviously, with the rest of the group, but it got right into the high and now rejected. I still don't see any of the numbers out for ARM at this particular moment. Like, we weren't expecting them to 405. It would be a little bit early. Maybe some fat fingers, or possibly just haven't disseminated. We want to make sure we get those numbers to you, but not looking very good over on ARM. I don't see app either.
On X, I'm seeing guidance for ARM.
You see the guidance is out for ARM?
I'm not sure if it's real. I'm seeing it from Zero Hedge. Generally, Zero Hedge does tend to be a little bit ahead of the curve.
They are.
But I always want to be cautious if it's not like actually a report. So according to the Zero Hedge, looks like ARM Holdings guidance, Q1, they're seeing Q1 revenue between 1 billion and 1.1 billion. Estimates were 1 billion, or 1.1 billion, sorry. So it looks like they're guiding in line, but the lower end is going to be a miss there for ARM Q1 guide. But again, I'm not even seeing the report yet, so I want to specify I am not sure if this is legitimate. Coming up here, we're going to be having AAPL. I think AAPL could be a big one. They have by far the largest expected move today. It's in the realm of 18%. Also, Howard Hughes just reported, so shout out to our friend Bill Ackman, who one time said that he was going to be the next Warren Buffett with Howard Hughes. So hopefully he's doing well with that. Let's find out what happens here. ARM still dropping. I'm not seeing ARM.
I see one source saying revenue 1.241 billion, beating estimates of 1.23, and then I see someone EPS beat 55 versus 53. So like they beat top and bottom, but I haven't seen the guidance there, and it's still heading downside. So this feels like an AMD moment where it doesn't even matter. You're going down based on beats. Go to the daily chart on ARM. It's got a hefty gap. If it loses 115 here underneath the 50-period moving average, which was just consolidating above. So right now, only a 6% move to the downside, but we know ARM can move double digits, absolutely no problems, Adara.
Yeah, okay, so I am a little confused because I'm seeing revenue of 844 million for their quarter. I want to make sure this is the correct, they took me to the wrong quarter. Sorry, that's my bad. The link took me to the wrong quarter. I'm trying to find out what this is here. I apologize. I'm still going to have to deal with this ARM website right now because they're taking me to their investor website. Revenue 1.241 billion, up 34% year over year. Sorry about that, guys. That was the wrong link. 1.241 billion. And then non-GAAP operating expenses, 566 million. So again, 1.241 billion for ARM. I was seeing estimates of 1.23 billion. It looks like a slight beat. But again, the guidance that I'm seeing tossed around here is not great for ARM.
That's the problem.
Let's see if we have AAPL and how that is going here. I'm not seeing AAPL yet. But apparently there was another short report issued on it this morning. I'm just seeing that now. So AppLovin really cannot have a break from these short reports. Apparently Muddy Waters shorted them this morning. So, oh boy, AppLovin, let's find out here what happens to the rest of these names.
Yeah, well, I can tell you Dutch Bros just got tanked here, 10% from the highs, or at least from where we were at the top. Dutch Bros, I hear the coffee's great, but it's down 8% right now, as it looks like they just got cooked a little bit here. It's been a rough ride for Bros, but it was such a big pullback. It had actually just gone from like a high 80s, or the mid 80s down to 47. So a retest of that 200, the way it's going to the downside here. It's catching a bit of a bid off 54. So the buyers are starting to come in a little bit here on Dutch Brothers. But right now, it's not looking good for them. It wasn't good for ARM. AppLovin get the short seller report. Pretty much everything getting killed. The one thing I do want to pivot back just for a quick little second here. As you see some of those earnings come out, and so far you haven't had anything be bullish, NVIDIA is holding the high. So remember, the chip curve news, that's still going to be good for them, and they're holding up top. So for now, they're not getting involved in any of this sentiment down. It's a stock pickers market, and so far the ones that have reported have not looked good. Bros is still trying to rally here, but down 5%. It was double digits or close to double digits a second ago, Adara.
Yeah, 29% year-over-year revenue growth for BROS, though I'm not seeing their guidance. Revenue, $355.2 million. I was seeing estimates of $343.5 million. So that looks like a beat. They did have same store sales up 4.7% year-over-year. Same store transactions up 1.3% year-over-year. And then company operated same shop sales and transactions up 6.9% and 3.7%. So looks like there's a lot of strength here in general in this report, but again, I have not yet seen the guidance for Dutch Bros. We're waiting on AppLovin, which I think is going to be the most interesting, just given that massive expected move.
They had a
and
huge
the fact
move
they got that pre-market short report. I'm still not seeing AppLovin. MELI, I am seeing though. Mercado Libre up about 9%. It looks like revenue $5.93 billion, up 37% year over year, and beating estimates. Earnings of $9.74 per share, above estimates of $8.27. So it's a pretty good look here. Unique active buyers up 25% year over year. Mercado Libre is very much freeing itself to the upside. I can say that for sure. Carvana at 410 we're going to be expecting some other names at 410 as well. Yeah, Mercado Libre is expected at 410, so I guess it's just Carvana we're expecting at 410. I'm going to see if we got IonQ or Beyond Meat, because there were two others. Not seeing IonQ.
IonQ is not moving at all, so I suspect that is not going to be on
we got
time.
Fortinet.
But we do have Fortinet, and that's an important one. We know that entire space has been in the crosshairs. Well, they've been good. Well, this is bad.
Yes,
it's another one bites the dust. 10%, 11% now on Fortinet, as they are absolutely tanking here. You have the numbers, obviously, Adara, but it's through the $100 level, through the 95 level, only now trying to catch a bid. So you're 0 for everything on these earnings names so far.
Yeah, Fortinet here. So this is not a bad report. Inline sales, which is never excellent. We saw what happened to Palantir when it was in line on EPS. But sales of $1.54 billion here versus estimates of $1.54 billion. Adjusted earnings, 58 cents, beating estimates of 53 cents. They raised their fiscal 2025 EPS guidance. We're not seeing a lot of that. But the higher end of the guidance is just in line with estimates, so that the guide itself was not that great. They did affirm their fiscal 2025 sales guidance, $6.65 billion to $8.85 billion. Midpoint of that would be $6.75 billion, which just misses estimates of $6.76 billion. If I had to summarize this Fortinet report in one word, it would be in line, which is not really great when you're looking for earnings. It's not bad, but it's not a beat by any means. I'm going to see if we have Carvana or AppLovin. AppLovin, we're still waiting on here. We were expecting AppLovin previously. Carvana's out. Okay, apparently these are record results according to their press release. Let me go through this. Q1 net income, let me see here. They're 46% year-over-year unit retail growth. Give me some better metrics here. You guys are just reading some random metrics to me. I'm going to have to sort through this Carvana report.
Right now, the Carvana is just rinsing everybody in both directions. False breakout up, false breakout down, false breakout up, and now breaking down again. Like, essentially, it's just rinsing everybody back and forth, which is more or less what it did intraday. Now, remember, sometimes the fundamentals don't matter as much here, but Carvana has been stuck in a range that it's actually struggling to break away from, even with the earnings out just now. I gotta pivot back to Fortinet for a quick little second there. I know we were just talking about it, and it's trying to catch a bid off 95. if it's not bad, then the space is still fine. It rejected, I mean, it absolutely bounced heavily off the 200 period moving average. And have a look at this $90 level prior. It was a good support level until we actually made that April 7th low. So that also lines up with the 200 period moving average. This continues to fall. That 90 looks like a good buy on Fortinet. I mean, you've got a very strong upward sloping 200 period as well. So I think you can recover from this. If it's valuation's always going to be a concern for these guys. They still trade in the high 30s, I believe, as far as their PE. The forward PE was. So if it's in line, they should still be around that. Actually, a little bit better as the stock price is now dropping 10%. So probably in the mid 30s. That's still a little bit pricey. But the reality is, I don't think that we're in an environment where cybersecurity is going to be bad. AppLovin, is this the squeeze we're looking for? It might be, because you talked about a short seller report. They're busting the highs, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, they keep getting short seller reports, AppLovin. They really cannot help themselves. And it started after their last earnings report. This is their first earnings report since that slew of short sellers. Advertising revenue, $1.158 billion. That is well up on a year-over-year basis. It's up 71%. Their apps revenue dropped about 14% year-over-year, but their overall revenue, which is the number we all really want here, $1.484 billion. I'm seeing estimates of 1.38. So that does look like a beat. And it's up 40% year over year. So here are their overall numbers as we squeeze. We get to digest all these numbers. Q1 earnings of $167 per share, above estimates of $145. As I just said, their sales $1.48 billion, up a whopping 40% year over year, and above estimates of $1.38 billion. And again, just want to mention their ad revenue is up 71% year over year, because I think it's worth noting. Also, I'm just seeing the whole guidance for ARM, so I'm going to read through that. The guidance is definitely what's killing ARM here, because it's pretty bad. Revenue, $3.94 to $4.04 billion for fiscal 2026. Analysts were looking for $4.9 billion. That is a massive miss. That is an SMCI proportions miss. Then their adjusted earnings for fiscal 2026, $1.56 per share to $1.64. Analysts are looking for $2.03. Q1 revenue guidance, we mentioned this earlier, $1 billion to $1.1 billion versus $1.1 billion expected. And adjusted earnings here, 30 to 38 cents versus estimates of 42 cents. I would like to know why their guidance is the way it is. I would like to see the what they're attributing this to.
One thing to consider for guidance, though, is they're guiding based on the environment that you still had chip curbs.
That's fair.
And if that has changed, I wonder, and this is a situation where you're going to have to listen to the call, because if they comment, if there's any comment saying, hey, look, we guided expecting to be in the same environment with regards to the chip bans, if all of a sudden they say, hey, this changes our guidance, we'll have to reevaluate this, and obviously it's positive for us, maybe you could see a bit of a bounce. That's the reason why it's headed down. We also had Fastly report here as well, Adara, and they are, I mean, look, it's a $6 stock. It's a 7.5% short flow. They're up 7% right now, and they beat top and bottom as well. So smaller name, it is running. It's been beaten up pretty heavily. Maybe not the biggest name that everyone's into, but when you talk about the earnings movers, we want to try to cover as much as we can. AppLovin is it's squeezing now.
Absolutely
and
squeezing. Remember,
any short sellers, they do their thing. They're already in by the time you hear any of those stories. What I can tell you is above here, like 350, it gets really important, because look at that double top level at 350. It's a lot of rejection of that price level. You're gapping to it. The question is, can you hold out and about above it? And right now, the answer is so far yes. Some of these wicks are a little bit higher than the 350 level, so like 55, 56. Ultimately, 60 is going to have to go, but it's certainly putting the squeeze on. And this is the problem for traders. If you're trying to trade in the aftermarket, I know some people that try to do this. If you take a breakout or a breakdown trade, you better be quick. You better be quick, because the rinse can be nasty, and it's the risk to reward. Like if you tried that trade, your stop out is wide, and how much could you have gotten out of the initial move down? Sure, when it works, it's fantastic, but AppLovin, a perfect example of how crazy things could get. We don't have Oxy yet, do we?
Nope.
Oxy's not moving, and I still haven't seen any numbers for IonQ. So we're still waiting on them. It's actually not moving either. So a couple of names that we've been waiting on, not doing much of anything. But to circle back here to another name, Dutch Bros. Can't kill them. Apparently you can't. Bounced right off that 54. The buying never stopped. It's right back to even on Bros. So what a recovery that is. Let's see what it can do with it, because we're right back to the wall where it was at the close, right at 60 bucks. It couldn't break through. You're not squeezing anybody. Buyers need to come in, which they're trying to do above the 60 level to kind of push it through. For now, it's just a great recovery on Dutch Brothers, and everything that looked bad early on, it's really just ARM, and well, I mean Fortinet's still to the downside. And that one kind of, it's just, I think it's a valuation thing with Fortinet. Probably makes the most sense here because there wasn't really anything too bad about that report. You couldn't really, like with ARM it was obvious, but I don't think in this case it's obvious other than valuation for Fortinet.
Yeah, let's take a look here at OXY. So they released their earnings in like the most confusing way. I had to go to their website. I had to find a very long PowerPoint. I had to scroll several slides into the PowerPoint, and I'm still not seeing their revenue. But they're giving me adjusted diluted EPS of 87 cents per share, reported diluted EPS of 77 cents per share. Okay, is this the no, that's just their category revenue. If I find revenue in Occidental, I'll let you guys know. But I really very much just like the way that they are trying to report this. Carvana, again, just to recap, because I mentioned these numbers being pretty good, but I really want to talk about how good they are. They were saying in their report that this is a record revenue. I mean, looking at the chart, you wouldn't know, but that's how there's no such thing as good or bad earnings, only how the market reacts. Carvana revenue 4.23 bill versus 3.98 bill expected. That is a beat, and it's a 38% year-over-year increase. Margin here, where is this? You got a margin of 11.5%. Retail units sold up 46% year-over-year. So that's a great look here for CVNA. Thank you, Adrian, for the comment or the compliment there in the chat. I appreciate it. Trying to give us all this market content every day. Also, thank you to Darwin in the chat for mentioning Costco April sales are out. Last time I checked, it hasn't moved. It still has not moved much. Apparently, there's a recorded video right now going around of Donald Trump in an interview with Hugh Hewitt. Looks like this just got published. So that's, I guess, happening right now. Just be aware there could be some comments coming out from Trump. One comment he apparently made during this interview that I'm seeing circulate is, and I quote, "I can't predict whether U.S. and China will get along." So that happened. If I see any Occidental revenue, which I'm still waiting on, I'll let you guys know.
They're not going to get along, and it doesn't matter. China and the USA do not have to get along. They just need to get a deal done because you want to work together. Too big a market, too much synergy. You just want to get something that works, and I understand the reasons you got to be tough on them. When it comes to Carvana, look, its PE before this was 165. Its forward was over 50. So in this particular case, I don't care if you had record sales. The fundamentals hadn't been all that fantastic, and the stock was up a lot. I was about to say a bajillion%, but look where it's coming from. You've got a W pattern, head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it here on Carvana. It was going to have to be really, really good for them anyways. And so not great or in line, it's not going to be good enough. You had to knock it out of the park. Obviously, the short float is a factor with this stock and sometimes the meme craze that it gets. But certainly, this thing was just trading at $150, and we're talking about 1 month ago. 1 month ago it was at 150 bucks. So the fact that it's pulling back off 250, it's still a ridiculously high valuation right now. I just saw in the chat there, do I think Dylan Patel is Carvana done moving? You must mean for the aftermarket. Obviously, it's going to go crazy today. Like technically, there should be room to underneath 240. I mean, that makes a heck of a lot more sense if it went a bigger move. But you could make the argument, when I zoom it in here, you could make an argument for 244 as well. I just think a move like this, you'd sell off and have a little bit more continuation. Carvana is only 5% down. For Carvana, that's absolutely nothing. That's a drop in the proverbial bucket. ARM wishes they were only 5% down. Well, it's only 6.5% down, but they still wish they're only 5% down. What's interesting is they're barely catching a bid here on ARM. They're not really buying this back up. I think it's going to come down to the call because of that guidance. If they're not willing to say that, hey, if the chip curves are gone, we're changing our guidance. If they're not willing to say that, this is going to continue lower tomorrow. And I would hope that they are going to say that because it makes logical sense to me. Thank you for the super chat, Nimrod. We appreciate all our viewers. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe. It's always a fun show, an exciting show on a Fed day. We had so much here today. And look at this one. Would love to hear your thoughts about Google or Lilly for a swing at these levels. Also still holding some of the Wolf. You got it 220. Sold most, but unsure if to sell it or wait for earnings tomorrow after market. I'll tell you this right now. I don't think I've ever been in a swing trade where I was considering selling before earnings when I was in the money and didn't sell something. I pretty much if I'm remotely nervous about earnings on a swing trade, I am always taking profit in front of the earnings. Maybe not all of it, but like, you're not making an options play. I'm assuming you bought the actual shares. You can gap a lot here in Wolf. You caught the bottom in a big, massive downward trend. So yeah, do you want to hold for a bigger move? I can understand why in a small capper. That's what you do. You get in early so you can play the trend higher. That's what you want. That said, how you can't take some profit when you get a double up and then you can risk off, play with house money going to earnings, that's just my approach. I like to make it to a point where I'm playing with house money, even if it pulls back to my entry price, and then I roll with it. That's just how I used to roll with small cappers when I was more active in them. As far as Alphabet, I think we need to let this one cool down. You know, the reaction to the headline today via Apple, it was really nasty. And I think the most damning thing about that was when the market was rallying at the end of the day post-Fed, and when the market got the exuberance with the chip curves, not that Google should be involved in that, it didn't really do much. The algos, it's like they weren't buying this with the group. So I think you got to give it the old 3-day rule. I'd be a little concerned with it. I mean, look, I've even said this, that I like Meta and Amazon more than I like Alphabet. So those are the stocks I'm going in the dip by. So my approach isn't trying to catch this bottom on Alphabet. I like some other Mag 7 names better. But I think you got to let this one calm down. When the algos don't buy something so obviously part of the group, sometimes you can take a little bit of a hint from that. And the other question was about Eli Lilly. Well, I don't think I'm changing any of my tone or tune on Lilly. I think if you're actively trading it and swing trading it, then you wait for it to bounce or start bouncing off the 700 level. I think it's overblown, some of the pullback, basically because Novo and Hims and Hers had a bit of a partnership. It's getting a bit of a bump down, and then the number is not coming in what they wanted off of earnings necessarily, not as rosy as they would have liked. It's shown you support at the 700 level. The only difference would be the last couple of times you were buying it off 700, you were still working with a slightly more stable 200 period, and now it's downward sloping for the first time. And I've only now started, and it's because of Brian Shannon, who was on the show you guys had yesterday. He's a great guest and a great technical technician. Be wary of swing trades and loving them for as much gain with a downward sloping 200 period moving average. And it's something that I've now observed a heck of a lot more. So I don't know that I'm a buyer again off the 700. I need to see it bounce first. I'm not just going to sit there on the bid. It's literally my biggest holding that is not a tech stock in my personal account. So I don't mind getting in and out of it, but I'm careful about how much more exposure I need to have in it if it's going to lose that support. So I hope that answers your questions there, Nimrod. And I do believe, Adair, you just posted it, so Oxy must be out.
I keep posting earnings here. I've posted quite a few. AMC is out too.
Oh yeah, AMC.
Yeah. the movie Meg Icon, sorry guys, I can't talk today. AMC, smaller than expected loss per share, 58 cents versus 59 expected. Sales, 862.5 million versus 837.05 million expected. So AMC here with a double beat with a slight move up. I put a whole bunch of earnings in the chat. We'll go over all of them. Thank you, Darwin, for bringing to our attention. IonQ is out. That is, IonQ is the ticker. It's also the name of the company. Smaller than expected loss per share of 14 cents versus 23-cent loss expected. That's a beat. Sales, 7.57 versus 7.51 million expected. That's also a beat. They reaffirmed their fiscal 2025 sales guidance for Q2. They guided sales between 16 million and 18 million versus 16.93 million expected. When you consider it the midpoint, that's more or less in line. There's nothing bad at all coming out of this report. There was also the SEZLA, SEZL, someone was mentioning to me, or Sezzle. So Sezzle is sezzling to the upside, and I looked at these earnings. It is a healthy little beat here, and it's actually not a small capper either. It looks like this is $70 now after earnings. Sezzle, sorry, I don't know why I keep adding an A. $1 earnings per share versus 20 cents expected. Nice little 5 times beat. Sales, 104.9 million versus 64.75 million. Would you believe it's also a beat? Gross merchandise volume here, 808.7 million. I also, Neil, before I send it back to you, we've gone over all these earnings.
We have Groupon.
Oh, we do have Groupon too. Okay, we'll go over Groupon then quickly. Then I have, let's go over.
Yeah, just a quick, Groupon's up about 4%. It just broke the 17.5 level, and it looks like they got a beat They were expecting a loss, I believe, and they made money.
Yeah.
That is always good. So they're expecting a loss. They made money. It's got a 36% short float and is bouncing off support. Had a golden cross. I mean, look at the chart, everybody. Hold that 16, and it's bouncing higher. This could be a potential squeeze play. Watch out for that $20 level. What are the numbers here for Groupon?
Yeah, it's a beat. 18-cent profit versus 11-cent loss expected per share. And then sales, 117.19 million versus 115.5 million expected. Double beat here for GRPN. Before I also really want to mention, I know it's not necessarily like a brand new earnings, but app. Nice report, really nice year-over-year growth, 70% year-over-year growth in their revenue sector. But with AppLovin, I think one thing that we should talk about here is how this one moves. I saw a couple people mentioning in the chat, Scott Tomlinson, Penguin Dynasty. This one, as someone who loves pretty tickers, this one is scary to trade. I like trading it. Do not get me wrong. I've come to love AppLovin. I've had some of my best days or best trades on AppLovin. But I think one thing to mention is size down if you are able to. It is a really wild one. It took me a really long time to feel comfortable with any kind of even moderate size in this beyond risking like 1 or 2 risk units. This one is wild. That 310 level has been a huge support resistance level going back on this one. Even that, like this one time, for example, again, this is a $300+ stock. When it was around this price, it actually, and this is the only time I've seen a $300+ ticker do this, did a volatility halt intraday. That is right, a volatility halt intraday. So be very cautious of AppLovin. Again, I say this as someone who actively trades it. It is a wild one. It can be a wild one. Be cautious, be careful, stay safe, have spots in, and yeah.
You always have to, and stay safe if you happen to be on the bit of Carvana that's still falling. So the recovery, I'll get to the recovery in bros. It is almost 4:30, but Carvana, someone asked, is it still done? I was like, doesn't look like it to me, because technically, why wouldn't it? You can see the daily chart. I love this picture in picture. You can see the daily chart in here. Why wouldn't it test 230 right in that area? Well, that's what's exactly happening over in Carvana. But Dutch Brothers, apparently you can't keep them down. I asked in the chat, and I didn't see a response. What's like the northern, like where's the northernmost place in the U.S. that you can get Dutch Brothers? Because like I go to Buffalo every now and then. I love the Bills and all that stuff. And I go to the U.S. every now and then. And I've never actually been to a Dutch Brothers to try. Everyone says how great it is. Well, I can tell you that V-shaped recovery is great. And now you can go a little bit squeezing. But just to keep in mind, unlike a lot of other charts that we've shown, like recoveries and breakouts, by the way, HIMS is going again. Dutch Brothers has some work to do still when you look at this daily. Like you got the 50 period, you're still underneath, even with the recovery, you're still underneath, and we're still under that local high of 64. But it's done a lot of the work by buying it off that dip. Now it needs to see that continuation. And the other earnings name I wanted to just go over, muted bounce on Fortinet. They're still down 8.5%. Valuation going to be a concern. Not good for Fortinet, not good for ARM. Really bad, obviously, the momentum downside for Carvana. But I'm going to leave you with this before we get to roll call. In all that crazy melee, NVIDIA has just sort of held the top. It's consolidated near that high, obviously above the 115, and there's a lot of earnings here today. The biggest story is going to be these global chip curves. Rescinding global chip curves. If there's no walk back of this tomorrow, all that resistance at 115 could be in the past, and this entire group can go higher. SMH is primed for a breakup. Pretty much the same chart, whether you look at the SMH or NVIDIA, and it should be a wild one tomorrow, not just because of earnings, not just because of post-Fed, but that headline is huge, Darren. Thank you for always making sure that everybody gets all the news and gets it right. You did a fantastic job today. I mean, it was a lot.
Yeah,
you had to monitor Trump. We had the Fed. You get this news headline out of nowhere. You had Besson was talking all day long, so doing a fantastic job, Adara. But we do have roll call, and I have to remind everybody, if you want to be part of roll call, ask us questions, be part of our community, the best trading community out there. then make sure you hit that subscribe button. So hit that like, hit the subscribe right now. Jump on in there. Give a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. I'm going to start and end with you, Bears versus Bulls. The best moderator in the business, keeping it all clean and keeping it all organized all throughout the day. You're the best. Shout out to Fabian, of course. Shout out to Ramin. Shout out to Andre. Our team's been amazing with us. Shout out to the Midday crew. Of course, Joey Options and our good friend Sharif. Big shout out to Obi for filling in for Sean yesterday, banging it with that NVIDIA trade at the end of the day. And of course, massive shout out again to you, Adara, making sure we have all the news, and Brendan as well. Bears versus Bulls, you're the absolute best. Let's get some roll call.
Thank you very much to Bears versus Bulls. Brendan, Neil, thank you for being here. Sean, Sharif, Joe, we have Ramin, Fabian, Andre, we have everybody in the chat, Sports and Stonks, Moonshot, Ramez Vira, S.A., D. Westamara, Marlin, B. Pitchbull, He-Man, Michael Spadafora. We've got 1320 Wolf, Daniel McEwen. We've got Mauricio Romano, Swirling Brain, Thomas J. Hill, Christopher Jones, Healing Pain Naturally, S.A., Moonshot, Joseph Brown, Sports and Songs, Sebastian Ontiveros, Poplar Cork, Indecisive Candle. I love that one. Derek Thompson. We have OKC, Adrian. We've got Los Pollos Hermanos, Gurav Sadchev, Penguin Dynasty, Abhishek, Bull ×7. I guess that's very levered there. Andrew Chow, All Tank, and Dumbo Things Films. So thank you all for being here with us today. Thank you for putting up with my Jerome Powell tie-themed infographics. But guys, if you look at it, there is some statistical relevance there. I'm not saying there's causation. All I'm saying is there's correlation, and I'm out.
Yeah, and it's been a fun one. And again, fantastic job all day long. Well, you know what? Get some rest, everybody, because it's going to be a wild one tomorrow. That you saw all the earnings that we had to comb through. You saw all the movement post-Fed and a bigger deal, that move on NVIDIA and all of the chip space. They're going to be huge tomorrow. Top of the watch list, almost guaranteed, but we'll see what else plays out. And we'll see it 8:30 tomorrow morning. We're Trader TV Live. See you tomorrow.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.